Hello. How is everyone today? Hello. Hello. The Halloween. How is everyone? Hi. Good morning. Good evening. Mwah. Yeah, I just finished eating. Oh my god. Oh, I actually have to put this the dishes on the sink. Oh fuck. But after I yap, I guess. After I yap, I'll go to the kitchen and put it there and get some water and get some everything. Ah, wow. I had some good sleep today. Hopefully, I won't get sleepy while I'm playing. But for now, I will be gaming Battlefield 6 like real quick. Just real quick, just after I yap. Yes. Hello, 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 everyone. Good morning, good evening. First was Shinabel. Next was Coffee. Wow, Coffee. Hi, Coffee. Next is the Hawo. Mist. Hi, Mist. Oh, thank you, really hit. But hi, Cosmic. Hello, 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 everyone. So I hope y'all have your blah 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 blah. Y'all are having a good day so far. Oh my god, I'm one more follower and I'm 200 followers now. Oh, that's big. I'm gonna be happy. Hi, General. Good morning. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you? How are you? How is everyone? How? Just one more. Just one more follower and I'm 200 followers. That's a big. I'm tired but yet awake. Oh no. If you need some resting time, please do take them. Rest is very important. It is very important to take some rest. Okay, okay. Wait, I gotta calibrate this shit. Okay. Oh, I forgot this. Okay, there we go. I'm I'm not restricted anymore. Ah, I'm free. I forgot I put that up. And now I can move. I can move. I can move. Okay, there we go. I calibrated it properly now. Should be okay now. Oh no. Okay. I know yesterday I didn't announce it, but I forgot. I forgot that I have a 7 days to die collab today. I was like, fuck, it was supposed to be just a short stream today. I don't know, but now I'm like, well, it's collab after collab after collab now. So after today's 7 days to die, tomorrow will be a peak collab, and then after that is a yap yap collab. So we will be streaming for the next few days. Buckle up. We'll be having a lot of streaming. Also, fuck, my VODs will be heated soon. I gotta scrub it as well. Fuck my life, man. Is that a stanky potato? Stanky. Stanky. just, just, just stanky. No, you. No, you. No, you. No, you stank. No, no, no. You stank. No, no, you. You know what? I don't have anything to yap now anyway, so let's just hop into Battlefield so I could finish it and I could hop into the collab. I do wanna play 7 Days to Die, but I gotta do my dailies. Oh 07. I'll be there soon. I just wanna do my quick Battlefield dailies, you know. I might just one or two games. Carbines, engineer. Oh, this will be easy since it's carbines. It might be just one round of a casual breakthrough, and then I could go there. I'm sure they know. Don't worry. Okay, okay. Thanks, thanks. Suck. It's a cosmic gaming. So engineer with carbines, if I remember correctly. Wait, what's my carbine again?
Do you see that, Nachi? It's time to hydrate with some Kirkland signature purified water. Using code Andy Moon.
Thank you, Cosmic, for the hydrate. Here you go.
I'm gonna come.
Oh my god, my back. Okay. Nice. Okay, we're good. We're just waiting for that one player for the breakthrough, and then we'll proceed to timing. How is everyone though? Hold on. No, I forgot to put on streamer mode, so the Discord is like clock 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 clock. No, what? What? Why are you farting on stream? That's crazy. Now that is crazy.
Explosive ready!
No, Kirby, don't. That one was like scared of me. Wow! Should attack with a carbine is crazy. I know! I was in a panic, bro. I was on a panic. Oh, can I get some? Okay, there we go. I get some more supplies. I got some good sleep today, by the way. I slept for like, I think 10 hours. Yeah, so after the stream yesterday with Rose, and like playing Don't Starve together, I had so much fun.
mom's car.
I do your mom's car. Hi, Zoinks. Hi, nephew. Good morning. Good evening. How is you today? Bro, what? Oh my god, I hate those very flexible fuckers. It's a real video game player. Fuck you! Fuck you! Get wrecked, bitch! What? Good, I fell asleep last night during stream. Aw, that's nice. Glad you got some sleep though. You don't have to force yourself like staying so long. I need 15 kills of carbine. Come on, give me some. Come on. Any supplies, bruh? Fuck you, real video game player. I'm doing research on making Left 4 Dead 2 mods. Damn, the dedication is so good. God damn. Okay, more carbine kills. Give me more carbine kills. Come on, come on, come on. Just give me more carbine kills. Why did you give up? Stupid. I got my dailies now. And I got sick recently, so not doing too good again. Oh no. Why? Why? Nephew, you gotta take care of yourself. Oh, are you shitting me? God damn. I hope you recover soon. You need them good rest. Come on, let me spawn. Fuck. We're gonna lose it. Oish! Fucking sweats. Fucking sweats! What are y'all doing in a bot game? Nah. Thanks for the headpad, General. Hold on. No one booped me. And I was gonna hang out with other auntie this weekend, but my health just decides to build this shit. Aww, you can. I hope you can hang out with your with auntie, with your auntie soon. Honestly, I like her too. So I'm like, oh, I wish you could hang out with her more soon. No! Fuck. And you forgot to post on Twitter. Yeah, I forgot to post wherever, honestly. I forgot to post wherever, not even on Discord. I'm just like, fuck this shit, I'm late, I gotta go live. Honestly, I should do that while I'm yapping later with them before I start the 7 days like collab. I will post on the socials and on Discord. I forgot to announce that I'm live. I'm just like, well, I guess that's it. I'll do that later. After the game, I'll switch to 7 Days to Die collab because they've been waiting for me. I just asked them for like, you know, a little bit more time, I guess. Oh my god, we're enemy. Fuck you! Oh my god. Oh, I will be also going live on TikTok as well. I keep forgetting to go live on TikTok, honestly. I should go live on TikTok. Oh, also, I think... Wait, how big am I on TikTok now? Did I reach 8,000 now on TikTok? Shit, yes! Oh my god, we are 8,000 followers now on TikTok. Oh my god. My mic is acting a little weird. Really? Wait, what? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean it's making a little weird? Please, I'm scared. I'm scared. What happened? What happened to my mic? Kinda bad, like crackling? Really? Oh, hold on. Let me do something real quick.
Hostiles are inbound. Hold them here and defend the sector.
Halloween? Is it better now? Is it better now? Let me know if it's better now. I hope it's better now. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry if it's not. It's good now? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know. It's good? Okay, that's good. I didn't know that I was having bad problems with my mic all this time. Bruh. Well. Okay. This and then this. What? I didn't know they were there. What? They were waiting for me to spawn. But I decided to like, well, I'm gonna go away. Kinda started a few minutes ago. Oh, I didn't know. So it was good at first, then it started to go haywire, I guess. Accept my love using a missile. Oh, fuck you. They're probably angry. That was funny. That was funny. Oh my god. Just accept my love using my missiles, like, bro. Missile in the face. What? This teammate doesn't even boop. What the fuck? I'm planning on putting in L14. Aw, that was so sweet. You don't have to if it's too like too much work, you know. You don't have to. Fuck! I hate that dude. Oh my god. Fucking sweat. I'm gonna kill him with a missile again. Fuck y'all! Get wrecked, bitch! Hi, Shadow. Hi, Shadow. Hey, Kirby, don't put Kirby in a bad spot. Might sound easy, but there's not really any guys made for it. Aww. Well, if you're gonna do it, good luck, and I appreciate that you want me to put in it. I'm gonna try it first with Aru though. Aru will be very proud of you. Hi, Shadow. Good morning, amigo. How are you doing today? How are you doing tonight? Yep, the usual, Shadow, just gambling everything. Oh. Suck. Once I master this shit, I'm posting it on the Steam shop. Oh, hell yeah. You're gonna be the Left 4 Dead 2 modder master or something like that type shit, you know? It's gonna be so cool, though. Hey, calm down with the bombs, bruh. I'm gonna head to bed now. Good night. Good night, miss. Thank you for hanging out with us. You have a good night. Sleep well. I know it's too late for you, so I appreciate it that you're here. Wait, since when did I become a support? Well. The real dream is making custom character models. Hell yeah. And if you master that shit, you're gonna be unstoppable. I'm gonna be so proud of you. Fuck you, banana! Ow, 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 ow. Ah! Okay, now I get to know. Oh, I changed it myself. I see. Well, I'm already done with it anyway. Yeah. I just need to complete the match and that's it. Okay, that's good. Okay, time to do LMG some more, I guess. Yeah, I agree with that. We're almost winning! Don't let them win! No! Fuck! We almost won it! God damn, this is crazy shit, man. I'm sure there's gonna be sneaky motherfuckers here.
Be advised, you are exiting the combat zone. Be advised, if we lose here, the whole side falls.
Come on, sneaky motherfuckers. Come here. Oh, are you shitting me? The tank is in the middle, that's why we were losing. I see. Holy!
Come on. Let's go.
Oh my god, just let me bop, bruh. We almost won it. Fuck. Well, the motherfuckers pushed the heck out. Ah! I hate it. Anyway, we're done gaming. L. There's like two fucking sweats in that. There's like a group in there named OG or something. Yeah, this OG Tika, OG Kingping, or like I think they're both in like a tournament type shit name. Yeah, stopping on the loss is lame, but I have to go to the collab now. I have to. I have to go to the collab or else I'm gonna cry. Okay. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, okay. Let's just alt for the shit. I have to. I'm late for the collab. Said game 7 days to die. And actually I'm looking forward to this game anyway. 7 days to die, get glueder. Okay. So we're gonna do 7 days to die. That's it. And then we're gonna join their VC. Hello? Hello? That is crazy. Hello. Hello. Damn. Yeah. How dare. Oh, what? 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 Why are we deezing now, huh? Deez? Zaro Deez? Stanky. Fuck you, Zaro. Fuck you. Why is it why is it full screen again? No, fuck you. No, fuck you. The fuck are you? No, fuck are you? Well, how is everyone? How is you? How is the bed? How is the snake? I was playing with Rose earlier, so I won't ask her again. she she kidnapped me for peak gaming, and I'm like, I just woke up. Are we enabling the Twitch drops? No, I mean the what they call it, the integration. How do you set it up though? I'm interested. I think I wanna have that too, but oh, only the server host can do that. Oh, love roast you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, yeah. I was asking about the. Where did I put it? What? 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 The fuck? this and then I put it on the gaming capture. 7 days to die. Should work now. Ah. This. Hold on. Buh, buh, component, 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 component. How do I do that? Extension. Integration add. Activate overlay. Okay. I added it as overlay and then what? Uh-huh. Bad is just having a good time. Knife, knife, knife. I join. Okay. Ew, stinky. This stinky. Ew. Disgusting potato. Ew. What? Yeah. Is Zaro disconnecting or having internet problems? Okay, while it's still loading, I'll go to the kitchen and get some water. Okay. Nya, 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 nya. Tabby wife, Tabby mommy wife. How? Shit, I forgot I should be live on TikTok. Fuck. Fuck my life, man. Me? Me? I stream TikTok. And I have to post on my socials. God damn. Oh yeah. Can you help me? No carby, no. No carb, no carb. I took a picture, then I go back there, go back in the corner. I put them here. Yeah? I already put it as an overlay in the Twitch extension. Yeah, how do I do that? Oh. Oh. It says Twitch server permission denied. What? Steam. Oh, I have to go to Steam. Okay. Account settings. Where the fuck is that? Account settings. Buh. 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 Account details. Oh, account details. Really? Is that it? Nachi's account. Okay. Steam ID. Oh, okay. Copy that I then send it to Bat. Okay, I DM the Bat. I DM it to Bat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh wow. Sheesh. I hate the number of points I'm at now. What points are you at now? So oh wait, I also have to knock the are y'all the I gotta knock. I knock. Can I open the door? Wait, I go to the rose and then I knock. Let me in. Let me in. I'm in. How do I, huh? Okay. Oh no. Okay, you guys, we're in a shared chat now, so please behave. No spamming of emotes, okay? Okay, okay? Be a behave, be a behave vampy, okay? No spamming of emotes with sounds, okay? Okay, okay? I hate the number of points I'm at now. Oh no, thanks. Did someone say spam emotes? No, please don't. Not on my end. How do I do the Where's the Nicola? Where's the Nicola? Baby. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This and this should be there. It's the coffee. Oh my god, coffee. Coffee. I want coffee, coffee. Is it a good game? I don't think I have that. Yeah. No. No. Yes, ban Zoro. Ban. Ban this thing. Oh, wait, hold on. I was like... I was setting up something. I was setting up my TikTok live. Oh my god. Fuck this. And I go live. Why am I doing this? This is my life. I go live on a TikTok. 7 days. And go live. And I'm alive now on TikTok. I should be able to set that up without any problems. This, there, and then an OBS here. What? Okay. Oh no. Okay. Okay, now we're live on TikTok as well. Hell yeah. And now I try and log in. It's still not letting me log in the Twitch integration. Twitch server permission denied. Do I need to do something? We can't hear them. Oh, you can't hear them. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Thank you for letting me know. Discord, there we go.
Like,
You should you should be able to hear them now. Thank you for letting me know, nephew. Oh.
I didn't say anything.
It's fire. Hi, fire. Hello, fire.
Oh my god, coffee.
Coffee. I've been trying to let you know. Thank you, Zoinks. I was so busy setting up a lot of stuff.
Okay, try to do this. I send you a DM.
Hello. Hello, TikTok people. Hello. Halloween. Wow.
Oh, wait. I think I did it wrong. Fuck.
I was like,
well,
what? Who's that name?
No! Oh my god. So what it says Steam ID?
Hi, Jax. Hello,
Natch
welcome. Are you a Filipino? Yes, I'm Filipino. Magandang umaga.
Admin add Steam ID and then the 0.
Yeah.
And I have a sleepy dog beside me.
What it says Steam ID, just put the
Sleepy
ID
dog.
that Nachi gave you.
No,
Just make
I
sure
have
that there's
ads.
no.
Wait, you get ads now? That's big. Wait, you get ads now on my channel, Coffee. This big. That's big. Oh my god, finally. After how many months of being affiliate, I finally get real ads on my channel.
Hold on again.
And then the long ass number.
Hello,
And 0
hello,
then.
JCB,
Wait, so I can put
JCJB. Hello,
admin
hello,
at Steam
welcome.
ID 0
I'm
and
not,
then
I'm not
the number?
American.
Nachi, can you give me your Steam ID in the end?
Okay,
So I
okay,
can
okay.
like type it for that.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Here you
Okay.
go.
Okay. Okay.
Oh Jesus Christ. Okay. Try to copy this. And copy paste it.
Oh, okay.
Zombie gaming.
Okay.
You had ads last stream. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that. That's big. I didn't see it, but thank you. Yay. Kami. I'm happy I get ads
Okay.
now.
Did you do it?
I can finally get ad money. I mean, I've
Extreme
been
Command
struggling for streaming without any
is
ads.
not a valid entity ID. Player name
TP
or
Laro,
username.
what? Thank you for sharing the live, Jax.
What did that? What did we do wrong, man? It's the correct. Dang. Why is Nachi's team ID so fucking long? What the fuck?
I don't know. That's what's that's what's on my
Can you screenshot Nachi?
Yeah,
For the stream
sure.
ID?
Yes. I could send it on the VC instead, so I don't know, is that safe?
No, we're just deleting the team. Okay,
In
try it
DM?
like this,
Okay.
maybe? See if it works with the name. Ow.
Does it have to be capitalized?
Is her name capitalized in the game? Yeah, it is. Then yeah.
Added
Oh,
the
I sent
permission
it to
level of
Bat.
0?
Yeah.
Oh wow, your Steam ID is that long. God damn!
It is that long. I know.
It's so long.
I don't know why. I made it be that long. What can I do?
Okay, try no Nachi.
Try again, okay. Log in Twitch. Connecting! Yes! Oh, the code given to you by your device to link it to your Twitch account. What? I have to activate. What's this code? Where do I put the code?
I was muted in Discord, but
She-
whoever
you
did
don't-
that fucking shit of the injuring and the reversing, I hope that you
Where
sit
do
on
I
a
put the
cactus.
code?
Oh, that'd be Coffee Cat.
Coffee. Tungsten balls.
Did it open a tab on your browser?
Yeah, it opened up.
Okay, then
What?
just
I activated it.
You should be able to just click on authorizer and that's it. Authorizer and that's it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's connected. No, it's connected. It's connected.
Hell
You can close
yeah!
that and just-
Nice. How are they able to what? Do I have to set up I'm like the The redeem or something?
Just go to actions. No, why not to actions? Where the fuck it is again?
The integration stuff?
Oh yeah. Go to action and try to like disable anything that's visual effect.
Yeah.
Cause it's gonna fuck a lot of us.
Wait, what? Which one?
Visual effects.
I know it. I put it to no. Okay.
No, wait, no. I love visual effects. Oh, okay, it's a no. Okay. That's good.
Okay. I put it on no. Okay, and then
Yeah, you apply and that should be okay. That should be
Okay.
fine. No, you're gonna have like a small cooldown before they can actually use the comments. You know, because they setting a bit for it to kick in.
Okay. And then
Bless you.
Take it.
bless you, guess on the height. How am I gonna be able to let them like redeem? Oh, there you go. It's down there. Nice. I have to put up something like 7 days to die.
Oh,
Okay.
your integration is showing up, Nachi. So
Yeah. I saw it. Thank you for helping. Aba, Miko! Hello. Welcome. Hi, Miko. Welcome to the live.
Mabuhay sneeze. Hope? Now what?
What'd you call me?
Oh, what? Oh,
The what? Where's that? What does that mean? What's the precious wife? Who's the precious daddy? Where's the most amazing dad?
Amy please. I'm staring at Doc.
the Debbie.
Ain't that nice?
Okay. Debbie, mommy, wife. Whoa.
Bike abuse.
I gave it a simple love tap, okay?
Where is the what? Doc is in the game, but he's not in the VC. What? Doc?
Maybe
What
he's
is this,
busy.
Doc?
Who
Huh?
knows?
No.
He might be
Yeah, he
talking
do
to
be
his
busy.
chat. We don't know.
Let me
I sent you so many.
let me check Doc stream. I'm a redeem like hydrate. Drank.
On the rank.
Let everyone drown with water.
Water.
Drink water. Y'all need water. Drink. The drink. Where the drink? Drink.
Ew. No drink.
Drink.
Drank.
You
Drink.
bitch.
Drink.
Ah!
Drink. Oh hi.
No.
Hi,
No,
Doc.
I'm gonna dehydrate with fucking coffee, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Yeah.
No.
Girl,
Yeah.
You will
water.
all drink.
Nah, you should
Must
hydrate with good old
hydrate.
Gamers Club, today's sponsor. Use code BATF and checkout to get 10% off your order.
Who?
Yes,
who
get
hydrate?
some nice stubbornness for hydration.
No, Rose got back at me with the hydrate. Okay, I drink too.
Use code Nicola. Use code Nicola on Rogue Energy Drink.
Yeah, Nicola VT for Rogue Energy. Actually sponsored.
Nicola
You
VT.
should put like a sponsored banner somewhere on your stream.
As
Yeah.
hydrate.
Should. And
Yeah.
it's visible like I do at the start of my stream.
Let's see.
Oh my god. Okay, let me
Get 10%
back
off.
read.
You should get the pink
Zorro,
lemonade
buy me
or
a sub
the
for
sour candy.
Nachi is crazy. The
Not
ad flow
section,
been
okay.
dry, but now it's better. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god. Oh my, oh my god, Doc. Doc becoming a robot. Doc, are you good?
Roboduck.
Robodoc. Robodoc.
Robot duck? A duck? What's a duck?
Duck? Duck?
I don't
Where's
have a duck.
Duck? Where Duck? Robodoc. Doctor! Doctor Robot. Hell yeah.
Oh god.
That's a robot.
Hell yeah.
Think you only need to fix the command. You're so great.
What the
Do
fuck?
you need
Thank
to
you
fix
for
my
the
commands?
follow. What the fuck is that name? Femboy Fee Leaker.
What?
What?
Femboy what now? Femboy flicker? Bro.
Yeah, that's it.
Homie,
Bro.
homie, you need, you know what? I'm not here to kink shame you, but I will give you the side eye.
He's after you. Fuck you,
Oh
Zorro.
my god. Okay.
I don't have feet, you little shit. I have a tail. Fuck you, you
Okay,
potato
how about now?
boy.
Okay, you guys. How do I do
Should we
that
turn now?
again?
Coffee cat?
Oh, you
I'm
don't
here
see
again
the
in a live
cooldown stuff. Hold on.
community Of organization, my OCD self is very happy. Thank you, forever is in charge of that. Oh yes, it was a group effort.
Listen to you baked potato. I don't have no feet. I'm a snake.
What happened to the?
I have to put up a thing.
Gross, let's
Okay,
cook it
okay.
out here.
What is it?
I noticed that some of the ground is missing, and I was like, what's going on here?
What's
I was like,
the...
oh wait, Rose is working on stuff. She's working on construction.
Oh yeah.
No more floor. It's because we don't have the blood moon on because fucking shit just breaks. My computer gets very angry. Ever since I stopped having 32 gigabytes of RAM, my computer just wants to eat itself. Excuse me. Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm lost. I'm confused. I'm gay. Nope, I'm lost, gay, and confused.
No, Zorro. I'm playing a
Love
zombie game.
that.
I'm not opening up my DMs. Fuck off.
Command ban Zorro. Did it work?
Did it work? Nope. I'm scared of proof. What the fuck?
What, scared of proof that you're a bitch?
Oh shit!
What? God damn.
Damn!
God damn. That is crazy.
Are you
Okay.
cooking the potato like that? God.
I pinned that
Does everyone
shit.
love baked potatoes?
The jalapenos are popping today.
Okay, there we go. I have the
waited too
pin
long to
on.
so now they're even colder.
You don't want to accept you got feeties.
I don't have.
my God,
I'm a
I'm
snake.
sorry.
I don't have
Burpee.
feet.
Why you making me so slow? Coffee. Ah.
I'm not
Okay. I'm not yet on the
Can I get
party.
a,
Was it? Or am I on
I get
the
a
party?
party
Oh, yeah, we
invite?
are.
I think I've been inviting you and Nachi for 10 years.
Sorry, I was.
See, you say that, but that's a lie. Because I didn't get one when I got here.
Well, that was more towards Nachi being
God
invited
damn.
for 10 years.
Okay.
I was just like not in the game. I was like doing a lot of setuping stuff for
I
quite
can't
some
see both
time.
because of Bat's Gigamatosaurus ears.
What's
wrong with
You can't see
There's
the
nothing
boat.
wrong with your ears.
They're too big, dude.
But has beautiful
Aw, but we
Yeah.
like big ears around here.
No!
Oh!
What? I have to keep on moving? Ow!
You know what?
No,
I hit my
it's-
face.
You're in the safe zone. You have to be out of it.
I don't care.
Oh.
I'm just not gonna tolerate this today. If I die, I die.
Well,
I don't care.
well, I'm gonna be driving out anyway, so I won't be at the base. I gotta go and find more tires.
My give a fucks are non-existent, and also I might be a little spicy, so expect that.
Spicy.
damn.
Oh my god. Yeah. Yes, mommy.
Tabby mommy wife here in a minute.
Yes, mommy,
I'm gonna
please.
start saying flippers and
Yes.
things.
Yes, please.
Yo,
I will accept.
hey, hey.
Where,
water
mommy?
on
Mommy.
water on the steam
bu-
pipe. Water on the
bu-
steam pipe. Relax. Chill. chill
Mommy,
out,
yes.
dude.
Step on me. Ah.
Fancy Neko McNugget, bro. Please.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Copycat, if you're gonna fucking kill me, make sure that you actually kill me. Because if I get
And if
up,
you're gonna kill me.
look, if you're gonna hit me, you better make sure I'm dead. You better double tap, because if I get up, it's over. Your kneecaps are mine.
Your coffee caps are mine.
Dog, can I have a bite later? Yeah, please.
I need to get more tires, dude. So it's gonna have to.
Okay. Ooh, Lay! Oh my
Christ, that's
goodness! Thank you for the subby! Yay! Hi, Cheng! Oh my god.
Good.
500 points. Oh my god, coffee. Thank you for the
If you come to
subby.
where I am, there's a bunch of like wrecked cars at this gas station. Diner.
Oh, is this you? Oh, yeah, this is. Where is my? There it is.
I hate ads. Well, if you... I'm gonna fuck.
I
What the
swear to
fuck?
God,
What?
Damn you.
What?
I'm gonna stand here.
Coffee.
That's it.
I'm about to
standing
throw
here.
your fucking can in the can.
Oh my
I'm not
god,
moving
thank
forward.
you. Thank you again, coffee. Mwah. I am one
Kisses.
sub away. Oh my god.
Kiss
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hell yeah. I'm one follower away. Hell yeah.
Wait, did you not like that?
I hate ads. Hashtag reverse. That's crazy.
Wait.
Damn, that's crazy.
What?
I thought I heard my bones snap. I was about to fucking be like, alright.
I'm one
Yeah.
follower
I'm
away
ending stream. I'm gonna go take a
to
nap.
go 200 followers on Twitch, and I'm like,
No, you're
yeah.
fine. There's nothing we can do about it because it's Twitch integration.
You are
Reaper.
200.
Soon.
What is
Wait,
with my
what?
mic, you piece of shit?
You
You're
hit
a
It says
200.
199 on my follower goal. What?
Refreshing.
You're a 200.
Stream elements, what are you doing to me over
Okay, I'll be back.
Tommy,
What the?
Coffee,
you just made me.
I'm throwing
But-
coffee.
I'm confused.
You just made me.
Oh, it's
e-brake.
reversed.
Do I get the
Oh
keys
my
to the blood bank
God.
now? I'm sub. Oh no.
Coffee, just say,
you-
just say
you
yes.
get
There's a
extra
temporary
blood
bonk timeout
whenever you
prevents from
get-
typing
you
for the
need one,
duration,
yeah.
Just saying. No, don't do anything unless the collaborators really have a problem with it. Then we'll.
Coffee's
gonna eat
evil.
Fucking organs!
Oh my
organs!
god.
That's it! I've had enough!
Nicola. For Nicola.
Also, how do...
Marcus,
okay, so someone's gonna have to guide me through how to turn these visual things off because I didn't know
I'm
I
an
had
innocent little bean. What do you... Huh?
They
How
should
are
be
you
off, like,
innocent?
turn
That's
visual-
crazy. Hi,
I think that's
Jake.
only
How
for-
how?
I think
Hi,
that's only for you as
Patrick.
the individual.
Oh.
Yeah,
'Cause,
because I have blurry vision and I want to throw up a little.
That would have to be in the
Would go.
Twitch integration setting. I think you have to log in and. Oh wait, no. I think you just do no. Well,
Yeah, when you're setting up the Twitch integration, you put no to visual effects.
No. Apply.
yeah.
See, look, I don't believe you, Coffee. And I'm gonna eat you.
Say so, Bean.
Eat the
I'm going to
coffee.
consume your flesh.
Marcus, do you still need Tech Junkie books, or are you like
Consuming
all good on that?
fleshes.
No, I need Tech Planet box now, not Tech Junkie.
Oh, Tech
Actually,
Planet.
that's right. I can just.
I would say here's a Tech Junkie book that degrades or has a maintenance for stun batons for 2.
Oh god, how those effects are. Same set, please. Oh god.
I'm watching this and want to blow my brains open with a shotgun.
Okay,
All
set.
those effects.
I'll do you,
No,
you do
Seth,
me.
no, no.
Oh my
No,
god.
Seth. Don't do that.
Oh
I
god, I
want
got
to
a
do
headache.
Oh yeah, in game.
In game. Yeah, in game. In game.
And Zomboid.
Yeah, that's just in Zomboy. Why in Zomboy?
I'm back.
Ha! I'm no longer
Welcome back.
affected by your BS.
You can't actually do that in Project Zomboid.
Oh my god.
Well, it's a mod, but yeah, you can
You can Kurt Cobain.
what? I was gonna say you could pull a Kurt Cobain. You could pull a Kurt Cobain while
supply
listening
ammo,
to
thank you.
while listening to
Nachi, open
dumb.
this, Nachi.
I opened it.
What the fuck happened here?
Alright, now I can sit here and I can walk around and be unbothered.
One second. Yo. So notice
What's
it's
for
like-
new
it's like
house?
2 a.m.
What is
here.
for new house? Okay, for the new
See,
house.
it's 2
Okay.
a.m. here, and it's like 8 March.
Kate,
8 March is like
Abby.
women's.
Yes, sir.
Painting?
can you come over to where I am?
The fuck is a
and
painting?
Take off this car for me, please.
Let me see where you are on the. Okay.
I'll say
Look
I'll-
on my bicycle.
I'll
I
be
read
here
that.
for a little bit.
I read that, Zoro, and like you said, you've got chest pains and you can't read. And I was like, oh, dude, what?
Stroke? Wait, heart attack? Stroke? What's happening? Stroke
You got
attack?
chest pains and you can't read. Fuck, I can't speak either, so.
Why not both?
I mean, we're all dying. Don't worry about that, Zoro.
Oh my god. Hi.
Do we get new weapons? I want a better SMG.
I think. Hold on.
I can't make SMGs. I can only
Let
make
me
assault
say
rifles.
something.
An AK-47 machine
What?
gun?
Hold on, what the? Sometimes I like to
Whose
glue my
is
thumbs
it?
to my nipples and pretend I'm a T-Rex. Rawr, I'm a dinosaur. What the fuck?
What the
What a
huh?
first time chat, motherfucker. What the fuck
my
is that?
Bro,
Huh?
bro.
Everyone's like, huh?
Oh, what?
Name is Screamy Twinkie.
Oh my god.
Just
Yeah, I'd be
scroll
screaming
into it,
too.
making people laugh. Well, it works.
Well, you did
Yeah,
make
for
people
real.
laugh. That is crazy. It was a
I
good.
appreciate it. Godspeed, soldier. Keep blessing other people's chat with your shit. Go. You little Twinkie. Be free.
Be free.
Spread your
Okay.
cream-filled goodness.
Wait.
Hey.
Congrats on reaching 200 purple app. Thank you,
The
Chang.
chatter, not you.
It looks so cute. I love it. Ah, thank you,
Yeah.
Magic.
Yeah.
You didn't have
You
to.
greedy.
Grabing tawa yan.
Greedy bitch.
What do you
Anybody else
mean?
want another questionable mental image? You know, if you want to share, I don't.
Hi, Agero. Welcome to the stream.
I'm more
Questionable mental.
worried for the next one. but you know
Explode
what?
Zoro!
Yeah, you should definitely send one to Doc 777.
Yeah, can we explode Zoro? Yes. Yes. Explode Zoro.
Absolutely. Explode Zoro.
We will explode Zoro. Dilute coffee! Oh no!
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Oh, perfect. Tabby.
Yes, sir.
What did I do? 9mm
So you need me to
ammo.
do what now?
Picklock that car.
Pick lock that car. You got it.
Oh, this one does. Oh. I need a
Wow.
better gun.
This car is locked. All right, here we go.
And I didn't.
I mean, you don't want my mental issues. I'm pretty sure mine are a little. God, wow, this one wasn't bad. Baseball bat sucks, but because it's a tier 2. But
What the fuck?
thank you.
Dude, sometimes I like to get completely naked, cover myself in Vaseline, turn off the lights, lay on the floor, pretend I'm a slug, ass up, face down, the way I slug around.
Oh my, slugging. Oh my, slugging.
Thank you so much, dude. Bye.
That is crazy.
Oh, that's so good.
You probably write that shit down and come up with a. That's a late night. That's a late night think.
That's a
That's
shower thought, that is.
That's it. I was about to say
Yeah,
that's a shower
actually.
thought.
I think that's one of those things that's like right before you go to sleep. You're like about to hit that peak knockout point. You're like, damn it! And you get up and write it.
Oh, fuck, dude, it's a fucking good idea. God,
Such a good freaking what the hell?
I can't believe that. That makes so much sense.
Something's got to be private. Well,
Sharing is caring.
Sharing
To a
is
degree.
scary. Oh my delay. Oh my delays. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, please, not the delay.
Chicken.
Nachi, can you try to trap Zaro in a pit and spawn in the screaming zombies around him? That's if Zaro
What the
will be able to
What?
trap. If he'll be able to trap Zaro because he's. Yeah, Zaro's a very cunning
squirt.
little fox. He's a stinky fox.
Cunning-
He can run around
Cunning little
fast.
potato.
Kinda hard. Something's gotta be private. Well, what? Hi, Normal. Oh my god, hi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What the?
hold on. This is 2 a.m. It's 8 March here.
Oh, what? A raid? Oh my god.
Right
Oh my
here
God.
is
Someone
the
raided
Amazon.
Bant.
Happy Woman Day.
Wow, man.
Wow.
Sharing is scaring or
Happy-
sharing is scary.
Happy
What?
Men.
If Nicola asks me to jump in, hold on. Nicola asks me to, I'll jump into a hole. Do you want the Dommy voice or what?
But what?
Nachi, please.
What?
That's what Zoro said.
Take a cold bath.
But
I've got
I
to
love
order something
mommies.
for my pain because this is actually getting out of control and it's starting to interfere with things. And it's
Happy
bothering me.
Woman Day. Wait, is it really Woman Day today?
That's in Romania. Not sure if other places.
Let me check the calendar. We'll see.
Woman Day. Fuck you, Zoro.
I mean, tomorrow for
I don't
for
know.
us,
Zoro
for
is a
Eastern Standard
bitch.
is
I guess he could be
daylight
fucking
savings
for one
time. Tomorrow's
It'll
daylight
hopefully
savings
be
time.
okay,
So,
Zoro. It's tooth pain, and I've got to eventually go to a dentist, and it sucks because that's expensive.
Hey, Nachi, can you move a
I
bit?
have just been
I'm sorry.
unlucky with the cars.
What are you doing?
Nachi, move. Move
Yes?
a bit.
I'm moving!
Please move. Please move.
I'm moving. What? Bed! Yes. You wanna lay with me? Hey.
Oh wow.
Aye, honey spray. Oi, oi,
But
oi.
no,
Spray,
no,
spray,
no,
spray,
ouch,
spray,
no.
spray, spray.
No, but
Okay,
no.
Women's Day, Happy Woman Day.
Hi, waifu. The waifu.
Jump in a hole.
Oh my god! Okay, Zaro. Stupid Zaro. Bro,
Yeah,
where are you
he's
shooting
okay,
at?
Zoro. It'll get figured out.
Where are you shooting at, stupid potato? Oh my god, it's a big bed. Oh
That's
my
me, too.
god.
I
Oh
just
my
felt the
god.
pain whenever I like laughed, and I was like, oh, that don't feel good. Owie.
Hi, Shadow.
chicken
Hello, hello. Hi,
By
JD.
pain medicine, she means she's
It's
ordering
JD
alcohol.
Shadow. Bomb the place.
No,
What
I'm
do you
not.
mean bomb the place? That's crazy.
I
No, oh
don't
my
drink
god.
anymore.
Fuck.
My liver is actually
Oh,
showing
you lost
signs
again. Well,
of
that's why.
scarring.
Oh.
Hello.
Yep.
Oh my god! Yay! My follower girl. Hell yeah. I don't know
what's the
why is
liver-
it not why it's not synced in the overlay. Like bruh.
07 liver.
07 liver.
Goals widget should be updated now, right. But happy 200 on the
One sec.
youngish. Oh, it says 201 now on my end. What? How do I refresh this shit? Goals.
Press the
overlay.
refresh button.
Oh yeah.
Refresh on the overlay.
Wow.
Oh, there we go.
That's not.
Cripple him.
Doing it, yay.
Well,
Oh, wait a
actually,
minute.
Whoa, look at you.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Interesting.
Send back home.
fight me.
No.
Fight.
Actually. Hold on, chat. I need to pull up my fish game. It's my fish. Need to feed my fish. Oh god, my fish.
Fish. We need
Oh,
fish.
Ripper, thank you. You didn't have to do that, dude. But thank you for the support. I appreciate it.
Why is there paper in a coffee maker? Ooh, home cooking. Oh, Nicola, are you still collecting cooking stuff?
Yes, and then I refresh.
Okay, cool.
I refresh. Should be okay now.
Warning, I'm very moody. Who did it?
Who? What?
Well, you pissed off the set.
Well, all I was gonna ask Set was,
What the fuck?
That's
do you
crazy.
upgrade my armor?
I can smell you from here.
Intrusive thoughts.
I mean, zombies stink, man.
You remind me of a certain someone. Shadow. There's another shadow in my community. That's why.
Zoro, perish.
What game is that? This is 7 Days to Die.
Belle.
Just get Dr.
Hope you're
Manhattan.
doing
Just
well today.
Okay. TikTok people, I'm here. I'm not forgetting y'all. Please. Please don't leave me.
Don't believe here. Don't believe here.
Please. Please.
Slime.
Don't leave me.
He forgot.
Oh, no. I keep getting distracted.
Lies.
I see
Oh,
now
for
I'm
fuck's
worse.
sake. Oh my god.
There's another
God
shadow in my community named Dark
Okay.
Shadow. He likes redeeming Kirby a lot. The Curb enjoyer.
You're a Kirby.
And he's the one that calls Rose rotisserie.
Wow.
He's not calling me
rotisserie?
rotisserie no more. No, he didn't call me like that anymore.
Oh, he doesn't call you that anymore. Okay, that's good then. What did you offer for him to stop? Sometimes he doesn't.
I don't remember.
Oh my god.
Mystery supplies. Oh my god. What? What? Ammo crate. I'm not. Oh my god, I'm lagging so much. Come on. Thank you for the mystery supplies. Normal.
Was it just like that? Also, I'll be back then to go say hi to your mom. I'm gonna beat you up.
Why?
Get the fuck away from my
Why are
mom.
we?
Wow.
What? Why are we?
JD, what the fuck?
JD,
My
what?
mom. My
No,
mom.
no. Why are we
Yeah.
momming the mom?
Wow, disgusting.
Oh.
JD, what the fuck, bro?
Disgusting.
Oh.
You just joined.
You just joined.
That's it. You're banned.
Are you upside down, Ben? Or
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Oh my god, I'm so lag. I don't know if it's me or like
Yeah, JD,
It's
but you don't gotta be
probably-
weird with it though, bro.
my.
It's probably all the
delay.
lighting in the room because it lags me too. So
The light, it hurts.
The lights.
It
Too
burns.
much. My
You're a vampire
eyes.
bat, so of course it's gonna hurt you.
Racing.
But
Me and her model mom is friends, and it bugs Rose. What? What? What?
Friends.
Are you? Uh-huh.
why would someone want to slow my booba? That's
What?
painful.
What? That's crazy.
What? Huh?
Why would you? Why would you do that?
The-
What?
I'm getting a headache from this. Like, what's going on?
Can I? Can
No,
I?
just the
Damn it,
bot
babe.
in Natchez chat.
Booba.
The
I did
booba.
the boobas, and he just told me that I have slappable boobas. I'm like, what do you mean?
Fuck?
What the
I like
fuck
the
is
boobas.
that?
I like your boobas, G. Let me hit him. What?
Can I? Just kidding.
No.
It's like it's like one of those gifts where it's like man, all that weight, let me carry it, and it's like very jiggly. It's just-
Wait, I gotta do it. Here.
okay, I didn't realize this at the time.
It's time.
Artificial.
I can actually make time.
Oh my god, Bat got burned by the.
The blast.
Now we know. Is this lore accurate, Matt? Like, is it really
No wonder I
artificial?
was smelling of plastic.
What the smelling of plastic?
It's
they got me
crazy.
Papaya mixed up.
I was gonna say that sounds like a
true,
potato.
true.
That sounds like a papaya response.
True, true.
Always trying to say
Papaya.
my shit fake.
Wait. Was
Hey
that
Rose,
kicked out of the...
you're a plant,
No,
right?
Never mind. Okay, whenever
Yeah?
I open at it, makes the party hide. Got it.
That's
Got it.
what
I
the
swear, I swear to God, if you're making the fucking. Oh, never mind. Where do they put those seeds? In the farm. In the farm.
Yeah, the farming box.
In the farm box. I thought that Zor was about to do the fucking plastic joke about the plants,
I
like
need
papaya.
Hey, God.
I need attention.
Bro, the fucking bot hates you bad.
It's okay. Last time I did boobas, they said they were saggy, and I was like,
What?
Wow.
Saggy.
I
Isn't
can tell
it
you
wrong
for a
with being
fact,
shag?
they are not saggy.
I was like, they're taking the
Wait,
weekend off.
Bad is
Chill.
uncircumcised? What?
They're taking
Gotta let the titties
off.
breathe.
They're taking the
Hi.
weekend off. That's so crazy.
I can tell you for a fact, Bad's tits are not saggy. Not
My
terrifying.
ass is
Wait,
fat.
huh?
My
Wait,
titties popping.
I'm confused. What's happening now?
Talking about titties.
Today, we like them
course.
titties.
And of course.
Yeah,
We love some dirty.
Oh my gosh.
today.
He returns tomorrow.
Yes, he does.
Get the best of him.
It's one of them dang on Final Fantasy things you talk about.
Hell
Talk about
no.
Billion.
Billion returns tomorrow. He's been on a trip.
Oh,
Billion.
Yeah.
ooh! I was wondering. I was like, "What the heck is Billion?"
Yeah. He's on a trip.
He's doing a trip.
On a trip.
His favorite rocket ship.
A good
Maybe. He
looter.
might be.
And
He's been out in the field. He's been doing very busy boss work.
He's been doing business.
being a boss.
Cuts to Billion with
Wow.
a machine gun. Rah!
Honestly, though. That sounds correct for the boss
Hey,
man.
Doc, you need another car to break down, didn't you? There's one here on me.
I
Near the
need a
farm.
better bike for
Near the
myself.
farm? Yeah, I'll head over.
Okay.
Send nudes? No, send dudes.
Oh
I need
my.
backup.
Not
Ace.
dudes, dudes.
How you
Oh my
doing,
God.
Ace?
Who did a huge sign on the fucking back that says "I hate Zora"?
I wonder. I wonder.
Oh my god! Oh, that one was funny. That one was funny.
I was laughing at it as I walked out the back earlier.
I remember that time. Oh my
I
god.
didn't walk out back yet until now, and I was like, "Oh, I noticed that." Try guessing. Oh man.
It's
Fire.
Yeah, it's the pie, isn't it?
It's not papaya. It
What the
wasn't
fuck did papaya
papaya.
do? What did papaya do?
It was
No.
it was set. It was set. I had it on like on stream.
As I say, you're asking the wrong questions there, Nicole. It's not what has he done, it's what he hasn't done.
Yeah, what hasn't he done?
The fuck? What the fuck is this delay?
You're a delay.
Oh!
I have big delay. Like just going into the motorcycle.
Yeah, it's okay. I had to turn a bunch of settings down because for some reason
you have
the
a
game is
motorcycle?
angry.
I have a mini bike.
Or do you have the?
I want the fancy one. I
Thank
I
Doc
don't
gave
have
me a
a
mini bike,
fancy
but I've never
one.
used it. I've only ever used my bike.
I gotta
think it's
turn it
'cause
down, I
keep not
guess.
getting
Here,
to
Chief.
actually, where is my bike?
Merry Christmas.
Yay! Thank you, Doc. Mwah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yay! I'm happy.
No.
It's kind of gay.
Kinda gay. What?
No,
Why
Ace.
are you keep dropping shit off at the wrong fucking door?
you just see a guy. You just see a guy and a woman like kissing. And it's like, man, what are you guys gay? Like, God.
What are you? Let me see.
No, you're still gonna be in the basement. We talk about this, Ace. I'm not letting you out.
Smile for a moment.
Why?
What?
Why? Because yes.
Alright, I'll be right back.
In the basement, you
Wh-
stay. I think of you? No.
Oh, for a new house, do not touch. Oh, yeah.
Give bro ventilation at least. What?
You think that scares me?
The fuck you mean? Yes. What?
You think that scares me too? I've beaten you with a normal baseball bat.
I think nails go
Yeah.
in materials.
You know what?
Nails?
They go in mats.
Maybe
It's about the
materials.
mats, baby, the mats.
Hey,
Oh,
Zach.
Mets.
Zach.
The Mets.
I can dodge it.
Oh my god, who raised 2,000 for my community challenge? Please,
You have a
no.
coin
What
crate.
do you
It's
think?
the cash box.
Oh my god. I need to just it. I
It's-
found it. I
I
found it.
make my... And then I take the motorcycle.
God
Come
damn
on,
it.
1, 2,
Gas.
3, 4, 5,
Gas,
Six,
gas.
7,
Someone
8,
gonna step on my gas.
9, 10, 11. Oh.
Who be the winner?
Oh my god, it doesn't let me take the motorcycle. Come on.
Looks like a skill issue, to be fair.
Oh my god, who said it? Who said it? Who fucking said it?
Huh? Said what?
Who said what?
The
Yeah,
two
who
numbers.
said what? Yeah, who said it? What the?
Fuck said the accursed word.
Who said a cursed words?
I didn't
Oh,
even
shit.
hear it, man. All I heard was Nazi counting.
Bet? Can I have permission to slay whoever says that number with the comments? Like insta slay, like insta fucking tender, like insta fucking dumb.
Command word kill.
I'm not singing Golden soon. No, I'm not gonna sing.
Wait a minute.
No one's gonna sing.
Nazi was
Nuh-uh.
counting though, so
Yeah, I was counting. Like I was counting how delayed I was. It takes me more than 10 seconds.
No, it's just that someone in Nachi's chat said the number combo that great circuit
Yeah. No.
My niece says that shit to me
Don't
every
make
time
me
I go over for D&D
sing.
and I
will
want to scream.
try.
I need to ask, and this is a general question for anybody. If you find that shit funny, you're literally dead to me. Okay, you're dead to society.
No, please, no.
No one finds that funny anymore.
But I find it funny.
No one ever found it funny.
But I find it funny, dog. But
You
Papaya
find that
finds it
number
funny.
combo funny?
Do you actually find that funny?
I find
tell me
the
you're lying.
reactions to that
Out of the harem.
funny. Not, the number is not funny, but the reactions I get from it funny. No! Why you kill me? No! Why?
Not
You know what? That's deserved. That's
You should-
deserved. Literally deserved. Literally deserved.
The tabby mom has spoken.
Tabby mommy has
No!
spoken.
Okay, I deserve that. I deserve the tabby mommy.
Tabby
Punishment.
mommy wrath came from the hell.
Oh my god, tabby mommy.
How much
Tabby
children do we
mommy.
still have?
Punish
mommy
me, but
wife.
I'm happy. I'm a tabby mommy wife.
That was
I
so
accept.
funny. The first time that was
Just try skipping
said.
those two numbers when counting at this point. Yes, please.
Yes, I
Removing
believe I
those
should do
numbers
that.
From the
Well-
fucking equation.
So the way I see it is that you can still count it normally, like as you would count. It's just you can't say it in that context of like how people say it nowadays as a meme.
Yeah,
You know, 'cause
like
there's
not
that-
the tone.
there's
Not
that
do not
tone.
include the tone. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you can
I agree
still
with you on
count
that.
normally.
Even if you
just-
say it normally, people are like, "Oh, you sing that." I'm just like,
that's what I mean. Those people are just dead. Like I don't believe they're real. I
But
think they're
Nazi
zombies.
speak- No!
I think they're zombies. Like genuinely, they're just zombies.
The tabby mommy wife has spoken. What is
It
happening
has
in
spoken.
here?
Tabby mommy wife has spoken. Indeed. How do I?
I
Huh?
think I might head out to the burnt forest for a little while.
Does anyone wanna like
No.
go and mine more iron, please?
I got you.
That's-
Where can I get them?
Is that the Where's that at? Where's the iron source?
Monkey
What
no.
biome is
Hi,
that?
monkey no. Upside down bat.
You got a 9.
It's oil shell, nitrate
Oh.
powder. Oh,
Just
it's in
sitting upside down
the.
on your fucking stream. Hold on, let me fucking take
How
a
Oh,
look
wait.
could
here.
you?
It might be
Oh.
some in the burnt area, so I might go there. Anyone want to come along?
Wait, what?
I got the
What?
4x4.
What were you? What were you trying to
Oh,
find
I wanna-
normal?
Like,
It's exclamation point fun for the fun commands that are
There's an
custom.
iron
The
pit
custom
behind
fun
the house.
commands. It's this one if you
Sure.
need it.
yeah, my second duck. Don't
I'm not
leave it on
leaving.
me.
I'm not leaving yet, dude. I gotta drop stuff off.
There is an iron pit behind the house. Really?
Trader Rec is closing shortly. So Finish your damn business or come back
I'm
tomorrow.
upside down because then
You're still
people can see
alive.
the menu stuff, the integration.
Who's got the mask to actually be in the biome? If not, we gotta make those work.
I have it because Set gave me one.
You have one.
Oh,
I have one.
the desert one?
The smoke gear one.
Oh, I don't
Uh,
have that.
I did make a couple desert though. It was in the closed drawer on the very bottom. But I can make the trader's clean air. Yeah, but with the mask you can just roam freely without. Because that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna roam freely a lot.
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Hi,
then I can
Radiant. Thank
make
you
some,
for the
'cause I can make it.
follow. Hello, welcome.
We got missions there, but no
welcome.
mask.
I'm not Chikuranashi.
Uh,
Hello, welcome,
Here,
welcome.
I'll do this then. I will make a bunch.
I'm playing
Just,
7 Days
give
to
me some
Die
time.
with my friends right now. Yes. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Good
I
evening.
kept wanting to do something and I kept forgetting.
Elements.
Real. Real.
Like a
What?
pen going
What?
through boxes trying to like remember what the fuck I wanna do.
Sharky! Hello,
Also, you're
welcome,
still the
welcome. Good morning,
No, I don't think
Sharky.
so. Tabby,
Who
you're
said that?
fine. I just need to make a. I'll
Who
just
said
need
a
to make
what?
masks. What the fuck I'm gonna do? I mean, I'll stop by Trader Jen first before really anything, so you can talk to her and get some missions. Then we can do some in the area.
Can I join you for that?
Sure.
Hey,
Yeah.
Debbie.
I need
Like,
some,
like,
where's the fuel?
listen here. You got me.
Oh. Okay. So, Zoro needs one. Nachi needs one.
Excellent.
Tabby needs one, and you.
And
need one.
I gave the Debbie mine.
Oh, you gave Tabby yours?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so I just need 3.
Anything for my Debbie.
I'm hoping I might bring some cash along too, because if Jen's got a mod that I want, I'm gonna buy it.
And if she has decorations, I wanna buy them.
Yeah, so I'll bring the stack, and then when I'm done with it, I'll just hand it to you, and you can buy whatever.
Okay, everyone. New mission for everyone here.
What?
Yoink the freaking plants from houses.
You trying to
Like
create
the-
a plant army?
No,
Why?
You
Why
wild
are
like
we
a rug.
yoinking
Like-
plants? Oh, for design? For decoration? Oh my god. No, please. Oh shit, I forgot I have 2 more spin wheels. Depth to snowball. Fuck.
Actually,
I'll do
Nicola,
that
what
later.
color do you like for bed? I'm gonna make a room for you
Hold
with a
on.
big
Commands
bed.
are now.
Oh,
Oh.
Okay. Here
Please
is
don't let me
one
sing.
smoke gear.
I'm gonna make like a huge bed like
Who
this
took it?
for you.
What?
Pink, purple, or orange are fine. Ah, do you like this pink?
What?
What else do you want me to
Wow,
put in your,
we
in your room?
Celebrate
You want me
work?
to get your TV, some desk? Okay. I'm gonna decorate my wife's room very pretty.
How do you use paint? You need a
Yeah.
paintbrush.
Paint.
And I think if it's right click, do we have a paint and a brush? We have paint. I don't know about a brush.
I
You have like
hate
several. I think the last time I checked, we had like more than enough brushes.
Yeah, there's 2 in the diversity box. As far as paint
Welcome
goes,
back,
I don't
Reaper.
know where that. Where
I can
they
easily
might
make.
be.
I can make paint. Easily.
I say if it also needs be, you can also go buy paint from Rect as well.
Oh yeah, you could.
Could you make pink paint? Yeah, you can change the color. paint is just a natural all color, so you have to choose which one you want. Plus, you can do like wallpapers and such. So you can change like the cobblestone look to being like something else, or like the wood look to be like something else.
Craft one paint is 5,000.
Yell.
Hydrate.
Don't look at the chemistry station.
What are you putting? What are you putting in there? Oh
what are
my
you?
god, man!
Thank you for the hydrate.
It's gonna be a huge hose, okay? Okay.
Huge.
Huge.
Thanks.
Huge.
Okay, I made
Huge.
3 smoke gears. They are in the clothes box on the very bottom.
Clothes.
Mike,
I'm
oh my god, I think I gave Nicola the desert one,
Yeah.
not the smoke one. I'm stupid.
No smoking?
I gave her the desert one, not the smoke
Oh
one.
my lag.
The desert one.
can-
What's the desert one?
Can you
But
make
there's still-
one for her?
Yeah, there's one. Well, I mean, that can just replace the yours then, because I made 3 for that reason. Because it was originally it was 4 of you. I thought, because I didn't think you had one, but then you said that you gave Tabby yours, but you didn't.
Yeah,
So Tabby,
I didn't. I didn't because what I gave Tabby was like the desert one. I thought it was the smoke one. So I'm stupid.
do you have a smoke one still, or?
No, I got it. I grabbed one.
Do I
Yeah.
have what? Oh, we do.
Okay,
Goodness.
that's fine.
Sorry.
Oh, nice.
No. It's not your fault, Nicola. I thought I gave you the correct one. Not... It's my bad.
Yeah, no, you
my
can
bad.
still take one. You can still take one, Tabby. It's just that I need to make
Yeah.
another one real quick.
Yeah.
That's fine. We got plenty of stuff to make it. Not that much to take.
Yeah.
Oh my god, who's in the Matt's clothes
What?
box?
In a
Very
decade?
bottom
Well,
row.
good luck.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
We'll put
schnick.
ladder the smelting box.
You're a smelting box.
Times.
You're.
Huh? Wait.
You're.
Clarify what you mean by that.
Oh.
Oh,
Man, I don't know.
Damn,
I
8
have-
seconds
I have
delay.
the other one. I'm having the other one being made.
8-second delay.
Yeah. That's how bad it is. I'm gonna cry.
As I've used paint again. I think right click you can change the different paint.
I think it's holding air. I think.
Holding R? Oh yeah, holding R I think is where you could change the different paint types. Left click? Oh, that was a wipe. Try right clicking.
I have a fancy one.
Do you even have paint on you, so?
I was like,
Oh, no,
yeah.
I
And yeah, you need paint.
Okay. I have
That
one
paint.
more smoke gear in the box, the closed box, bottom row.
What are you planning,
Oh
Zoro?
my
huh?
God.
What are you planning?
Oh my god, it's
Oh my
pink!
god. The
It's
floor.
pink! Yippee! It's pink! Oh my god.
Nah.
Oh god, the light bulb.
Oh
think
my,
we need,
oh
like,
my
normal-
god.
I think we
I
need
like the
normal
pink.
lights. The fires are like killing the vibe.
I mean, I'm gonna make the real horse, so I'm gonna be doing electrical
He.
stuff, so...
Do we keep
Sorry,
it?
I was
Yeah,
trying to
I
remove
like
the
it.
Yeah,
tag.
might as well.
I
Might
was
as well
trying
do it. There you go.
I like it.
Something happens now. She's like,
I'm so scared.
All right.
No!
I made the last smoke gear. Who needs it?
I have one. I can go with
Nicole, darling, did you
that.
grab it?
Just that I'm so scuffed, like very delayed. I don't know why.
Okay.
Might be because I'm streaming or
This why
something.
wanna bring the new host with me after? You can help me with the planning. You can give me like an idea.
Cuckoo! Hi, Cuckoo!
Hi, Asuna! Hi, Cuckoo!
Cuckoo! Hi,
I'm heading
Asuna! It's the Cuckoo!
Why, where are
It's
you
the
going?
Pee Land!
I'm up front.
Hey, Pee Land, let's
Which
go.
front?
Fibula.
The actual
Yeah.
front of the house.
Which?
The Trader Rex. I consider
Oh
that being
my
front.
god! Can I
Oh,
join
okay,
your
okay.
car? Oh my god, it's so cool!
What?
No!
I mean, yeah, if
You
you
know!
want. Oh. Damn! Damn! There's no need for that, dude. Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, but there's still one more spot. Just come here. Nachi!
Wait, I'm trying to get my car! my motorcycle. Woo. I'm not.
You don't need it.
What? I am so delayed, man.
Yeah, you're literally
Yeah, you're.
freaking teleporting on my screen.
Yeah, that's how delayed I am. Oh my
think it's
goodness.
I feel like it's the Twitch integration that's causing you that.
Is it?
Hopefully
I
not.
think so, to be honest.
It
'Cause you
might
were
be.
fine.
I ended up having to turn off actions and stuff. I'm still lagging a little bit, but
What?
I mean,
What?
we can turn them off, the integrations.
It's so weird though, because when I was playing with like my other friend, it was just me and her, but we never really had like that issue where we were lagging like constantly with everything. So it's just weird to me.
It
That
might be
it's
also
happening like
because maybe Bat's PC cannot handle like 8 people at the same time.
I thought that was the normal thing.
Yeah.
No.
And
Wait,
not
you,
to mention-
wait, you still running Windows XP on there? Just no.
Windows Vista?
Play that Windows XP sound.
Oh, you're running Windows 7.
7.5. Thank you very much.
1.4 starter.
8.1. Okay, get your fucking back.
8.12.
Oh, my bad.
In a fight, right?
Ooh, poor zombie.
Oh my gosh.
Passenger princess.
Zara's trying to clean Seth's mess.
Wait. I wanna see what they have in this shop. Oh wait, it's
This thing
closed.
is.
Never mind. It's closed. I'm
Yeah,
stupid.
oh, I forgot Trader Jen's right there too. It's pointing me to a different Trader Jen, like all the way over here. Jen's sister, with a G. Jen. Jen, meet
Jen?
with a G.
Again.
Thank you for the
right?
hand,
No.
bad
I guess
good
it's fair.
girl.
That's a fair point. I can't really go to the shop, so I guess we'll stop at a place and just look around.
I need to find.
Oh goodness.
Apparently, I'm thirsty.
Thirsty.
I forgot to drink before leaving base.
Big thirst.
The big thirst.
Oh, thirst.
Hi.
Is this?
Huh?
Wait, here, life.
What?
Not in real life, Reaper, you silly! But thank you.
Hi.
Oh, thank you.
Damn, that's
Oh,
a
an energy
big
drink.
vehicle storage. Also, what?
Are you sure?
Where are we?
Yeah, it's
Nah, hungry.
we're in the burnt
gone.
forest. We're at some parking lot. I mean, it's a good thing for me because I can get these cars.
I give you a hobo stew.
Would you
You
call
feel like
that?
crushing your enemies.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
I guess we'll crush your enemies.
Fresh.
It's just me or is Petty like it?
I say, damn, look at the lag. Oh,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
shut the fuck up.
You know what? Let me
Ooh.
try. I'll turn off the integration.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I'm probably gonna do the same thing too.
I will what? Turn off what?
Turning off the Twitch
Turning
integration.
off the Twitch
Okay, done.
integration.
Ah, okay. I'll disconnect it as well. Okay.
Hold up.
Okay.
Let me do.
You guys know Twitch integration now. I'm sorry.
integration
It's just too
You
laggy.
lost it.
Fuck.
Solid.
Well, again, help.
It's just so much lag. We gotta turn it down.
We're trying to have fun. We don't want to lag.
Yeah, that's you.
Fuck having
We
fun.
can do
this
that
is
next
business.
time.
That's good. Drank.
Yes, Drank. Hi, Shinji. Hello. Welcome to the
Oh my
stream.
god.
Get in the mech, Shinji.
I'm not thirsty.
Oh my
You better
god, Bert.
wait.
I'm sorry.
I know, but it was
Fine.
fitting.
I will be thirsty. Tabby.
What?
Oh, a different thirsty. My bad.
I see. I
Now she
see.
wants Tabby mommy wife.
Yes.
Oh, we got a storm.
Yes.
Where Tabby
got a
mommy
storm,
wife?
we got a
Where my
storm.
Tabby mommy wife? Mama,
I also
hi.
need medicine because I got infected by that son of a bitch.
No.
Oh, here.
How dare you do that?
Because I'm hungry. Then go eat, silly.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Kara. Thank you.
Oh my god.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we got a storm coming. Gotta get indoors.
Blah, 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 blah.
I am the storm that is approaching.
1 minute
Yeah.
away.
Say I would
got
do
us some
the
light.
whole vocal stim, but I don't want to overtake the voice chat.
Can I disintegrate this? No.
You can disintegrate Zoro instead.
Bros.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
We're holding up in this little cubby. There's a storm gonna be happening here soon.
Yeah, we gotta stay inside.
Gotta stay inside and hold hands.
I still have 30
We can
seconds.
hold hands.
Hold hands.
Maybe cuddle a little.
I got some water from that
Yeah.
shit. The fuck?
Who just walked outside?
Not cheating?
Oh my.
But you have an idea. Hold up.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
You are safe from the storm. I sure hope so.
I don't know if I believe you.
What storm is that though?
Flying
What? What?
It's like a suffocating storm. It's like a dark cloud.
That's
Like
a lot of
wind.
plants.
Well, there's so much plants.
Because she's a plant demon. She spawned plants.
It's just like summoning
Let
all
me
my
make
kids.
it comfy. let me make it comfy here. Hold up. Let me make it comfy.
Okay.
Make it comfy.
Well, how comfy are we doing? Oh, Nicola, mommy, you wanna lay down?
Yeah, what's that? What?
Okay,
Yeah.
Get out!
Oh my god, dude. Take a cold
Getting the
shower.
bong. No.
Oh my god.
Bonk the Nachi. Oh my
Take a
god.
cold
I'm just
shower.
like
And then it's funny because was like working around like Discords, was looking at stuff. I went to the NSFW art chat and I seen fucking Rose posting a GIF that says aggressively barking.
Shut up.
Yeah.
What?
She was aggressively
Hey.
barking at World Breaker, which I was gonna type like, don't bark at that one. That one's not safe. Don't touch that one.
And then she
That's
proceeds
not
to
brilliant.
bark.
Don't touch that one.
Like, bark,
I
bark,
That
bark.
one,
no.
that one is not safe. No.
Even I don't want to fuck you. I give that one. I slide nice notes and a cupcake into the slot, and I leave that one alone.
There you go. We gotta watch the TV, no?
With a couple of burns, I'm not letting World Breaker do anything to me. That woman can stay far away. Billion, fine. World Breaker, no.
Who's gonna hurt?
Shelter, huh?
Why
Oh,
is
you
it,
were,
huh?
you were by the
Oh.
door.
Sorry, it's bad for my lungs. My lungs burn.
Oh, that would hurt.
No. What the,
Which
huh?
is weird because, you know.
We're them zombies.
Ah, we have.
Visitors.
I'm gonna be real with you, Rose. They might destroy them pilot planes.
Ah! Son
Not
of a
the babies.
fuckers!
They're gonna destroy your kids. No.
Bye bye, babies.
The
My
babies.
babies.
Protect the babies. Oh
God.
my god.
Imagine
Dog,
something
don't
really
die
cute.
out there.
Out of stamina. Bro, I was just aiming, but alright.
Okay, that's it. That's enough fucking with the creative menu. I was just thinking like
What the fuck?
decoration
There's a-
from there.
Did you just put that there? The cold beer sign?
Yeah.
Cold beer!
Cold beer. We're drinking cold beers now from the storm.
There's a TV here too.
Yeah, that
Shut
was
your mouth.
me. That was-
There's a
Almost said
TV
something
here,
really,
too.
really bad.
yeah.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was easy by commands to spam them.
Here. Rose, can I have that corner? I need to go into the timeout corner.
Ah, okay, okay.
Thank you. I need to put myself in timeout for what I just thought. I need to take a cold shower. Do it, share. So I was thinking, like, cold beer. The only thing here to drink is me.
You're goddamn right.
Can I drink you?
You gotta work for it, but sure.
Chugging time.
Chugging time. It's
Can you
time to
take
start
18.5?
drinking.
Can you take 18.5 inches, Nachi? Do you think you can do that?
Oh my god. I'll be obliterated, but I don't mind.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
No, fuck you, Zaro. You're the one that's weak here. Stupid potato.
I don't
No,
know.
fuck
I
you.
think Zoro might choke a little. He might struggle a little. Just a little.
Just a
Bruh.
Made of paper ass.
No, stupid rotten potato.
Oh.
Stay under the ground. Stay under the ground.
Safe from the
Stinky.
storm.
Zoro said, "I'll adapt. I'm good."
Oh, okay. If so, that means that you're gonna be good with your gag reflex, right?
Oh my
You
god.
know what? This is Zora after that comment.
Zoro can't do that. Zoro's married, remember?
He's also married to me, so
Oh.
Oh
I
my
didn't
god.
Y'all
Oh my
didn't
god.
notice it.
you guys are
There's
my
so much-
husbands and my wives. Duh.
I don't know
I got
who
it
was
on
all in.
paper.
Hey,
about everybody here.
I was about to say, I think everybody in here is in my harem. So,
Yeah.
I like how that open sign's not even on the wall. It's just fucking floating.
We're open. Where? Yup.
oh.
Okay.
Figure it out, dumbass.
No more fucking with the creative menu.
Oh, hey, look, it's the wheelchair that's gonna be needed for everybody once we're out of here.
That's what I just said earlier. That's why I spammed it. I'm like, Hold up. Maybe
Hi, Rumi. Hello,
Yeah,
hello.
bro,
Welcome to
yeah.
the stream.
Yeah,
Actually, that's gonna be
when-
needed for me because I'm gonna be so fucking sore I can't walk. Everyone else will be fine. It's me. I'm just
Like R.I.P. back. Yeah.
Oh, right back.
Feedback.
The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Spongy needs rest.
Oh, that's a good chocolate thing. Yum. I'm happy.
Gotta take it slow,
Rose.
Rose. Easy. Goddamn. Don't try to take the whole thing at once.
Don't be greedy.
Don't take it all. Share.
Don't be greedy.
There's 18.5 inches. That there's enough. It's fine.
Oh, storm's over. Thank God. Get me out of here.
Doc is just like, why am I in this room? Why am I closing the room with 3 women?
With 3
No.
woman.
3
Oh, I don't
women.
mind being trapped in a room full of beautiful women.
But it's a different story. If the 3
18.5
women
inches makes it very
are
hard for us all.
Yeah.
horny for each other.
Well, that's why you have your
Rose,
corner.
Rose,
Just
we're
pop
back.
it up,
Rose,
just hold it up.
Rose, we gotta go. Rose, Rose.
I think Rose is like embarrassed.
Lamel, you can save space, bro. I was crushed in that corner, alright? I had 3 amazing people, but like brushed up against me. It was. I didn't think I was gonna make it out alive.
Rose, your plants
Yeah,
are gonna be
We got
gone
3.
later.
We got 3 thicky women, and then
think
scrawny
it's
guy.
I think I should sound the
This
holy
guy.
freaking
Hey,
plant.
I found a paintbrush.
God.
A moldy backpack. Why is it moldy?
Oh my god.
Is it moldy? Disgusting.
It's moldy because it's been sitting out in the fucking air.
Drugs. Nom.
Ah.
Hi.
You good,
What's
Rose?
that? What, don't look down at my 18.5 and go, like
Can
that.
I?
You're gonna get scared.
Can I look at it?
Can I look at it?
Gotta look at it, bro. I think I'm gonna have to find the art piece again. I don't know what fucking folder that thing is in.
I got you.
I
Oh,
have
you got me?
a 10
Cool.
one.
Well, it's like,
I have
know
a
sent
10
it
one.
to a few people. I just don't know where it is.
Weak only wants to look, bruh.
Weak.
And sent that. Weak.
Bruh, I'll be happy to take that even if it means my life will be gone.
The fucking,
we'll work on
liquid when it all the fucking twat. Lung, whatever. Oh my fucking.
Actually, I'm lost.
Where are we going?
I have no idea. I'm trying to find Doc. There he is.
Doc! Don't leave us!
Why?
Why
Yeah.
are you leaving us?
I don't want to drive.
Oh, I know how to drive.
I don't want to drive. Hell no.
Oh, hell no.
Let me in.
You're already
Let
in.
me
You got
in.
like 3 times, dude.
What?
Yeah.
Get in
Hit
then.
E1.
Okay.
I was like, get in then. Where
I
you
have
going?
a delay. I forgot I have a bad delay.
Had to after the talk. Oh yeah. No, thank you. Everyone needs some fucking
There is
water.
There's a medical store. Guess we can check that
I
out.
might have to
Oh, yeah.
yeet
Poppin' pills.
TikTok stream. TikTok stream.
that also
I'm
might be
sorry,
helping
but
me.
I will have to end stream on TikTok because I can't. The delay is
Come over
killing
to
me.
Twitch.
Come over to the
Please
Bless
go
you,
to
Bats.
Twitch if you want to still watch. Yeah.
Don't eat you fuckers!
I like how Bats just wham.
Bye, you
had
guys.
it.
Bye.
Bats had that on speed dial. Thank you, Bats. Mwah.
You're like, this?
This one right here shakes it in front of me. Yeah, that one.
Okay, it's gone. TikTok stream is gone. I can hopefully my delay is better now.
All cash in the cash.
Please
Cash
tell
box.
me I'm better now.
All right,
Yeah,
Nachi.
it goes in the cash box.
Here you go, Nachi, just for you. Not just.
Excuse you, can you take your fucking filthy freaking hands off me? Thank you.
Gotta feel fuck kinda.
Filthy fucking hands.
Only my wife can touch me.
I love
Yeah.
papaya. Fucking stinky.
It's a papaya. It's a stanky.
Oh
Stinky
my
ass.
Stanky
What the
papaya.
Ew.
It's a stanky.
Papaya. Stinky papaya.
It's a stanky
Come on.
papaya.
Stinky papaya.
Why don't
Papaya's
you talk
like,
to
I'm-
us like
Papaya's
that
like,
more
I'm-
often? What?
Papaya's like, I'm
Whoa.
happy.
Get the fuck.
Where is everyone?
Snake.
Where
Where's
is
the store?
everyone? Oh, you're inside. Okay.
Who's
Rose is being feisty.
Rose is being
Bruh.
feisty.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm still delayed. What the fuck? I might need to reconnect or something. I don't know.
Reset your PC. I don't know.
You know,
I'ma try and reset.
Your like 7 days a day fucking settings, cause I'm curious what the fuck you have like.
I don't know. What do I need to show?
Oh my
Show
god.
the deeds. Oh my god.
Okay, that you can just stream here real quick so I can tell you what to. Like,
Okay.
Also, Nachi, when you get a second, check your DMs.
The DMs.
Why are you looking at that? Check the DMs.
Oh my.
Why, if you already broke here? Damn, that's fast.
Can I?
For the, well, for what she has, yeah, it would break it out anyway.
I mean, yeah.
I think Rose has
Yes.
seen it, but
This
Not you
dude
speak
blushing enough
words.
to warm the room. I think
Oh my
Nachi
God.
needs to leave for like a little bit.
no. Only
Nachi.
these nice
Break.
cats.
Hold on.
Papaya's not even a cat, dude. What the fuck?
Where's my thing? Okay, there we go.
Oh, not papaya. Oh, okay. I was like, motherfucker, what do you mean?
Where
He's
do
not
I
a
need to
cat.
go, Rose?
Go to the video.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I wasn't sure.
Let me see. Can you turn off the upscaler mode? Turn it off. Upscaler mode. That one.
Upscaler
that
mode?
one. Yeah, good. Okay, let's see. Can lower the field of view.
Tunnel
The
vision.
field of view. There you go. 50. That's okay.
Give yourself tunnel vision.
Lower
I like
the
the
third person
one.
too. Third person camera mode, just make it free. So that's not even total like.
Not a cat, but it
Yeah.
gives cat energy.
Wait, what?
Third person camera distance, put it to 25.
Do you?
Popeye! Oh, I have sinned.
Okay.
That's okay. Go to quality. Up the top. Okay.
In my eyes.
Turn low. Okay.
Hey, Joe.
Tickles. Distance. Then fraction.
I had to
You good?
unload a letter. Yeah, I'm good.
Just turn
They just scared me because I fell from the
the SS
ceiling.
reflections. Just turn them off.
Reflections.
Which
Turn them
one?
off. Turn them off.
Which
SS
reflection?
reflections. Fuck them.
It's on.
Turn them off. It's on low. SS reflections. It's
Oh, it's
on low. SS
Okay.
reflections.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go. Apply. Okay. Not sure. That's should be okay though. We close the stream and
Okay, I'll try to open something and then we'll see how long it will take for me to open them.
Oh,
yeah,
hello.
just close your stream on Discord first.
Or
Nachi, darling.
Goddamn leg is
There we
sprained,
go.
you bitch.
Good Nachi, good Nachi.
oh, it's a bit better now, I guess.
papaya.
Hold on, no, one more. Oh, I have a 3-second delay now. Finally, a bit better.
Hey.
Hey.
No, I'm gonna put the burning shaft mod on my knuckles. Wow, see how it
You
is.
can't because it's for shafts.
Ceiling.
Gotta go get a shaft, I guess.
Time to go
Yep.
get a shaft. I mean, you can borrow mine temporarily, but you know.
I was just about to say.
I knew you were. I could smell it. Sneak.
You can smell it.
The smell.
Smelly.
Nicole has enough to go around, dude. Yeah.
Do you want us to go through your settings too, or you already have the shit?
I think I've got it to where it's okay for now.
Yeah, just
I'm
make
still
sure
like
to have
futzing around with it.
Yeah, just make sure to have like the bloom, the whizzing and stuff like that, like off.
Nope.
Oh
can't
yeah,
do that.
yeah. I have bloom and like motion blur and all like garbage off.
Wait.
Yeah.
And you said upscaler mode. Did you say turn that off?
Yeah, I turned them off, and I don't know. I just been having much better fucking time with them.
Okay, I will try it with
I'm
upscaler
not
mode off.
Where's
Nachi,
that?
no!
Trash.
Oh, no! You heard your name.
I'm
What?
trying
Yeah, I said
to
papaya.
reconnect.
Of course you are. You claim that you have cat energy, and I was like, sure you do.
Nicola, darling, I think my tab on your stream has been broken for forever. I had a commercial break for like 1 hour already.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Have
you
you
might
said?
you might need a refresh. Yeah.
yeah, I'm refreshing now. Like I kept like oh god.
God damn it!
I'm
I
just
keep
looking at your settings now.
holding E, but it's not.
Yeah. You might want to like put the anti-aliasing like wait, on off, anti-aliasing to off.
Nachi,
Drink.
why?
Drink.
There you go.
Drink.
Nachi just wants me to like piss so
Lower
much.
the
dude.
lower the particles
I want
down
everyone
like
to be very
50.
hydrated, you know.
particles.
Nachi's like drink.
Yeah.
Then
Drink.
piss.
Drink.
Shadows
Bro.
quality to medium.
Drink.
Special defense from medium and high.
I drank.
Water, ya
Shut
water,
the
ya
fuck
water,
up.
water, ya water, ya water, water. Water, ya
Which
water, ya
shadows,
water, water, ya
Rose?
water, 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 water.
Oh yeah, shadows quality on medium. Yeah. It's correct. Okay.
Someone having issues running the game? Maybe.
Oh, just turn off the sun shafts.
Just turn
Take
it
off
off.
the hydrate. The sun shafts off. Yeah. Oh, right. This delay. My brain, the Lulu. Okay, you should apply that. And if you did the display thingy, as I told you with the scaler, should be a teeny bit better. Oh yeah, turn off the VSync also.
No, I cannot turn off VSync.
Oh,
I
really?
cannot because of my monitor.
Oh.
My monitor
okay,
gets
okay,
pissed.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's fair.
And then
that's
I'll
fair.
have screen tearing, and then I'll want to rip my eyes out.
I'll have screen tearing, then I want to give my eyes a tear. so-
Yeah. The shadows, the difference between medium and high, there's no difference literally. So there's no
Yeah.
point of having it on high. It's the same if you even put it on medium. So, but
I
it
think I'm
should
honestly
be-
just gonna lag regardless. But it's not like
Yeah.
too bad. It's not as bad as poor Nachi's. It's only
Yeah.
like a stutter for like a
What?
second.
Oh my god.
Maybe this may be like location debuff now.
Wow, they hating.
You gotta
Oh my
fly.
God, it's
dude. You gotta fly nearby. Why am I in Asia? Fuck me.
You don't want to go back there.
Why
wanna go
am
back
I
there.
in
You got
Asia?
Sick.
It's
Oh, Papaya, why the fuck are you jumping on me, Papaya?
What? What?
You know what?
What
I'll
did
just let
Papaya
the-
do?
I'll-
What did
I'll let
Papaya
the
do?
Gamer man handle that.
I almost always lower shadows in games because really just there's not to do that much on high for how much it costs to use. Yeah, except if you're playing shooters. The shadows you're really gonna need, like PvP shooters and stuff like that.
Okay, that was a mess.
I'm gonna.
Damn.
Back. No.
That was crunchy.
Delicious. It needed a teeny bit more spice though.
And more garlic.
I'm sorry, I'm a hungry plant, okay? I can help
okay.
it. I need to crunch.
Yeah, we've kind of noticed.
Oh,
Look, Nachi's the one sitting over here calling me freaking tabby mommy.
I need lockpick
Oh, mommy.
You need luck pick?
Mommy.
I'm on the way.
up on the roof. Is Snake
on the roof?
okay?
oh yeah, I
Marcus
haven't.
is
Oh my
okay.
god, I just realized I also
Okay.
have it. Oh my god. Nicola, we
Get up on.
we can do a sword
Oh, there
fight. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you talking about my 18.5 again?
I have a short sword.
You have a short sword, do you?
What?
Well, Snake hasn't spoken since earlier. I think he's probably
It's
locked
not
in.
letting me connect to the game. What the fuck?
Probably locked in, or maybe he got
Oh,
out.
the Final Fantasy thingy.
I DM'd it to you, Nicola.
Goddamn.
I forgot to put the spoiler on. Fuck! Hold on.
Snake! Zoro's trying to get your attention.
Yes, Zoro.
There you go.
There he is.
Nice.
Why-
Oh, Snake.
There's a weapon flashlight in here. Do you want that?
Because sometimes a snake locks in really hard and he just gets really quiet.
Yeah.
Just
can put on your
locking
handgun.
it out there.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Lock
Where's
in.
the book? Okay.
Oh, Snake.
Waiting for the server. Please don't give me this sign.
Oh, Marcus.
Yes, plant.
Cine ba kuminte?
I am gonna take your vines and wrap them around you and hang you from a tree.
No, you're not.
Wow,
Wait, where
not a
is-
treatment.
Where's Nick from? Fuck, I got kicked by EDC again.
Promise?
I
Still
will
not
be
polish?
right back because of all this beautiful
Oh.
hydration. I've got to go to the litter box again.
Oh my god, I tell you.
Gabi!
And this is why I increased the minutes for the hydrate.
I'm about to. Oh god.
Usual, totally usual. Anyway, this is Nicolas spot.
Well, you're gonna get it because no one's in passenger seat, so.
Let me be on the fucking back one!
Let me be passenger princess. God damn.
Rosa and Nachi have been passenger princess. They've been sitting in the back the entire time.
Yeah.
Well, do you want me to drive?
No, none of us want you to drive.
Hey!
Oh
I'm-
my god.
I'm in the driver's seat right now, so I'm driving.
Come on, I'm not that bad of a driver.
I didn't say you were bad of a driver. That's just you assuming.
What?
What magazines did you need? Did you need vehicle adventure or what you need?
I need. Okay, hopefully this time I get to join. Please let me join, bruh.
Are you okay there, dude?
Card armor.
Let me join.
For you.
Oh, Set, by the way, I can make a better drone for you now at some point too.
So you're droning?
Drone? We droning.
Just droning
Hello,
it.
how are you? I'm under the water. I'm droning.
Just out here
Droning?
droning it? Oh my god. I don't know where girl goes. I think girl goes in diversity.
Yeah, I think just put in diversity for right now.
My head hurts.
Get Wilson head.
Mine does too, actually, which is weird.
Put it back.
What head?
If head hurt you, you hurt it back. Don't be no bitch.
My head hurts. Duh.
My head
My head
hurts.
starts punching her own
Dog,
head.
help.
Who's making one coin things out here?
Fucking EAC always kicking me out.
It's for so there's a reason for that. Why that exists. It's for stacks. So when we get to like a certain stack, it would just go to the next one instead of like it going
Having
to
to
a different
manually
spot.
put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, where am I at with archery? I've fully maxed the fuck out.
Of
I made
archery.
it.
There's
I
a
made it.
boar.
Are you now Legolas?
Shit, might as well be with the compound bow I have.
Why you fucking Cumberland? I should.
Oh my god,
You're
why did you do
cucumber.
that to the poor boy?
We need
It
more
hurts.
glue. We need more glue.
The glue!
Who's
A little
eating
bit.
all the glue?
That's
Bad.
Who's drinking them glue? Why y'all taking them glues?
I'm so
That
sick.
is great.
A little
Let
something
me
to
hit
the
it
edge
back
on.
for you. That'll teach it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
But out here eating all the
It's
glue.
not letting me connect.
Why you gotta dox me like that?
You dox yourself.
I didn't say it.
You didn't need to. It's all over your face.
I don't know about that.
Oh, tea.
Thank you, Skuku, for the headbutt and the ratipu.
You sure about it?
Getting a headache from all of this problems with
Oops,
the
I
connection
didn't do
and
that.
stuff.
Getting a headache from all this A345.
God damn! It's not letting me connect.
That usually
Okay.
cures headaches.
You're just not used to the 18.5 yet. Give it time.
Yeah, I need to.
And how to
Huh?
drive. And how to drive. Touch me. And how to drive.
No.
Touch me. Touch me.
No.
Touch me.
No.
Touch me. It will be
Look,
okay.
we all want to make it out without broken legs or anything like that.
Oh,
I would like this truck intact, dude. You know how
Oi.
much steel it took to make this fucking thing?
Oi! Are y'all fucking discriminating that plants cannot drive properly? Is that what I heard?
No, we're just saying you can't drive.
No.
Oi!
No, we're not discriminating at all. If we were discriminating, we'd be like, oh yeah, plants driving? No way, man. Like
What?
that's,
I know how to drive.
That's discriminating.
I know how to drive.
I was meant to say, hey, plants aren't for driving. They're meant to be for defending my lawn against zombies.
Home? Wait, home?
Plants
Home?
versus zombies, bros.
Home? How dare you? You deserve to get your
That's
tail
very good.
bite them.
Plants aren't meant to be driving. There's a zombie out front. Go kill it.
Nah.
Time
No,
to
I don't
unroot
feel like it.
and time to unroot and kill you.
Time to unroot and start again.
Unroot. and-
Oh
and
my god!
replant.
Excuse me?
Finally,
Unroot.
I'm
and
in.
replant. Ow.
Oh my
How dare you
god!
threaten me with unrooting, you
Oh my
fucking
god!
duck-looking
Where is
asshole.
everyone now? I am
Medical
here.
Ow.
Oh,
Degree, bitch.
you did. You
Hi.
died.
No, I just took a nap. Yeah, I died, dude.
Because you were still alive on my screen.
No, I was still standing there too. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking.
I think that's the bug in that car.
Ah, shit. Wait, what bag?
I was taking. I don't think I was taking damage from you specifically, but like the vehicle itself. I think.
Wait, huh?
Yeah, I think that's how it was working.
Who has a
Don't worry, I'm
better
here.
scrap?
Now I just gotta
phone
rack
skill?
up a whole bunch of fucking XP again.
Hey, duck.
I'm passenger princess. Oh my god.
Flash me just once. Flash me once, please. I swear to God, I can drive better than Nachi and Papaya combination.
Oh my god, what? Why couldn't me? Like what? Fuck you, Zara.
Have
Fuck
you seen Papaya?
No,
Papaya
fuck you.
fix every single pole in the corner.
I've seen Papaya drive. Yeah, it's
Yeah, but
it's
you also.
bad.
Have you seen me drive, dog?
That's why I never let Nachi drive in Fate Trigger because holy shit, I'm like, Nachi, no, get the fuck out of the car. Get out of the car. I don't want to see you in the car. Get out. She got herself
No, fuck
stuck
you,
on
Zaro.
a fucking rock as we were running from an enemy. I'm like, Nachi, and she's like, we're stuck, Nachi.
Welcome back to Madness. Clearly, I was across the room at my
It
door,
was bad
and I
driving
heard.
just because then you Papaya combined.
I just heard screaming from my earbuds, and I was like, what the fuck?
Then you and Papaya would make the car explode just by glancing at it.
No, oh my god, that's crazy. If I can just glance at Doc's car right now and it explodes, then that's true, but it's not. I'm glancing at it right now. It's not exploding. That's not true. That's not true.
Look at that silence.
The pause.
I was trying to find the words, man.
Okay, 1 second, I'll be back.
Imagine there was like a
I need to go to
like a cutout.
By my,
Imagine there was a cutout there. That would have been like funny. Who's sitting next to me? Oh, it's the person that fucking killed me. Great.
The fuck what? I'm still delayed, I guess. That's how delayed I was. Okay.
Just a wee little delay.
I'm pro gamer, man. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, that was pretty sweet.
I was like, if I spam E, I won't take.
Oh my god, on my screen, Doc is drifting.
Yeah, there was a slight drift there for a sec. It was pretty cool. I think it's because the map is having to like load all the stuff.
Yeah.
That's okay. Welcome back to Madness, the usual. Yeah. That's normal for this room.
The usual Saturday.
Oh, God. There, I just noticed the smiley
That's
face by the door. Oh, fuck's sake, set.
I wasn't set.
What, the smiley face?
Yeah.
Oh, was that you?
No, I think it was.
Hey, a boar.
Kill it! The boar is no more.
Who put the smiley face by the door? The purple one.
No idea. I don't know how to
Probably
do that,
Zoro.
so.
Doc?
I like how we're blaming me because I didn't know how to draw a heart.
I got myself a 7 days croissant.
Oh, my first time meeting Jin.
Well, with the amount of blocks there, you won't be able to draw a decent heart anyway, so...
Where are we?
There's not enough blocks there. God, I hate how I used to play Minecraft. I used to count up the fucking
knew you
blocks
had
because
it in you.
OCD didn't
Oh,
like
yeah.
being odd.
What the? Alright!
Oh my god!
Vehicle adventures. Kanga magazine.
Damn, my damn. Oh
If
my.
you do this for me, I will never forget
Oh,
you.
damn,
If you
damn,
finish
damn,
2 more
damn,
jobs
damn.
this week, I'll give you
Ooh, play more
Employee of the Month.
Hitman.
Your
Oh
health,
my goodness.
my priority.
Jen is so much nicer than Wrecked.
Infected? No problem.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
Jen,
Wait, can
are
one
you
of you
single?
guys see if she's selling glue or duct tape?
Jen, are you single? Are you
I'm
free?
in the
Are you
shop
free
now,
later,
so
Jen?
I'll
We
look.
need more glue and duct tape.
Jen.
Well, we can make more
Hi,
glue.
Fire.
Hi.
Good
I
night,
used all
Fire.
the glue to
Well,
make duct tape. We don't have any
Good
more
night,
glue.
Fire.
I said we can make glue.
We can make glue.
Dive
We have
into
bombs.
my
Indeed.
inventory.
Need
Looking
bones
to
and
stock
water.
up on supplies?
Me and my delay against the world.
we also
We
have
have bone. We melt bone. Bone become coom.
the money that
Coom
we
become.
Oh
coom
my
become
god, we
duck.
have bones. We melt bone. Bone become cool.
It's a
No,
what the fuck, Zoro?
Looking
mean,
for some healing?
Granted, I can
Trader
make mine
Joe's got you
disappear and reappear at will, but no, stay away. Don't look at it like that. I regret
Don't
eating my
look-
croissant right
No, it gets shy. No.
now. Yeah, it'll poof. I hit many men.
If I had a duke for every time someone was just looking,
Make it
I'd be
hot
as
and
rich as
white
Trader
sticky
Joel.
stuff appears. I'm technically correct.
Oh my god. Rose eating a croissant right now, like
Stop. I'm eating my croissant.
a
Stop! You
croissant.
almost made me choke on my
Not
croissant.
my croissant.
As the cream of the croissant splurts.
Sports, so oh my man.
No.
It's fucking vanilla, man. It's fucking vanilla.
Man, man, it just shows how good you are.
What?
I'm gonna fucking
Wow.
choke. I'm gonna fucking choke and I'm gonna die here.
Rose, honey, I'm already making you choke. It's okay. Just take a nice and slow, alright? Don't try to take it all at once. Slow and easy.
Oh my.
Chew slowly, okay?
Why did I read white sticky stuff and then I come back to chewing?
Well, because I was telling Rose to take it easy with her croissant slash macaque.
Macaque?
Macaque.
Okay.
Y'all ever seen macaque? They can get
Y'all
pretty
y'all
big.
y'all ever seen? Okay.
Macaque.
Yeah.
I'm a visual learner. Let me see.
I'm done. I fucking
Are you?
up,
Are
like-
you done? I don't
Bro.
think you are. You missed a spot.
Rose, we're back in the car if you want.
Rose.
Maybe there's a bed right
But
there.
I wanna buy some stuff too.
There
Hold
is.
up.
Doc, can I drive?
4x4.
Alright. All right, here. I got the. Here, I got the.
Is the
tokens.
4x4 enough room?
Doc, can I drive?
That 18.5?
Well, Mark.
Too small.
No. You want to
Okay.
drive your bike.
I am not driving.
That won't let me drive.
It's okay. The dog doesn't need to let me drive. I'll kill us all.
As I
Unintentionally,
about
mind
drove
you.
in the fucking river like not too long ago.
Hey, look, you recovered. It's alright.
That's true. I did.
You're a pro gamer, dude.
Oh shit, I'm not in the party yet. Oh fuck. Okay.
Wow.
Oh,
There we go.
Quick, someone kill Nachi while you got the chance.
Do it.
Damn.
she's already been dying. Leave her alone.
I've been dying with all this stuff, man. Die.
I thought you said cock, then I was like, what?
I thought
Huh?
you said that too.
I said scuff.
Oh my god.
But I could with
I thought you-
Nicola, so like, bro.
I thought you said
I'll
cock.
die without. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll die for the 18.5. It's okay.
From
it's fine.
Nicola's, yes, I will
Say, "Good
die.
line, bish."
Yeah.
Somebody get her a towel.
But I won't stop without a fight. I
Bro,
won't
I'm
stop
already
down
bored
without a
a towel
fight.
at this rate.
Damn, this is expensive.
It's better.
I'm coming.
Did you take the
No!
tokens I dropped for you? Rose,
What tokens?
did you take the tokens I dropped? The Duke coins?
You drop some.
Yeah.
You fucking what me, man? You wearing glasses right now? Like,
I'm wearing glasses, but I need to like change them.
it was right
this
here.
year.
It was right here.
I did
I
not.
fucking hair.
I think in the spawn.
No way it despawns that fast. You're lying to me.
I glass one. I didn't think it. I'm gonna go in the water because I can't. I don't remember. I don't remember if we talked them or not. I don't remember if we grabbed anything from the ground. Can I put some stuff in your car, please? Please.
It's unlocked.
Well, she
The
didn't have
child
pure
locks are off.
confirmation.
That is great.
Hi, Dionysus.
If Nicola and Nachi are in the car, it's unlocked.
You gotta turn off the child locks.
Oh,
What,
shit.
what's with the dots? What happened? Who am I killing?
I gotta turn off the child locks in the
Did
back
someone
seat.
upset you? Who? Tell me. I'll send hitmen.
Rose is in, I guess. Yeah.
I'm the wife of a CEO of a company.
Oh, you're in?
I have access to
Oh.
a glass
Yeah.
cannon.
Time to drive off.
Actually, fuck it. I don't even need to use this stuff. I have magic. I'll kill him. I just need to open a portal and pull them into the abyss. That's it. Just corrupt their souls a little bit. You know, fuck them up a little.
Bro, what is with you, man?
Me?
You're gonna have me drink while drive? That's dangerous.
Oh yeah, they ate all the cherries yesterday.
I wanted to make. Oh no!
Just bad
Anime,
things, you know.
why? You little greedy little baby.
Just a silly little man. That's all.
Self-care. I'm gonna
Kinda
hydrate
like,
with
I help.
Monster Java.
Yuki. Yuki.
I help.
Time to sip upon my Monster energy drink.
Hell
Monster
yeah.
Because I only drink Monster Con.
I'm saving mine for Monday. I want to drink it so bad.
Hell yeah.
I just finished my
Sniffing
ghost.
the Nazi. Oh my god. My roommate looked
I did sniffer.
to my face.
Bar.
It is my fault. I chose
Give me extra masks. Do I have
Kinda
any
ate
extra
all my
masks?
cherries. Well,
No
Which
sniffer.
one? The smoke or the desert one? Smoke? Did you check the clothing box? Is there not one there? Yeah, gun store.
Sorry.
Oh, gun store.
If
Especially
not,
like
then,
gun store.
If not, then I'm gonna
Is
head back
locked.
anyway because I want to do my quests.
It's cold! Oh!
Okay, there's gotta be another way in.
I heard
That was,
Pies
that's
are coming
kind
I
back
found a
against
way
the
in.
top,
Back door.
Back door.
Back door.
Oh yeah.
Make meat pies.
Oh, there's some
Die.
shit back here.
Oh, Kaname was just doing quality control.
Oh, that's a lot of glue. I got 7 glue from that. Oh my goodness.
7 glue. Saving us lives.
Wait, is it the normal glue or like the gel kind? Like the glue gel kind.
Is it
the
glue or cake?
The
Some
glue.
democracy later.
Is it glue or cake? I hate that.
The glue. The glue. It's
Everything
always
is cake.
glue. The glue. Oh my god.
The
Yeah,
glue.
What?
Oh my god, I got a jump scare. What the fuck? Where the fuck did you come from, bitch?
Get off the way! Perish.
Oh my god, I got jump scared by that. Like, I really jolted, bruh.
And that is okay.
God damn. Oh, there is a safe
Meanwhile,
inside.
Nazi,
There's a safe inside. I should go inside that. Oh my god.
I can unlock it.
Safe.
Oh. No, not the door, but like the safe. I can unlock it.
I can also unlock it. I have a pick lock
Lock picking next.
stuff. Yeah, me too. I'm like,
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let Nachi do it.
let me
Why finish
This
the
big beefy bitch.
Oops.
gun safe. It's
Those
a
are
gun
tough.
I'll
safe.
find something else to do.
No, I think having a couple people with master lockpicking is good because I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
we're
the
all going to
best.
be together at once.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is a rarity for most people to be out together as a group.
Yep.
And it's only because I have a big car.
Wow, that's a lot of books.
You just need one more
I'm-
hit.
I'm-
Oh, that makes
I'm
me mad.
sorry. What? What's a lot of now?
A lot of books.
Okay.
What were you
that's-
hearing, dog?
I try to say boobs, not books.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
lot of boobs. Wow.
I don't mind having a
No,
lot of
there's a lot of
boobs, you
magnets
know?
over
Who doesn't want a lot of boobs?
Not me. I have enough. Thanks.
I can
I guess
carry.
that's me. Man, god damn it.
I have enough.
I want a lot of
feed us all.
boobs.
I want
Yes,
some
mommy.
too. Mine's
Nachi, you've seen my
you-
peen.
chopping
You
board.
need to chill, man. I probably take majority to be honest. I like milk.
Welcome, Darnasis, to the Yabai stream.
Yeah. No, don't sniff. No. What does it smell?
Leave.
Bad. What does it smell?
You know what? Fair and valid. Understood.
It smells like
Bye.
smells like a nacho.
Oh my
It
god.
smells
Smells like a
stinky.
nachi.
Stinky.
No,
yeah, the
how
PNG
dare you
were
say
too
I'm
strong.
not
I've stopped that. I've put a hard
stanky.
cap.
I'm not stanky.
What?
I've put a hard cap on my titties. No more growing because I've started to realize that's what people want. And you know what? I'm not.
I'm in.
See,
I'm in, dog.
I always make that fucking comment every time. I'm like, people that have like the big booba, they're like, oh yeah, you know people's gonna just come by because that's what you got.
I thought it was my ears.
Oh, it's
That's what
definitely,
we're talking about, Matt.
definitely
Nah.
Years.
Those are the freakiest ones.
Says that in a big donut.
I wonder if
comes in.
this I wonder if this gen has different stuff.
A big donut comes and says, "Wiggle the ears, please."
Do they sell different stuff?
Oh, Matt, I love your ears. Oh.
Ears. I love big ears.
Oh, I love
The ears.
Is this a confession booth?
Hello. Hi, Jen. Are you available
Hey, there's
later,
books here.
girl?
Tactical warfare.
Goddamn.
Oh, there's two of them. Oh, there's one on each side.
Yeah. Wait.
Where's the
go on
confession
that
booth?
one.
Where is them
Go in that
confession
one.
booth?
Sorry
There's
for my
one on each
foul
side. I think
moves.
there's,
My
there's a
coffee
confession
maker's on
booth
the
on either
fritz
side.
Uh huh. The Japanese servers for holidays on Wednesday. What the?
You know,
And
I always admire. You can always quit a job if you feel
instead
it's
of
too
dealing
dangerous,
with the
or
problem,
just change
you're
your
just
mind.
gonna punish a group of gamers.
Doc,
Welcome, my
Cool.
child.
I have sinned.
What
I have
sins
sins,
you committed?
I have sinned, Doc. I accidentally whipped out a 10-inch sword. And
Well,
showed
it's,
it to a certain cat person.
Well, I'm pretty sure she was probably impressed by the sword. I mean, that's some fine craftsmanship there. You know, it's being built, and
Wrong kind of sword, Doc. Wrong kind of sword.
you're not here, okay?
You're not here, okay?
Who said that?
I'm nuts.
Yeah, but you're not
But
here. You're not at the
but
place.
dog, she turned out to have a.
Yeah,
You left your fucking mic on, you dickheads.
Yeah, no. What the fuck? Yeah, dummy.
wow, man, it's not like we're in a
Why
Discord
are you
call.
what?
Holy shit, man! I would have never known.
God damn.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
two cunts
yeah.
are role playing. What's wrong with that?
Where's Nicola?
Huh? I'm nowhere. Don't worry about me.
Nicola? I don't see you on the car.
Huh? I'm not on the car.
Well, yeah, we expect you to be in the car, not on it.
What?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hi.
Looking for the other confession booth? That's down the hall.
Wait. Actually,
What? What?
you know.
That's you getting it wrong.
Why
That's
me?
not
What?
confession.
Oh,
Guy in front! Guy in the front! You're in the front!
Okay, I'm gonna be passenger princess this time, I guess.
I was. Uh-huh.
I was happy to be beside Nicola. You had to keep me out.
Yeah!
she's like, yeah, you bitch.
I was enjoying Tabby
Alright,
Mommy
take your
wife.
Bye, Reaper.
Bye.
Spend time with my wife.
My Tabby Mommy wife.
Go back to Yuki. Maybe you confuse Yuki again for me.
That's so.
Oh yeah, no.
Don't worry, I just stopped it.
How did you do that? That's
How do you
talent.
How do you? May I ask how?
Only booty.
A booty.
I was
She
showing.
only goes
I think I was
for the
showing
booty.
a art of Yuki that she did for me, and then instead of saying I love Yuki, I said I love Rose. And then I was like, when I realized I fucked up, I'm like, no, I love Yuki, I love Yuki.
I have total
I don't
distrust
know how
in
you
you now.
Oh my god,
And a cat
Oh, yeah.
goddess. Those are two
Where?
different spectrums.
Oh, yeah.
But
It's
prior to
okay,
that, I was
surely-
always saying I love Rose a lot. That's why I'm like, probably instinct or something.
Yeah. He's okay.
What
No,
you drawing?
It's okay.
It's
It's okay. You should see your chest. That's it. That's why you're confusing us, because you see our chest. That's it. It's okay. It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's not about the personality or the good looks in the face. You just like the
The
booba.
bonga tongas that spin around.
Yeah, the coconuts, the Jupiter-sized planets.
It's the melons. It's the melons.
Match a little matching them so they can actually control the size of them.
A lot of us are shapeshifters in here.
Um,
So anyone that comes near us is in danger.
Oh, that's iron.
What the hell did I remember?
no.
Like, well, I'm only into men. Alright, shapeshifts into a man. Alright, what now, bitch?
That's iron right there.
Oh my god.
Give me iron.
Iron.
Rose.
We need iron.
I don't wanna mine. I'm too lazy.
What the fucking?
Nico.
That's why I asked if someone wants to mine it.
Where
I have
is
a
it?
pickaxe.
Why? Let me help you. Why?
Oh, now you want to.
God forbid God gets his fingernails dirty.
Lad,
Rose is like,
Lad.
hurry up.
Hurry
just
up.
have a-
No, wait,
I
I'll
just
help
have-
you.
I just
Work
have a
faster.
pickaxe, so I can't do anything.
You guys are doing a real good job. Real good job.
Yeah, hurry up. Hurry
Fucking
up.
Roses.
Yeah.
Rose, get the fuck in there and help Nachi.
No.
Alright, see ya.
Damn, why
Oi.
you leaving
Oi.
me?
Oh crap.
Yeah.
Loadfish.
Can anyone let me out? I can't get out.
No,
I'm pressing
meow.
cannon.
Okay.
I made the pit for myself. Oh no.
What's beach? It's a little
That's why you don't dig fully down, you silly gibber.
If Zoro comes here and throws a bomb, I will die.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Oh gosh, I scribbled again.
Oh my god.
What? Don't do it, Ari. It's cool. It's cool.
Why are you saying sorry for? You didn't do
So
nothing.
I go like this.
Don't call Zoro, okay?
Don't tell her what.
I do
He will throw a bomb in this hole and kill me in the process.
That sounds like a you.
Oh my
issue since you dug
god.
Straight down. You never play Minecraft?
Actually, why are you digging down?
Don't dig deeper.
There's more.
You gotta dig up.
But I'm getting more.
I know,
No, but
but
you're gonna die down there.
you need to have a pathway for the source to come back to the surface. You don't just dig in. I know you want to dig in like instantly, but god fucking damn it. Yeah, just like that. You just go around, you dig it slowly, make a pathway up so you can get out of there.
Oh, I don't know if I can load fish. It's taking a toll on my
Yeah.
too many programs loaded at once.
There you go. Now you can, get out when you have to get out. You know?
Turn
Oh,
off the
I'm out.
fish.
Oh my god. I made a big hole there. There's more in that hole, but yeah.
Gotta be.
But yeah, that's the fish.
I got like 3,000 iron from that. Oh my goodness.
Why did you look at Nachi like that? Like she had the audacity to get in the backseat of a truck.
I got disappointed, okay? I thought it was my lullaby.
Wow.
Now Nicholas, the points is here.
Christine's looking at my boyfriend. Ooh,
Tabby mommy.
build a team. What is it?
Yeah, you went from tabby mommy wife to now like princess.
No, the princess is Lara.
Actually, princess.
But she's the
My
yes.
princess.
Lara the princess.
Pause these streams. Yes.
But
Upset.
yeah.
Yeah, I took it off the ravines.
Speed.
What do I think?
Also, I got Caduce with my boyfriend. Oh shit.
Build a team.
Boyfriend, oh my goodness.
Oh my god, you're running me over!
What the hell's up,
Why did you-
boyfriend?
Why'd you run straight into the fucking back of the truck for, you dummy?
I tried to put some stuff in it and they just ran me over.
Learned why I felt off. Uh-oh.
We can get out of here. There's a quest here.
Learned why I felt off. Oh?
Oh my god, oh my god.
Are you the...
Say, oh my god?
Is it over?
5 weeks pregnant! Oh my god!
What?
The predominant? Oh my god,
Congratulations! Yay!
And
Congrats on
very,
your
very,
spine.
very, very safe
Congrats
and
on your
easy
spine.
pregnancy.
Congratulations! Oh my
okay?
god!
Yeah, congratulations,
Congrats!
Congratulations. That's awesome.
I wish you safe pregnancy months with no problems and no pain.
Oh my god, it's
I
getting
give you the blessing of no morning sickness.
hot.
Oh yeah, that is for sure.
Yeah, my boyfriend had to sit down.
Those are all great
Aw.
blessings.
That's good.
Oh.
Down and panicked and is now in full prep mode.
Understandable.
Oh,
So.
Oh my
Well, at least he's in prep mode, not like, oh, you know, another way.
yeah.
I almost said that one. I was gonna
Yeah,
just
no,
say,
I was
be
just
honest
like,
about it.
Yeah.
I
I'm
was
not
gonna
gonna
just
share
be
my
honest
story
about it.
because this is a joyous day.
He's not like, huh?
Honestly,
I
he
wouldn't
had
say
no
it-
base W boyfriend.
Yeah.
I think it's because he's scared of my dad. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Oh, thank you for banning that bot, Zoro.
His dad.
I think that's a normal thing to be afraid of the
That's
father.
Wow. Nogi. I get the Nogi.
Maybe.
Nogi.
Depends on the dad.
Yeah, I was about to say it definitely depends on the fucking dad.
No, I'd just be scared of anybody's dad if I was in a relationship. I'm always scared of the dad until proven otherwise.
Well, it's okay. Well, it's okay. You don't. I was about to say you don't have to worry about mine.
You're not worried about mine either.
Yeah, neither mine.
No one's gonna be worried about mine.
My dad lost hope. So.
My dad is gay.
Oh, if I could request
Locked.
something
Okay.
while you guys are
I guess I'm
out.
locked out.
Yeah, what you
I don't know
I mean, if
why it was
your
like
eyes open for a Tech Junkie Volume 1,
You need what?
a Tech Junkie Volume 1, and a Automatic Weapon Handbook 2, 6, and 7.
I'm gonna forget that by the time I'm getting to the shop.
Yeah.
I'm scared of the American Midwest 6'8" old big strong man. Is that what your dad is?
Hi, Tech.
Big strong man.
Oh,
Oh, I see.
I
Just
can
wanna
see
do
the
this quest here.
intimidation.
But also, why the? I mean, with all the respect in the world, why the fuck is your dad so big? What are they feeding him?
Why so
Wow.
tall? Oh my goodness.
military man.
What's is this one?
Check them out.
I got my mom's short genetics,
Oh, it's mine.
sadly. Honest. Be blessed.
Ah.
Let's do this, Doc. Let's do this.
People.
Oh, I
Tall
remember
people
this
don't
area. This
wanna be
area
tall.
sucks.
Oh boy.
What do you mean
I
it
love
sucks? Are we gonna
Don't
I
lie.
die?
went through it the first
Don't
time.
worry.
Oh my
And,
goodness. Should I be scared?
Oh, Rose, I'm about to start it.
I'm not scared.
Okay.
Oh.
What?
I told you. I was
Okay.
starting.
He did lumbering called Minnesota and joined the Marines in 1993 and met my mom on his rotation to Japan. Aw, that's cute though.
I called it though. This is a military man.
I'd say yeah. My mom is only like 5'2".
Damn. Dog just like gulping all of that car.
Oh, yeah,
Doc, you got an extra
I'm watching something unfold.
thing like that.
Oh.
Impact Driver? This one was made by Seth.
Seth, you gotta make me one. It's so hard using the branch.
Rose, can you like open this door?
Oh. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. You just forgot about us, huh? Yeah.
Hi.
You're gonna be a little woot goblin, take everything.
Look,
Oh,
I
hi.
like spider stuff, okay?
I know this. You got upset when I took your box one time.
Hey, I wasn't really that dope shit.
You
He's a
started
big silent
pouting.
man, as he doesn't talk because he lost his voice from a vocal cords being destroyed. But he's a teddy bear. Oh, so it's just like the physical intimidation. You see, 6'2" military
Fairly
prisoner.
well.
6'2" military man, but
Ah, what?
gentle
No!
as a bear.
Survive!
Oh,
Survive!
6'8".
I was trying to get away from them, but they all surrounded me and ate me to death.
No!
I'm sorry. Let's run that by again. How tall?
6'8".
6'8".
Towers over.
Is the weather different? Is the weather different for him up there?
What?
I'm only 6'2", man. Like, I
You're
only know a few
only
people in my life who
6'2".
are-
What? Only?
Hey, that's... Look, to us, short people, Nachi, yes, that's big. But 6'8"?
6'8"? Yeah, dude, that's like...
6'8"?
6'8", I'm gonna be like, I probably just in the knee level, you know?
I asked because the so hand signal.
Pissed off.
Yeah, mine's got a little delay on it.
This is a lot of zombies where we are.
Oh my god.
Don't remember where I left my bike? Get well soon, bike. Boyfriend should be fun. Told him the news, and I think he scared my boyfriend because they've been in the office for a few hours now. They're having the talk.
The talk, indeed.
It's
Also,
probably gonna be...
especially if he's an American father who...
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I would say
He's just sat there polishing like his 12 gauge or something like that. Just like...
Oh no, I know that's a southern thing, but I'm not sure about Midwestern men. I think they're a whole different breed of scary. A southern dad will have the shotgun at his side at all times.
Yeah, we show the collection of weapons we have on the wall. We put them in that room.
You like guns? Pick one out.
You like guns? Oh, that's your favorite. Yeah, that's my favorite. Oh, well. It would be your death if you fucked this up.
But your dad, that's sign language.
I send you a part invite when you gonna accept it soon.
Give that a little bit.
Okay.
Nicola, did you?
Okay, that's fair.
Did you get your things back?
I did.
He knows 20 sign languages.
Just integrating cars here and there.
I only know American Sign Language, so.
I know
Even
British
then,
sign
that's cool.
language. Middle finger up and then tell someone to fuck off. There you go.
Fuck all, Vine Chet.
No, Rose, please. No, Rose. Yeah, you.
And we're back to lag. Oh my god!
Sign language.
Oh.
Was that German sign language?
So I'm guessing Japanese, German, and maybe Chinese?
German?
Probably
German
American
mention.
too.
I don't know if Darnasis knows American Sign Language yet.
Oh. You might want to come here, but look.
Yeah, that hurt a little bit.
Makes me curious though how different it is. I know the middle finger. That is not American Sign Language, but honestly, it's universal.
That's universal sign language.
Yeah, sign language is very universal.
I'll say the middle finger is just a way to say fuck you, but I think that's universal.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stay outside of the building. Is it universal? It depends on how much on the internet you are.
Make a new bike for me. Set kind of broke mine. Yeah, I can make a new one once I get back.
Set kind of broke mine.
How did Set kind of break yours? You know what? No, I don't even want to know.
But say Set doing Set things probably.
Yeah, it was probably Set just being Set. She was throwing an explosive at me.
Just
I
Set
knew it.
things.
bite our thumb or put our arm at our elbow and close our arm. Okay, so yeah, that's universal too, because I know that one. I know both of those actually.
I thought that was Shakespeare.
Oh,
The biting
is
the
it
thumb.
over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was definitely a Shakespearean thing.
I bite my thumb.
Biting the thumb is also, it's not just Shakespeare, it's also, I think it's also Italian.
There's still more
I think some
Shakespeare.
places use it as a form of insult.
Like I also know if you take your fingers and brush it under your, like brush it from underneath your chin
Under your
towards
chin,
them.
yeah. Yeah. That can also be, well, I think, yeah, that's also a form of a fuck you.
Yeah.
That's why I have to be careful with my ASL, because...
Hello! How fuck you?
If I try to say thank you and I do it wrong and I do it from under the chin, it'll look like I'm saying fuck you
Hey,
and...
fuck you!
Wait, Rose, it's just let Nicola pick it.
Oh.
If Abby's still here.
I am.
Shush.
I'm just
No,
outside.
I don't have the stamina.
We could also just look for the keys. It's gotta be around somewhere.
The keys. Oh.
See how quick that was?
Why?
And so we aren't allowed to hold thumbs down at British.
Really?
Ah! Get the fuck away from the mic!
British.
There you go. Unlocked it.
Man, it wasn't
Japan
even
really
like
doesn't
a
like Britain.
second you unlocked that. You got a
That's
problem,
crazy.
man. You got a problem, dude.
Just a little
Get some
guy.
help.
I try to like everybody until they show me otherwise.
Wait, we didn't finish cleaning. There.
No, there's still more we gotta look at. Also, who needed a better SMG? I heard someone mention they needed another
Me.
one. I can make you a better one, actually. Once we get back.
Yay!
Well, no. What's the level you
Dad.
have now?
Level 1. A level
Then
1
you can make
SMG
a better one.
5.
Sad.
Yeah, I can make you a better one.
Yay!
I've had outdated stuff for a bit, but I also
He's
just... I don't know
done.
what I want.
Glue! I'm taking that glue.
Well,
Is
if I
it
can
normal
get-
to feel nervous and excited for the whole parenthood thing? Absolutely. As
Oh, yeah.
someone who has had
That's
a
perfectly
child,
normal.
I can tell
Yeah.
you that is perfectly normal.
Yeah.
If you want, Nicole,
You're...
if I or was it tactical warfare, I can make you an M60.
Oh, it's an M60.
M62. What
Big
is the
fucking
bullet
gun.
they use? 7?
Yeah, are
7
you
mm?
using handguns? I can make you a better handgun.
Yeah.
I use
can make
both. I use
can
both
make a
rifles
tier
and
six pistol.
handguns.
Revolver or an SMG. I can't make the Desert Eagles yet.
I'll just take a little pistol.
What the fuck is
As
this?
much as I would like, because I haven't been speccing into shotguns as much as I normally do. I've been using pistols this go around. But no, darn assist. It's okay. It's okay to be nervous, but I think it's more you're nervous for the well-being of the little one than yourself. And that's perfectly normal. And it'll be okay. Just do everything you can to take care of yourself, take all the vitamins and stuff. Then just try to be healthy.
Oh my god, why
Oh,
is
the
so
I think
upstairs.
you'll be fine.
Didn't
lag?
go upstairs.
Big
Oh,
bios.
no.
Fuck you. In a lot of Fallout mods.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Oh no, yeah, the upstairs is so packed.
I'm staying down here.
Yeah,
I'm staying
same.
outside. Because my gang
It's the
is fierce.
same.
Oh
Talk about how
God.
triplets are normal in our family. Well, thanks, Mom. That doesn't help. Thanks. I needed to know about multiples. It's okay. Whenever I was with my not so great ex, his mom was just like,
Oh yeah, well at least you didn't have twins, because twins are normal for my family.
okay.
That's your family.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Hey, oh, I'm sorry. What?
Thank goodness
Are you my
that
mom?
your fucking son didn't have that fucking gene, or else I'd be screwed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you my mom? No.
She kind of reminded me of Hannah's immune to
Why
cool.
are there
Thanks,
guns
Mom.
on the toilet? What?
Uh-oh.
But also, I get it, because I think I am also immune to epidurals, because whenever I was having my little boy, like, the first time they gave it to me, it worked for, like, maybe an hour, but after that, it no longer had an effect.
Nice.
Where the fuck did that dog come from?
Glur. I'm back from Dindin. Welcome back, Zoinks. How do you find a Glock in the toilet? I know, right? I got 2 Glocks in the toilet. In this cool toilet, nonetheless.
Have you not seen all of the assassin or Hitman movies? Like, they've always hide the guns in the toilets. Like,
Yeah, but in a school? This is America.
that. Okay, well, way to make that assumption. You're right, but also way to make that assumption.
Oh my god.
What?
Yes, I
Oh
still need
my
meds.
god.
Doc! Come back your fucking car!
I'm kind of preoccupied.
What,
with
you
the
can
current
buy
moment.
stuff here? What?
You can go assist him, since you're one of the only ones who can. Drop it on the ground, I'll protect it.
They're over.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll hold on
you're
to
not
it for
dead.
you.
What's this?
See if the stinks are like useful for you.
They said see if the stinks are for you.
The stinks.
The stink.
That's sorrow. Stink.
Some shotgun here too.
Stank.
Can you protect my babies?
I'll protect your babies.
Can give me the medkit back. I accidentally left that on. Like, I
Urban
don't have
Combat
money.
Volume 6. Okay, I'm taking that shit.
I will protect the babies.
Oh,
The baby. Oh, the babies.
I love you too.
His ass.
Jealous, you're not down here getting kisses, mister.
You can
That's
say
right.
that, but I
Chill
don't
down
care.
on the man.
Oh, okay. No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't went up. Like, what's the correct way for it?
Oh, shit. What is this?
Oh man, it shows I'm gonna lose
Oh,
my abs.
it's not over yet, guys.
Oh, it's a
Damn it.
harbinger. Oh, okay.
It'll be
I have to-
okay.
You gotta work
There's
them again.
such.
Oh god. I regret my decision. I regret my fucking decision. I regret my fucking decision.
What happened?
Not my washboard abs.
Not
don't
my
know what.
washboard abs. Oh, yeah.
I get the feeling Rose regrets her decision.
I don't know if I believe you.
No, I don't think I believe me either.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't
why
believe
am I-
me either.
Why am I lagging? This game is always so curious to me because it's like you can play it and then like the longer you play it, it just starts getting worse.
Just the more it
Look.
degrades.
I cannot need your help out here.
You know what that sounds like, Bat? It sounds like a memory leak.
No, I already have that.
I'm gonna hit you with the stun baton.
Oh,
my
the lag
God.
is... The lag
Oh, there's so
is...
many zombies
Carry
here.
There does
Oh
not need
my
to be this
God.
fucking many. Get off my cock! Go away! Not for you!
No,
Leave me alone!
Not for you.
not her phone.
God. I have no stamina because they've stunned the shit out of me.
I'm Oh my god, I missed.
Ah! Oh,
It did.
that's it. It's over for me.
Oh.
No. Oh my god. Oh shit.
Stop stop liking zombies so I can actually shoot you?
Concussion. That's good.
Thank you, Nachi. Holy shit. Let's try over here.
Oh my god.
The guy said, no, don't apologize. You're good. I don't think Bats has a rule of no good news. No good news ever.
I hear another
Wow.
one.
Yeah,
How
Already.
dare you put your progon on it?
Wow.
You
Where the
share
fuck are
your
those zombies?
greatest news
Oh, there we
to
go.
the people you trust? Fucking disgrace. Disgusting.
Darn is this.
Like what?
Preganant.
Preganant.
Pregante.
Preganter.
Pregante. Different ways to say pregnant with child.
Oh, I was sorry.
Man, you are blind as a bat.
I thought it was a zombie coming for me. I'm sorry.
No, not you. No, not you. Will a zombie carry a fucking steel club? Well, probably, but like,
It's like depends on the game.
I would say, you know what? Yeah, you got a point there. Depends on the game.
Are the residents evil by chance?
Yes.
The residents do be evil.
They're very evil.
Ah, delay. Fuck. Come on, open the locker. Fine, he doesn't wanna.
Shock of you,
Oh
which
my
way?
god, there's more shit!
No! Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my
You see the
god.
names like fluctuate like sound bars? Or the lives?
Die.
Oh my, so much.
Die.
This makes my little farmer heart happy.
Oh, it's over finally.
Darnasis, that's very sweet of you, but we're a slightly brain rotted group, but at least we try to be the funny brain rotted.
It's over finally. We can
Oh, thank
get out
fuck.
of here. Ugh.
Yeah, it could always be worse.
You
but
did,
we have a
did
limit.
great. Ooh,
Oh
a
my
lot of
God.
books. Fuck, I don't have it.
Okay. I've mixed some of the loot in with the truck loot because my god. Jokelson. No! Darnasis! No!
Bad!
No!
Bad! Bad!
Don't make me say
Bad.
it. I'm the urge to say it is like so
Nachi?
strong.
No, I got permission from Bat. I'm gonna.
No, please no. I will not
Resist
say
the
it.
Also,
I'm resisting the urge to say it.
Resist it, or I'm gonna. I'm gonna thunder on your fucking
No.
body.
I can see like Nachi
Nachi.
just
I
starts
learned it from a
sweating,
Fortnite
just like,
game. Yeah, but that number combo just
Are we done with the building already?
Yeah?
Okay. Where are we going?
Home, sweet
home.
home.
Back
Okay.
home, so we can get a reward from our.
Okay, let's go
7
home,
gates
dog.
of hell.
You'll
Hey,
see how
whoa.
I
Why did I do damage?
Ow,
Nachi drove into us. I'll run your ass over like a monster truck.
Almost
And you see my driving sucks.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
That's right, you better go before he runs your ass over. Gets my HP back.
you know what's better than 24?
If I.
When we hear it.
30.
25. Man. Man, get in the back.
Remember.
Ah, dog.
I'm a. Oh, wait. Why? Why?
Oh, but that was funny.
Why? Duck. Why?
Oh, she fell out of the car.
Duck.
I didn't
don't
see
know why.
you get out.
Leave
I don't know if I
Rose.
expected it to be.
Leave
No,
her.
don't say the fucking number. Just summon him from the fucking ether.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Time out, Kyra.
It's 21. 21.
Yeah, but at least 69's a funny number and at least has a
It's-
purpose.
Yeah.
I was like, it's a funny
Yeah.
number.
That's the funny number.
How
Yeah,
is
the
that
number-
funny? It's a good number.
Nice.
It's good. It's real good.
It's a real
Yeah,
good
right.
hell yeah.
When I
Ash
was
baby
doing
presumption.
when I was doing Horror Monday, someone gave me 69 bits, and I was like, nice.
What's 9
Nice.
plus 10? 21?
Nice.
You stupid.
You stupid.
You stupid.
Yeah, bye.
We are home. Oh my god, why is the floor purple? What the fuck? What? Zaro. Zaro, is this your doing? God damn.
I learned why the
I
youth.
don't
session
think
were-
that's why. I do not think that's why.
I thought they raised that retirement
Yeah,
age.
I'm about to say the retirement age has been raised.
I don't know.
He's
I don't
like
know.
65.
My boyfriend's
mean-
favorite voice he can do is Bill Clinton. But I
Right.
be Bill
Get
Clinton.
your reward.
I don't
I mean, mine at least.
know. Come get my reward.
Now he wants to be paid. Yeah, hell yeah, I want to be paid. That shit was rough, dude. I think my PC's on fire. Oh, it is.
It was.
You do Bill Clinton. Oh my god. A Bill Clinton impression. Wild.
Oi. Dickhead. What the fuck is selling? I'm here to piss you off. That's my war fuck is piss you off.
Here's your reward. Sucker.
Okay. Spear Hunter Volume 5, Knife
Alright.
Guy.
Once
What's
again,
a
because
better?
of all the hydration, I gotta go fucking water bottle again.
I'm also gonna go pee.
Piss girl.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Thanks, girl.
I will piss.
Oh, boo-boo, ah.
Yourself. Damn, girl. That you pissing?
And Australians made it clear in the group messages to stop saying the C word.
What? See you next Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday.
Tuesday,
Oh,
and it.
yeah, you fucking Yankee
Hey,
Yankee Doodle shite.
Tuesday, and it.
Still staying yet.
Nah, God. It's like, God.
It's Tuesday, innit, you cunt?
Yeah, cunt.
Like, stop saying God.
You fucking cunt. The fucking bloody Egypt.
I know, I saw this
A
person named
bloody-
the River Warden, and they always say that.
Hey, Duck, I think you need to empty your
Come
car.
on.
Oh,
Come
God.
on. Let me in.
I do need to empty the car, yeah.
The
That's so much
hell?
thing
There's a lot of stuff in there.
Delay. Oh my god. Please.
I'm gonna go and try to find a new place to make the house. Hey, Duck, you cannot make another car, can you?
Repair kits, Zara.
Can I what?
Another
Can
silence.
make another car. Hello.
Can I make another
Hello.
4x4?
Oh my god. Hi, Boundless. Hello, hello. Howdy.
It
Welcome,
depends how
welcome
much
to the
steel we
stream.
have.
Thank you for the
But yeah, I could probably do
follow.
it.
Check
How are you today?
the box for the house. There's some stuff in there because I've been making shit enough stuff.
Uh, actually, if I get 5 more vehicle books, I can make the gyrocopter.
Oh god, no. Oh god, no. Oh god, no.
To the
Docmobile.
Got my face on it. Oh god, oh god. How can you afford these things?
What? Wait, I mean, come minute. Oh wait, I have 2 spaces. What? Think. Whenever you find plants, just put them in these books. That says like for the new house.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and try to find a new place. Are we gonna stay still in this zone or are we gonna move to another area?
Probably a
We had
different.
house in each zone.
Yeah, maybe
Huh?
near Jen.
It would
A
probably
house
be
in each zone.
Yeah, I have a house in each zone.
So which zone shall we make a new house to?
Well, the closest one is the burning place. That's the way we went to. That's the next place we go to.
Disgusting, I hate that place.
Well, tough.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
As we say in the UK, tough titties. We're going there next.
No.
Doing all right here. Wanted to see how the 7 days of the shenanigans are going. Is crazy.
It's terrible. It's horrible.
Crazy.
Scream.
But it's
So-
Speak for yourself!
we like it. Not addicted.
we like it.
You will like it, you know. Just
I'm
getting all them
infected.
stuff.
I'm 20% infected.
Oh what? Okay.
Hey, Seth, do you wanna end me in game?
Seth,
You wanna what?
create me some stuff, please.
We have medication to treat infections, dude.
Yeah, what's... Unless you just
now back
want
in
that
Yeah. Look, can you
Yeah.
like not take my only one source of happiness from me? Really now?
Okay.
Alright,
Papa.
alright. Okay, damn. God.
So me.
Ah,
I
damn.
forgot I was not
I am
that busy.
trying to like just some
Friggin'.
fucking stuff
Oh my
here.
god, that you heckin'
Friggin'
goober.
bitch.
Before Goryu
Oh, yeah.
was not in the VZ. Sad, create me some tool, please, to disintegrate
Come to
them
me, Seth.
cars. I like disintegrating them cars.
That just got here, man.
Set, please.
I'd be like, Set.
Come here.
Everyone's just like, Set, come here, Set, do this for me, Set, here. Like,
give me this, Set.
Set, you gotta do
I
this.
mean,
this is. Ah!
I'm ready.
I was just joking, but I made it
I'm
auto.
ready. Oh shit. Oh yeah, there were.
Stop, you're gonna overwhelm me.
Yeah, I need new armor, but that can wait.
There you go.
Set, I think Zaro took off your stuff.
I think the only new piece I need is just gloves, but
Zara
that's
just
really
created
about it.
them.
Good.
I need all my armor.
What
to,
the
like,
fuck
get 6.
happened?
My armor is like fucking
What?
trash.
Why we died?
My body went flying, man.
What are
What
you
the?
accusing me of, Nacho?
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm
No,
not sure,
what? I'm
bro.
not. What?
You took this disrespect,
That's
Nachi?
crazy.
Damn, that's crazy. Got a real
Damn.
question. What zombie virus is impossible to survive events, in your opinion?
The one that's like 28 weeks later.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah,
But
that
those
one
zombies
is
can
crazy.
run.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They are-
but World War Z.
Yeah, the rage
That
fire.
one. Yeah, but that's not really. Is that still rage virus? World War
It is
Z?
rage virus. It's just super rabies.
No, all you gotta do is have AIDS and they won't bite you.
Oh my god.
Name of the virus with the engineer guy on the mining ship? Mining ship? I am
If you're
no
already
idea.
like somewhat
Why
have
the
a
fuck-
disease or something, they run around you. They're like,
Wait, you're talking about necromorphs?
I mean, I wouldn't say necromorphs is a virus.
No, it's
Probably materials, isn't it?
Why the fuck there's a lot of paint
That's
in
more.
this
It's more
workbench?
alien
What the
than
fuck?
virus.
I'd say
Well, I
the
mean, I
Resident,
guess it.
I'd say the Resident Evil virus would be the worst one, like the T virus, something like that.
T-viruses, butter.
I just need 2 more vehicle books. Okay, I got things to craft.
I guess that's right because that little bird thing can
Wow.
inject a dead body and it comes back.
Green flu? Left for that too?
That'd be more. I feel like that's more parasite though. I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
I guess if you can count
Long
it,
game.
still that's the same thing.
Ah,
Who wants what? Zoro, you want a better bike? I can make you a motorcycle.
There's no cure for the green flu because it's always mutating.
If it's not gas powered, I mean it's a motorcycle, so yeah, it's gonna be gas.
Put
but we
solar
have
panels on it.
put solar panels on it. I don't like wasting. I mean, we got a lot of gas, so plus I can make you a mod that consumes less fuel when you drive it, so it's not like a hassle.
Kaname is resting on my belly. Kaname is like,
Fair enough. Handgun parts. Handgun parts. I gotta make myself a new pistol now.
It's a bat blanket. Oh, bat blanket.
Jesus Christ.
Ah! Hi, Coffee.
There's so much fucking paint.
Now I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna make a new house.
Shut up, Rick.
It's sound like that one dude from Waterboy. I'm fine.
You had the morning sickness, you heckin' goober. It makes so much sense.
Does it?
I don't know. I'm not working on it.
Oh my god. Okay, can someone go around and choose the new spot for the new house?
I can't. There's a bunch of zombies outside. They're very scary.
The sun hurts my skin.
I don't know, a spot where everyone wants, like, you know, have a new house. Probably close to a trader too. But then again, we have cars, so it will not be that big of a problem.
I'm back.
Oh, say there's two traders in the burnt forest. There's like 2 trader gens, so it's depending on which one you
No,
want
you
for the
cannot.
burnt forest.
I kinda wanna be with Jane. She's that sweetheart.
Well, there's
Isn't it
two. I would say there's 2 Janes, so which one?
Yes.
Also, it's one in the one forest and the other one is that.
There's 2 in burnt forest. The one that we passed up the first time,
Good
and then
morning,
the one that was
Comfy.
marked for me.
Do we really have none in the snow?
I don't think any of us have been in the snow yet.
Okay.
No.
There's
Was
too
it
cold.
hungry? Then go
Yeah,
eat
it's-
coffee.
It is too cold to go into the fucking forest, the frost area yet.
We've only been to the burnt desert. That's about it.
Okay, where do y'all want to have like a main house? Like, cause this one is poopy head, and I wanna make a proper house. What do y'all want me to make it?
If
Man, I
it's
don't
the
care.
if it's the burnt place, I need a mask.
Oh, perfect.
So you cannot make a car yet, right?
Can I make a car? Yeah, but it's gonna cost like steel.
Take out the still help. Take it. As long as you can jet me a car. Because I'm gonna need the car for like moving materials and stuff like that.
Oh, I'll see how much I have left, because I need to make a new weapon for Nachi. I'm making one for myself, and
5 more armor books.
I don't know if anyone else wants like a
What's that?
vehicle.
I put it armored up in the books box.
I also need more duct tape.
I think I just dropped some off.
I said I'm letting again because I was like, oh my god, coffee!
I will be the judge of that. Oh, look, there it is. He's like, you know what? I don't believe you. I looked in there and I said, oh, hey, look at that. Look at that.
Hey, look at that. Now I'm a believer.
Hey. Now I'm a believer. Sorry. I saw her face. What box did you drop it in at? I do not remember what box you put it in.
Which one?
The tape.
Oh, materials. Mats.
2. Oh man.
2 is better than that.
I suppose that's true. Who put ear of corn in here? And pine seed.
Bet.
Well, it was not. I was laughing because it's funny, not because I did it. It's just funny to hear ear of corn and materials.
Well, thanks, Steve. Now I can make the
Then
gyrocopter.
And then I thought of the,
Helicopter, helicopter.
I don't know if it's like a congressman or something, but there's like a bunch of mics around it, and then someone puts an ear of corn in his face.
How much is this one gonna cost? Oh, it's actually cheaper than the 4x4.
I think the shrooms is on shrooms. Don't question it.
Oh, I need to get another whop, man.
I thought you said you need to get another Whopper. I was like, can you get me one?
Drink water.
If you give me a bit of money for it, then yeah.
The
I'll take a bite out
Whopper?
of, like the McDonald's CEO. I'm like,
Oh my god, I would love some Whopper, man.
You just finish it drinking.
Wow, I'm just so full, guys. This is just a big.
Fucking hell, Nachi, I'm gonna beat you up.
No, no, why?
You redeemed the water just as I finished taking a gulp from it, and I have to take another gulp now.
Yes, get hydrated. That's very
There's a movie
important.
quote, and it was, we only have 7 days to die.
I'm gonna bite you.
Lizard, lizard,
counter.
lizard, 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 lizard. You got sniff on my end. Is this revenge for the lizard?
Like, lizard, nice sniffer.
Oh, you don't have a monkey. You can't monkey me back. Whoa. Oh my god, it's so high. But drink.
It's so hot.
Drink.
I need to go get my liquid death.
Yes.
Your liquid.
Very important.
Does Rose need to be ready for the party? Yeah, I think Rose needs to come back.
Ah! Whoops. you like that?
What?
What's the bad thing?
Bah.
Probably
Why
the
are we
bats.
sniffing?
It's stupid.
Of course, it's the bat.
No! Why?
Fire
Why
the
you're flash
hole.
banging everyone? No! No! Stop the sniff. Stop the sniff. Let's
Alright, we just
sniff
need
back
a
the bat.
little bit of
Sniff the back.
steel.
Blah, blah, blah.
Why you biting me? Why you
Sniff the
biting
bat
me?
back.
Oh, wait, it's not me. Whew, it's not me this time. Yay! It's not me. Coffee's not biting me. Coffee's biting the Nachi.
Nah! Why you biting me? No, we bite. We bite Rose back.
mechanical parts.
We bite Rose. Okay, we bite Rose. Okay, okay.
Nachi.
We bite the Rose.
I need a duct tape.
Ow, what the fuck? Why are you shooting me, man?
Absolute cinema. What can beat
Set.
that quote?
Set. Thank you. Wait, this is nail gun. I don't need nail gun. I need the disintegrator. the infant driver. I want the car disintegrator.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Ace. Wait.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Now I can get rid of this fucking wrench. Ratchet. God damn it.
Damn it. I'm gonna need more tape, otherwise I can't make that body. What's the clue?
You need more glue.
Ace, was it you that gave me the code for the solar frame? I can't remember what it is, because I know it was one of Judy's friends, but I can't remember. Thank you for the code, though.
What modifiers can I put on this?
A few days ago. Game is looking nice. Just hope they do something about the difficulty and stuff like that. The map and the design are fucking mwah. Master Chef though.
Indeed. Indeed.
Is it really?
What mods can I put on this one?
I should. Can I give you a hug? Hug. Hug.
Hug. Hug.
I love this set. Mwah. Mwah. Yeah?
Oh.
We like this ratatouille all this time.
Yeah! If it's with you, yeah! Let's go! Alright, let me grab some mushrooms to hold up.
Can I add this?
We do it. We do it. So yeah.
Oh my god. Doug?
Ah!
Me?
Yes. How much for the SMG?
I'm making it's being crafted right now.
Yay!
Well, it's in queue being crafted. My pistol's being made first, but it's in queue right now.
Oh no, it's
Showered twice and it's a deal.
It wasn't hard, Ace. I feel like it was
Shower
pretty easy,
twice? No.
but then again,
Zaro is
I'm
saying
not
that
up
for
the
himself,
story,
you know.
so-
He needs to shower twice.
Like abusing medicine, Rose.
Nah, that's how stinky you are, Zaro. You need the shower, not me.
I do anything
I'm
for the shit.
perfectly
That's why.
not smelly as I am. I smell butterfly.
Any of the pieces of the set, I
Wha-
bite. I rip off the kneecaps. I rip off the hands. I rip off the fingers.
Damn what? Why are we ripping fingers?
I know the game is super fun, Ace, though. Do you have any idea when they're gonna like
You're super fun.
Bro, what the fuck, Coffee? Are you okay?
Eh?
Oh
Coffee?
no, don't get me
What?
wrong. I enjoy it. I enjoy it so much though. I'm
Coffee,
really
be safe.
hyped on what they're
God
gonna like
damn.
update on it.
Nosebleed is not normal.
So
Oh my
thank you
god.
for the code.
Oh yes, 24 days to die. It's the proper game name, dude.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom first.
I'm good. Piss. Piss is on you. Meow.
I'm gonna bite you.
Meow.
Bite you.
Yeah. Why me?
How you doing, Inran? Hope you're doing well, dude.
Dog stealing jokes? Is that even possible? How does one steal a
Stealing
joke?
jokes.
How does one steal a joke? That is crazy.
What joke? What joke you talking about?
Yeah, I don't know about this coffee. Coffee, Blaine. What joke you talking about?
Oh, you're.
Yeah.
Never mind. I know what Coffee Gun's talking about.
I can now disintegrate cars. Easy.
I'm doing pretty alright. Yeah.
What?
Turn the game down a little more. It's a little better.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. Need to make some cymatics as well. Concrete mix. Cement. How do we make the cement here again? Oh, there we go.
No.
Like what you quit right now for wiring. You need a power bank. Big batteries inside.
Power bank
The
or
relays.
a Jenny or solar
Yeah.
panels. So you need a wire tool. And you need either a generator, battery bank, or solar panel. And you're gonna connect from one of those sources to another source that will need power, like lights, for example.
For example, if you have the
Or
solar panel or the power bank, you connect from the power bank first to the relay. From the relay to the second thing you want to like have.
Thank you for the follow,
Something like that.
Ace. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
I might be wrong.
Hello.
Too.
Hello.
It's been a while since you did the electrical wire.
Trade Direct is closing shortly. So finish your damn business or come back tomorrow.
Oh yeah, Doc. I did wiring, right? I did like an automatic like garage opening stuff for cars with the surveillance camera before, right? And it worked for everyone except one of my friends. So every time he tried to come with the car in there, the thing will not open for him and he will be fucking flipping his table. Because it will work for everyone else but him. Even though he
What
was
the
at the
fuck?
same party.
No, continue. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Like, he was in the same party. I had him at friends, but it will still not work for him. It will work for everyone, but not him.
That's so weird. That's actually weird.
He had
I
to
remember-
click the ladder every single time to manually open it.
He was mean to clankers in his past life.
Most likely.
Damn.
Down in the old Helldiver 1 days. When I was playing with my friend, we expanded the base a little bit because we were getting to that point where we had too many vehicles. We had both bikes and such. So I made a garage section for like our vehicles, and I got it to work somehow, but it was super scuff.
Oh, I forgot about the party. Thank you, wife.
Got a new game today? What game did you get? Finally, Desert Eagle is made. Ooh, that was a nice wheel animation.
Say, darling.
Should I use the treasure maps?
You can if you want.
Yeah, if you want to. Marathon? Oh, I've actually heard good stuff about Marathon. I know it won't last long though.
Sid, can you add me back to friends, please?
Need a lot
I got all my veins smacked by you.
Oh, that actually, my head hurts.
Uh-oh.
Pat. Pat, can you invite me back to the party, please?
Oh. I did. I thought I did.
Who's in the crafting bench?
Invite
The
them.
second one. I had
This
to
is
peek
me?
in there for a minute.
Oh, probably said
Okay,
snack.
never mind.
Snack? Snack or bat that is in there? I'm in the third one.
Yes,
I need to get into the crafting bench.
Wah.
Is anyone willing to be like mining and stuff like that? Because we need more iron and we need more stone and we need more clay.
I'm willing to travel out and find that stuff once I make what I need to make.
But that's for other people that even unless they don't have anything to do, it helps. Like give them something to do.
Helping. Hell no. Yeah, okay.
I'm not having a good
Shut
time.
the fuck up, you stinky bat!
I was having a good time with it, man.
Hell no.
Saturday, Doc? Is there a red moon or something? What do you mean? I've streamed the last few Saturdays. And I'll be streaming Saturday next week as well for the Dead Rising stuff.
Dark Rising, let's go!
Oh, I only need a few more fucking.
Yeah, sure.
I tried to tell my wife to be stupid. I'm gonna bite you, Zora. I'm gonna fucking fight you.
I need more fucking tactical warfare books, so I've nearly got enough to make the M60.
No, it's a saying here in Romania that if you tell someone to be fucking keep being cute, it's like the same thing as like to be stupid and just don't do anything. That's why. Well, see ya.
It's because he's about to die in the 24 days to die thingy.
Leafy? Wow. What do you mean?
Man, how'd you know?
Life?
There's 9 vegetable stew in this fucking fire pit, and no one claimed it.
Can you help me gather some materials for building?
Speaking of that, Nicola, there's all those cooking books for you.
Nicola is a cooking person. Nice.
We can make the steel parts. The steel tools. See?
That can, yeah.
That most likely can make a majority of the stuff.
Yeah. Seth, can you make Nicola steel pickaxe, please?
A boy. A boy.
Can you make me one too, actually? If you get a chance. Oh, an auger. Can you make me one of those?
That's funny. Cooking books. Damn, is that a...
101.
There's a cooking book? What?
So you found yourself in a
What are you
situation.
punching me for? What I do?
What the hell?
There's iron pickaxes here. Oh, is there? Right in the tools?
You did not do the car yet, right?
No, I need 3 more tape and then I can do it. So I'm making glue right now to make the remainder of the tape. And then I'll have it crafted and just leave it in the workbench so you can get it.
Life, do you wanna help me with the nails? I'm gonna need a lot of working hands.
Thank you, Zora, by the way.
Well, I've only got 2.
All
Where?
right. Now I need
You know what to do? It's okay. I can explain to you. I can explain to you. We can take it slowly. We are not in no rush. Yeah. Mwah. Mwah.
No, there's a deadline. You gotta learn this right fucking now. Just kidding.
Get away! On. My wife. Mine. I protect.
I never claimed shit. You jumped to the conclusion. You freaking stupid bitch.
You fucking nasty smelling dog. Who?
Just call me pasta?
Plastic. Plastic.
Oh, plastic. I thought you called me. I thought you called me pasta. I was like, you got the wrong fucking guess
No.
there.
Pasta's delicious.
Pasta is pretty good.
We like pasta. Pasta. What
you have
pasta?
a favorite? You have a favorite noodle?
No.
Linguine.
Linguine.
That or penne.
Oh, penne is really
Penne.
nice. Yeah.
Oh. What?
Now I
Right now I
just
have
need
rigatoni.
pastas.
Rigatoni.
Oh, you mean the small ones or which rigatoni?
The big ones, the big tubes.
The
The
big.
big, the big
The big
penne.
ones? Oh. Oh, I think you are having the smaller ones.
No. I should have got linguine. Or angel hair.
Your angel hair.
What the fuck? Who's
Zara,
on
why
fire?
are you on fire?
Zara?
No.
I'm trying to remember the small pasta. Like,
The
it
small
looks like
pasta.
rigatoni, but super, super, super small.
Well, they do make like bigger sizes. There's the what? There's angel hair. There's macaroni, shell, rigatoni, penne, the bow tie ones. I mean,
Farfalle.
The regaton.
There's also the farfalla ones.
Robert, rigatoni pasta.
The tagliatelle, the parpadelle.
okay.
Banana Nazi, you should make Pepino spaghetti for Rose.
Pepino spaghetti. Gladly. Oh my god. I like them.
I don't know why,
Sweet
but I
style
wanna punch Nash about
spaghetti.
that for some reason.
Nah. But you gotta taste Filipino
know.
spaghetti. It's
No,
sweet.
my Filipino friends kept trying to convince me to try balut, and I'm like, no.
Oh, balut
No.
is like
No.
it's
No.
yummy.
No.
You gotta try it. You gotta try it.
What's that?
No. It's practically affects, not completely fucking.
I'm
big.
heading back out again.
Take us with you.
Yeah, it's not even chicken embryo. It's like a teeny bit grown inside already. So just
Yeah, it's an 18-day-old duck chick.
No. No.
It's yummy. What?
Thanks, I hate it.
Yummy. Trust.
But it's yummy.
It's
It's
fucking
yummy.
awful.
I swear.
Thanks, I hate it.
It will end up fucking being a fucking sobbing mess. I won't
Now
even
she's
be
just
able
like,
to fucking eat it.
now she's like, more for me? Anyone want to come with me to be a guard? A guard?
A guard? Like a night guard?
Where?
Night
Guard?
guard.
Like,
guard.
Sit. Have you done the stone
Hey, do you mean high guard?
pickaxe?
Shut that shit down right now!
Okay, we ban Doc for a week.
It's fine. I'll ban myself here in a minute. So.
Dog's like, I'll ban myself.
Unfortunately, I'm not pepino and not try balut banana. She can have it. You know what? That's good. Seth, I was asking.
Lamau.
We needed like a steel pickaxe, please, because I think you're the one making it.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Technically
sir.
too, please. I can give it a steel. Here's the steel.
Damn it.
It's at your feet.
I keep hitting trees, man. The trees.
I'm having some lag.
I'm doing pretty alright.
I'm just gonna.
Duck.
I'm going to extract your
Duck.
optic nerves.
Duck. I made an
What?
oopsie.
What do you mean you made an oopsie? What'd you do?
I may have cancelled the creation of the gun. I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry.
Why would you do that?
How close are you to 6? How close are you to 6?
I'm sorry.
Why would you do that?
You hate me.
Oh, so you cannot make 6? No, fuck the ogres, honestly.
But so yeah, you see those divots in the backyard? That was from set.
Unless they're like buffing the ogres, sure, but other than no. Like sure, it does use your stamina, but they make a shit ton of noises, get assault the more zombies on you, and it's very ear raping. It destroys your fucking eardrums. Plus,
Don't you get on
I'm
that
sorry.
bike?
just no,
I'm
it's just
sorry.
no
Don't you get on that
benefit
bike?
from the
Don't you get on
coffee.
that bike? Where are the materials? You had to get those back if you canceled it.
I put it in the workbench.
Yeah, but
And
it
then
does get like
in the
some
same workbench.
certain buffs from it.
I'm
Unless
sorry.
they're gonna fix it soon.
Thank you, thank you.
It's being made. The bottom row, Nachi, is it crafting still? That's why there's
I
a
know.
timer.
Sorry.
If you knew, then why did you do it?
I'm sorry. I was like, oh, I saw a gun. I click and I'm like, oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, just make level 6 pickaxe, please.
What
okay,
is it, Zara?
It's okay, I understand.
Yay. Thank you. Thank you for the healing kisses. What is it, Zara? What did the Zara Stinky say? Where the stinker?
Give a kiss
Where the
to the
fucking
tabby wife. Tabby.
Zoro said
25 push-ups? Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
Wife. Ish. I'm gonna need something when mining. Do you have any plans put in any
Ow.
mining tree?
Ow. Ow.
No? Okay, that's fine. Which tree did you go for, darling?
Alright, now I run back out again. Never mind.
Then
I need to grab more.
Want me to explain you? I didn't be. So,
gosh.
sorry when you start this game, right?
My god, what is this delay, man?
You don't need much stuff at the beginning, like the looting and stuff like that. The looting you can, put a tiny bit later. If you're like, if you like to mine stuff and like try to build stuff, if you go to the strength skill tree, at the very bottom you have Miner 69er and Mother Lord. Those two are very good because it gives you you can
shit.
it increases your
what did I do?
Your pulse damage and you get more stuff from it. So that's something good to have for anyone. Like can be shared, like everyone can have it because it just helps with the mining. Especially if you want to get more steel and iron bars and stuff like that.
Oh, there we go. It's gone. Finally.
Holy fucking shit. I guess before the Twitch notification thing got shut off, there's like a stack of boxes back here full of books.
Yeah, strength.
Where?
Skill tree. You can also like
It's in the middle of the field. I'm coming back one last
use
time.
the hammer.
What the
sledgehammer.
Why are you punching? Why?
Say hi to
Why
your
would I eat a
wives.
broken glass, you motherfucker?
Okay.
Stupid potato. Stupid potato. Stupid potato. Stupid. Stanky.
Stanky.
Stanky. I only feed on the blood. The blood of your ancestors is stanky.
I'm willing to wait, darling. It's okay. I need to step away. Okay, that's fine. My cat yelling.
Oh, the baby.
Oh, poor Bean.
That's what happened with me when I got up. My cats were like yelling at me. I was like, "What?" I'm like, oh yeah, it has been a little bit. Holy layers of them.
Brazy,
Feral.
B bass, brazy bounce. Bay
three of
bopped bee bin ba boom. Ba bubber boom.
Well, you go out at
ba
night, so
bubber
there's gonna be a
boom,
lot of
big
ferals.
bats. Ban
I
bass,
have
bit
my
bee
classes at
brazy. Brazy. Bee bass, brazy
the bus
bounce.
to help.
Bay bopped bee bin ba boom.
Bim
Ba
ba
bubber
boom.
boom. Ba bubber
Ba ba ba
boom, big
boom.
bats. Ban
I have
bats,
the
bake
stealth
bee
feature
brazy.
where I'm like a little bit harder to detect at night.
Be brazy. That be brazy.
Wow, that's crazy, coming from a bat. It's crazy, man.
Be
Who have
brazy.
known?
Be
That's
brazy.
crazy bones.
Yeah.
They buck bee bum ba bum ba bubber bum ba bubber bum big bats spiky bay brazy bee
Oh, I thought you said
bats crazy
band.
bones.
No, no
What the
sleeping,
fuck are
Zaro.
you
No.
talking about?
Ba
Oh,
bubber
coffee
bum
cat.
ba bubber the bum big bats
No sleeping.
bats
No.
bay
Oh
You're
my
gonna play more.
god.
You're gonna play more.
I think I
You're
think I
gonna
lost my
play more.
voice or something.
Ow! What the fuck? You're gonna.
I lost my will to live from that.
You're gonna.
Oh look, I found a
You're
magazine
gonna.
that does
You're gonna
bows
play
do
more.
more damage.
You're
at
gonna
night.
play more. Stinky.
Oh.
No. No.
Zoro
That's still.
is going to eat everybody.
That's still 18 hours.
Good night,
bro.
Zora.
That's still 18 hours. What do you mean? Is that the Chloe? Oh my god. Hi, Chloe. Halloween. Halloween.
Do people still pipe?
Halloween.
Apparently
Yes.
so.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Shouting your dangle Chloe.
Yeah. Rose asked me earlier today. She was like, "Hey, you want to play Peak?" And I was like, "I just got on VR." So no.
Wait, we gotta play VR. When?
You
When
have
are
a
you
VR?
free?
Oh wait, no, you're probably.
No, I'm just like on PC though.
Desktop.
Oh. Oh, I mean, I'll be more free tomorrow. I'm really tomorrow is just gonna be
Right,
prep
shit.
for Monday.
Oh, okay. Okay. No worries. I'm about to get on VR.
I mean-
Chloe! Oh, I hang out later on VR.
There is the armor up
Yeah.
the bin.
Dabby.
I don't have a really good perk to get iron.
I'm gonna come.
Okay.
You just need 3 more books.
Good night, Zoro.
Good night. Alright, good night.
Zoro.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Seth,
of
can
the
you
night.
make the pickaxe? Can I make the level 6 pickaxe? Or did you finish it already? I said good night, Zoro. Any more tape? Okay.
I have glue being made in
I
the
pat the
fire
Nicola.
right now.
I'm gonna take my wife on an expedition.
Noki's gonna be there too with Ichi. Oh my god. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. But I'm on a collab. But after collab, I will be there if y'all still up. Where you gonna hang out? You're gonna do fishing. Are you gonna do fishing, Chloe? You've been on VHR for a while? Ah, damn.
Which fishing? Because there's that new one that there's also.
Later I'll join.
Apparently, the new one is really
If y'all
good
still
from
up
what I've
though.
seen.
Yeah. I'ma be like, hell yeah,
Like
let's
glue in the
go,
chem
let's
table.
go.
Well, I would have, but there was like 4,000 gunpowder and like the crafting
Oh my
thing, so I just
god,
didn't bother.
Coffee.
There is also already glue in the top mats thing as well with 2 tape.
7 hours? Damn. I was live for like 14 hours.
Cancel it? No.
Yes. Oh,
We need it.
10, 11 hours
gunpowder.
yesterday. You can drive a boat, cancel it. What? Okay.
I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna come. When you're done, send me a gem so I can tell okay. Okay, okay. I'll see you there later. I'll put on my trackers and
I
get
thought
a
people liked
VR. Thank you, Sklo.
like-
You have a fun VR time too. Have fun. Yes, bully the no gay for me. The no gay. Yes. Keep him flustered. Also tell him Snowball says he's a little Labubu prince. Yes. You know you want to say the tongue twister. No. Not today. Not today. No. I prefer the nya 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 nya. Nya 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 nya. Rose, are you okay? Rose? Are you okay? Are you okay? What happened? What happened? Are you okay? What?
What happened?
What happened?
Where's my wife?
The words, you goddamn plant. Speak words.
Nicole, I don't know where she was in the corner and I don't know where I had sent her somewhere and
Man, you know we have a compass, right? Where people
no,
are.
like, but come here then. Look at me. Like,
I'm nowhere near you, man.
What is she? What is she?
Where are you?
What is she?
Where are you? What do you need?
Hang on, don't get an ulcer over it.
What happened, Rose? What happened? What happened? What? Set, what are you doing there? Set.
Have you tried the roof? Because there is a rooftop.
The roof.
The roof. Hi, Sam. Hi. I see you. I see you through the hole. Where?
She's not on the roof. She's not on the roof. She's not on the roof. Oh, wife. Oh no.
Your wife. Where the?
Why?
Someone get on the
Oh,
PA and announce a missing person in the store.
You gotta put on that airport microphone thing for that. The supermarket microphone.
I can.
Oh.
It looks like Nicola might be stuck on the floor.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna teleport here.
Nicola? Hello,
Or
Nicola?
maybe Nicola went to the floor on purpose?
No, she was on top of the cement mixer and I
she's
just
here now.
kept jumping on her. Yeah,
She's
because
here
I
now.
teleport her. I teleport her.
No,
But yeah, no, she was on top of the cement mixers and I kept jumping on her and she's just stuck.
You just warped through. Oh no. Poor Nicola.
Achoo!
I heard that bat.
No.
Yes, I did. You're not that sneaky.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I sneezed, silly.
Ah, yes, because sneeze sounds like a liquid death being cracked open.
Liquid.
You can't.
Damn.
No, no, it can't. That.
I can like.
If you sneeze like that, you need to go and see a doctor.
No.
Oh well.
We have a doctor
appreciate
here,
the
though.
Business attempt.
Of course, they aren't sneaky. They're bad. God damn, coffee. God
I'll find another way to
damn.
pay the bills, I guess.
Yeah, just go
Wow,
cut up
first
bodies
it's like-
instead.
True.
That's a mortician.
They're a doctor of death. It's still a doctor, dumb.
A doctor is a doctor.
Not always.
Ross, hey Ross. Psst. Yeah, coffee?
I have a splinter. Die.
Bro sounded like a seagull for a moment there. True.
Hey.
Yeah.
I have a scar in my
Hey, what?
hand. Amputate.
Who said that?
Gonna have to amputate.
Who said
Who
that?
said that? Yeah.
Lyra.
What?
Ooh,
Are you
what?
still not in the fucking shared chat? Doc, you're still not in the shared chat.
There's. Oh, I didn't know about that.
Damn, dog doesn't like us. Damn.
So secret.
Damn. Doesn't like us. Oh my god. He left. He left us. Nice, okay.
No, I never left. I just never got invited.
What?
I said you want-
You can join though. You can knock. You can knock, bro.
It was whispered to Bananachi.
That requires some work. Also, let me take a look.
My. Hey, Nachi, darling. Oh, Nachi.
Yeah?
It says you're playing laundering simulator.
Oh, Nachi.
Wait, it says I'm playing laundering simulator.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
What? Damn. No! Why? Oh my god, I died in a very...
They were infected. I had to.
Damn.
Yeah, it says 7 days on my end. Does it say that on Steam?
Oh, fuck. I spawned outside. What?
No, it
Give me a
shows
second.
7 days. I don't know. That's weird. Oh yeah, there it was 30 minutes ago. What?
Yeah. About to send it to you. Like, look, it says this. So
Hey,
how are you
but-
playing two
No, I-
games?
Let me in. Matt, let me in. Matt,
No,
let me in.
yeah, like actually, I want to see that. It's so
Oh.
weird.
Let you in. Let you in where?
Oh,
Ah! Ow! Ow! Why?
Uh-oh.
Why? Why? Ow! Ow! You're burning me alive! Ow! Rose hates me.
whoops.
Doc, help! I'm being burned!
You know what?
Ow! Ow!
I like how you're
died
asking for the
again.
guy
What the
that is
fuck?
1 point. I like how you're asking for the guy that's 1.5 kilometers away
That's the
from
snake.
like.
But you're
everyone
the
else.
doctor,
That's-
though.
That's the snake. That's the snake.
But,
That was the snake you were looking at. Asking for help.
but
Yeah,
no, no,
but
no,
can
no.
you-
I
can-
was
Can you help me back?
calling for the doctor,
yeah.
literally.
Doctor.
Doctor, help!
Because I might end up
I need a
getting Nachi
doctor.
by mistake
I'm
again.
hurt.
There you go. There you go.
I'm hurt. Ah, why? Why? Why me?
What a cruel world.
Why am I being burned again? Ow! Why? Rose, why are you doing the party? You're killing me.
That is not inviting me. Oh,
the penalty.
Look,
I'm
did you
gonna
check
cry.
again?
yeah. I'm not. Oh, there we go.
God damn it,
Oh my
all these
god.
hybrids.
clear the area. How much more is around here?
A lot.
Nachi died bunny from my fucking sledgehammer hit.
I burned.
Burned it, did.
Bruh.
It's the bestest demon gremlin planet.
Zoro's gonna be happy from that. Thank goodness
I'm
Zoro isn't
alive.
here.
I'm having fun. How about you? It's been a while, Carl. I hope you've been doing okay.
Oh my god, man. The 4x4 is such a fragile fucking car.
I'm well. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Is there a better version for the car?
It's probably just have to mod it, really. Which is fine, I can do that. I'm just not at base right now
Yeah,
to do
'cause
it.
the 4x4 is the best you can get because that's the one that you can put plows and stuff like that on it.
That's what I need to add on there as a plow, and I think I have the recipe. I could be wrong. I do know it. I just need to make
Hold on. Okay, IBRB. I gotta pay.
Burp.
Too much drinking. Water.
Guess whose fault that is?
BRB. IP.
Ain't my fault. Oh, waiting
BRB,
response. You provided tongues of wandering simulator. Fuck, man. That's so
This whole time you've been playing something else.
Look, dude, just because I'm making illegal, I mean legitimate ATM and ID cards.
Make it legit business practice.
Mm-hmm.
I
While
went
also
to
doing
college.
laundry. Well, this stinks.
Plankton crabs.
Plankton crabs. SpongeBob. You'll never catch me, crabs. As soon as I put this thing in turbo, hee-haw!
The maximum overdrive.
I knew I should have went for the booster.
Look around you, crabs. You planted grass? Grass? Oh, that's right. Gotta go down here. Oh, there's a lockbox. Oh shit, where's my lockbox?
I keep seeing the edited version of like when he's trying to explain the plan, and Karen comes down and puts up like his name on the board because they figured it out. It's like Sheldon. But the edit I see replaces it with like the F1 that's a little more inappropriate. It's just super funny. You'll never catch me, crabs. Chia Kazi. Well, this stinks.
My KFC has arrived. KFC!
Ooh, how one did you get? Game.
Partake in the chimkin.
Okay. Game out here trying to make me bad. What do you have, Jen? That's worth.
You got the what bowl? Oh,
That's
the
what it's called.
famous.
No, that's what it's called. The what bowl?
The what?
I'll be honest. If that was advertised the way that was, I'd probably buy it just to try it.
Yeah, can I get the bowl?
The what? Yeah, that one.
The bowl.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that one more time? Just want to make sure I got it. Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I need the bowl.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. So you want the bowl? Yeah, exactly.
Shit, I think my stuff are gonna crash.
All right. Would you like a drink to go along with that?
Y'all can hear me or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay. My Discord's like spazzing out.
You're spazzing out.
By the way, Dark, your truck's built.
Ah, good. Rose, your truck's built. It's for Rose, so she can move things a lot quicker. I also put a mod in there too for the truck, so it will consume less gas.
I can also increase it with the vehicle reserve fuel tank mod as well.
That too.
Because that's one of the mods I've got on my bike is... Hang on. I've got... the fuel saver, the fuel reserve, vehicle storage, and the headlight.
Hi, Sharp.
I should do the headlight one as well.
Well, I've also got a headlight on my helmet as well, so I don't have to worry about fucking torches and weapons and stuff.
True. I got a freaking flashlight on my gun.
Stick one on your helmet. It'd be a lot easier.
That's true. I have the spots now that do it, so I might do that actually.
And then if you haven't got it, also the what's it called? The water filter's always a good thing to have, just because if you need to drink water while you're out, and you don't have any water on you.
Oh yeah, true. That's a landmine. Let's avoid that.
Come here, zombie. I want to knock your head off.
Put a silencer on your hands.
What can I put a silencer on my club?
I don't need to do that. I just two tap some zombies in the heads with my baton, and then on the second hit, the head comes off. And if not, I shock them, repulse them away.
Oh my god.
You lived from that? Lucky you.
Oh hell yeah. Oh, where did I put? Oh, right here. Oh no, these are lumberjack gloves, so I can't. Shit.
Go. Hide in here for a little bit. Be right back. Use the bathroom.
Oh. Get somewhere with the night out. See something game by. Ooh. fine. Ooh. I could definitely use those.
Oh, Seth, did you see that we've got a robotic drone medic mod in the mods thing? So now you have the drone.
Who do you think would be more trustworthy in a zombie apocalypse? A survivor constantly asking stuff like, "Would you love me if I was a worm?" Or a survivor that's always sick? The sick one.
Fair enough. I've also got the schematic, so if anybody wants to learn how to make that mod as well. We now have it. I also have 2 books for you, Set. Two more armored up books for you.
You're coffee cat, not coffee worm. Oh, also. Hell fucking yeah.
Whoa, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh my god.
I also
Took me
returned.
so long. Oh, welcome back.
Thanks.
Welcome back. What
Oh my
the? Was
god.
the bike always that loud? Yeah. It's a motorcycle.
A
Motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
Damn. Oh, ad break. I'm still in ad break. Okay.
Gotta ride hard.
Okay. Okay.
Riding hard or hardly riding?
A little bit of both.
Oh.
Oh.
Drink.
No, you.
Drink.
Better drink too, you freaking bitch.
Damn.
Damn.
Be back. I'm gonna go piss now.
My
No, hold
God.
it.
No, fuck you.
Holy shit, a tier 5 handgun. Man. What? And you want healing kisses? Oh my god, dude.
Yes, I'm demanding like that.
Yeah, you're being greedy.
I'm a greedy motherfucker.
Fine.
Hydrate.
Yes. Thank you, dog. Wait. I gotta do something else.
Fluffy
There we
Goat
go.
Amara, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
Oh, there was an ad happening? Why didn't it make a warning?
I counter with.
Yes, I can.
Sniffer. Sniffer. Oh, stop sniffing, Set. No. Nicola is still on BLB.
Hello. How are you?
Where's the boss? Where the boss? Oh, boss is also in BLB. Okay. Can't really
Everyone's
make her
BRB.
drink like that, I guess. Everyone's
Everybody.
looking at me. Okay, where to go? I gotta water the crab. Water the crab.
team.
What did that do?
Oh my gosh. I love your model. Amara. And it's so cute.
But hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you to follow. Thank you for the follow. Number one player for real. Thank you. Number one player FR. So isn't that what it means? I don't know, but yeah, you're the number one player,
For
I
real,
guess.
for real.
For real, for real. welcome to the stream. I'm playing with my
So, like, I was just
friends
two
right now. We're
wiring
playing 7 Days to Die. For now, we're just chilling, just chilling.
We're big chilling.
Die, fuck's sake, man.
Bones. The bones. Spring. Oil. Leather. 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 Leather.
Lizard.
I'm following fellow VTubers playing 7 Days. We love playing 7 Days.
We like 7 Days.
It's a good game.
It's a good game, indeed.
What you like
what
doing
else
on
can I
7
upgrade
Days?
now? I already have a steel
Living
axe, a
till
steel
7 days.
spear, steel sledgehammer, steel glove. Oh, my SMG, is it done? SMG.
It's probably
It's
been done.
It's done.
Yay!
That's a
Oh
lot of
my god, I'm
zombies over there.
happy. I'm happy. Hell yeah, let's go. I can equip 4 mods in this one. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so good.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm happy. I'm a big happy. Give me the
Big
SMG. Wait, I put SMG on the box.
You just
And
got it
then
in
I put the
copycat, like, can I have it? Give it to me.
I give it to you, get it on the box. I already have a silencer, weapon flashlight, and a 2x scope. What else can I do for this shit? What else can I do? I like it silencered because it's silent. It's silent.
Silent. Sneaky. I keep thinking I can do like a wheelie or something, and it's like, no. No wheelies.
Yeah, you can't do it on this bike, but on the moped you can.
I could do retracting stock mod instead.
What the?
About the other mods?
Thank you so
Tabby?
much for the raid. Oh my
A
gosh.
cripple M mod.
Thank
Good
you,
night,
thank
Papaya.
you. Give me a moment.
I will have to head out because I'm not feeling very good.
Take care of yourself.
Don't forget to take
Okay,
care
you
of
guys
yourself.
have fun, okay?
Goodbye.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Oh my god, I'm sorry for the burp.
Oh my
What the
god.
fuck? Why did I get kicked? Where?
Ah, you've been cheating.
Damn. I'm out here cheating.
I'm not even cheating. I'm just adding mods to my gun.
Oh, cheating. Cheating. Adding mods.
That burp was louder than my car starting up. I'm sorry. That I do be burping a lot on stream, yeah.
The burp was louder.
I can burp more than that, you know. The other day I woke up with like my stomach full of air. Ow, my ears. Fucking sorrow. And then I was like, as soon as I stood up, I felt like the air coming out of my throat. I was like, I let it out a like 10-second long burp. That is like crazy loud as fuck burp.
Oh, you
I
felt
just
good
let
after
it
though.
out like, yeah, it was like like I don't know why my stomach has a lot of air when I woke up, but I'm like burp. 10 seconds long. I'm a gas station. What? Fuck you, Zaro.
If that comes back
you.
home, you can make 50k gasoline. Jesus Christ, dude.
God damn. Wait, Doc, you're
Yeah,
still not in the shared chat more.
Oh.
Wow.
Well,
Whoops.
Bat already invited you.
I know. I even looked right at it, and I was. I don't know why.
He doesn't like us.
I immediately
He
tabbed
doesn't
out. I
like
don't know why.
us.
I'll accept it here after
He
I
just
kill
he
this
just don't like us.
fucking.
Is the
zombie.
princess in your chat? The princess, Lyra.
The princess? I don't know actually.
The princess Lyra.
He's currently the only one who has level 45 card book to make cheaper get. Oh yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'll do that when I come back.
Wow. Banzu. Oh, I need food. I'm all hungry, bitch.
Should have grabbed your food before you left.
I'm already at the base, though. Who's the chef around here?
That'd be.
Who'll be cooking?
Isn't
hate
it you, Seth, and Nicola now, maybe?
I hate how my brain was about to say the Iron Mouse is. It's like, no, the Space Mouse. Fuck.
The Iron Mouse.
Damn.
Go
And here we have. What the fuck is that name? Dr. Octogamapus. Batatamasaurus. Cetanyanyamosaurus. And Stinky Snake. I like how Snake is just stinky. And then us like has long ass names. I'm a banana. And Doctor is like an octopus. I don't know why is it Octogamapus. Gamapus? Yeah? And then yeah.
There was also
But
that one time, the last time we were playing. There was the last time we were playing too. I think I actually kept that. I snipped tool the image because it was fucking funny. Where a copycat was like, ah yes, the famous zombie group of Badamanosaurus Maximus, Rosasaurus Rex, Bananachi Lumpia, and Doctor.
What?
Doctor.
And then Doctor.
Yeah. Very, very Russian way to say it too. It was like Doctor.
Doctor.
Welcome back, Dim. How was your nap?
Welcome back.
No, I did not search this barrel. I thought I did.
Sec, are you able to make clothes?
Like The armor or like the other clothes?
Yeah, like if I do the farmer. Is that technically armor?
I thought the farmer
That
stuff
would
was
be
armor.
the
Oh.
farmer stuff is armor, yeah.
Oh.
The farmer.
Can you make the armor?
What's with all these fucking zombies?
No.
This one up top?
Because my boots, arms, and chest are
The
only
boots.
2. One more book for
One
level
more
5 armor.
Yeah, I'm literally out like scavenging now for you, set. See if I can find one.
Yeah, I started a quest over here in the burnt forest, so if I find
What
one, I'll
is
bring it
not
back.
for retracting stuff mod, I see. What else can I put on this shit, bro? Dr. Octogamopus is a spin-off meme from the I'm a firing my laser meme. Ah, I'm not even I don't even know that meme, bro. I'm old.
I'm a fire my laser.
From good old Liz.
Damn, I'm out of my chocolate drink. I might pass
Chocolate
out.
drink.
I don't want to
Not the
pass
chocolate drink.
Not the chalky milk.
I remember I think it was last night maybe where Zoro was like, I know why it feels a little weird. And everyone was like, why? And Zoro goes, I haven't had my chalky milk yet. And I was like, I felt that though. I was like, that makes sense. I would feel weird if I didn't have a late night cup of milk.
Yeah. It kind of help sleeping, you know. Gotta make you sleep more. Hongshu Mimi better.
Oh, Hongshu Mimi. It was good.
Hongshu Mimers.
We love naps around here.
Edie.
It's not only that. It's just I genuinely just like drinking milk. So it's
You'll come to learn that that's the king of napping.
I am. I would literally like fall asleep if it wasn't for things to do.
Is the Briscosaurus okay? I think she's still shitting. I don't know.
I think she's dealing with Discord issues.
Ah.
Oops.
Oh, those gloves might actually be good for me.
Discord shirts. Oh.
Discord.
Discord.
Discord having issues? Never.
Discord.
We're not having issues selling your data.
Nope.
That's true.
They love icing you real bad.
Yeah, they're just glazing us.
Oh my god.
Don't you rev your chainsaw at me. I don't know what that says. Blurry.
Oh god.
Oh, finally.
That you still need aloe seeds? Maybe? Can I plant them? I want to plant the aloe vera. I've made so much corn.
Patty milk drinker.
Could plant them in the desert, just make them grow. Oh, well there is... Bat, can you plant a pumpkin and name it Carl? I sure can.
Why? Why name it Carl?
Look at all these pumpkins here.
Why not name it Carl?
Look at all these chickens.
Look at all those chickens.
Motherfucking chickens. Vlogging.
We're gonna need another ingredients box. Can we get rid of these? Wait, do these sandwiches make anything?
You
The
can
old
use
sandwiches.
What can you make of it?
Oh.
Honestly, I just keep on skipping on getting them on whenever I loot stuff.
There's a lot you can make with them.
Oh.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I will not skip them, I guess.
You can. We have like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 90.
Damn, that's a lot.
126 some of them.
Damn, that's crazy.
We could probably
Yeah, that's
get
a
rid
lot.
of like a good amount.
So what you're telling me is you need to make more.
More.
That's a
mean,
more.
Yes.
So just give them all to Set. Set will just make stuff out of them.
Set. There's 21 aloe vera seeds.
Do you need seeds? Like a lot of seeds? Because I also been
Yes.
skipping them. Okay, I will not skip seeds.
Just
then.
say you hate me.
No.
Just grab
Here's
everything. That's why you have a
Okay.
buy.
Fuck you and your
Yeah, but
farming.
my inventory keeps on getting full.
Then make an inventory extender for your vehicle then.
Your inventory?
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's a drop loot here. Oh my
Oh my god.
Oh my god. This oh my god.
I must feed the bees the golden.
The bee. Come on, open this shit, bruh. It takes me like what? 15 seconds to open one.
That you like. All right.
Dang, god. Damn.
Hurry up,
Gosh.
hurry up.
I guess
Ow,
it's
I nicked myself.
She's like, hurry the fuck up. Oh, that's me.
As she's like actively crafting it with her hands. Adding stuff to it. It's like, come on, man, can you hurry the fuck up? Oh, wait.
Hang on a second. That's me. Then when Carl is fully grown, you can turn Carl into a pumpkin cheesecake.
A pumpkin cheesecake?
Pumpkin
Is that
cheesecake?
yummy?
That exists?
I don't know.
can
That's the
make
first
that in
time
this
I've
game.
heard of it.
But I want a cookies
Cheesecake.
and cream cheesecake.
You tell me you don't want the Baja Blast pie?
What?
I'll try it.
Damn.
That actually was a real thing.
Why am I not
Scared for my
surprised?
life.
It was only, I think it's only like a seasonal thing. It was only like a seasonal thing at that moment, so. It's no longer around.
I try anything related to Baja Blast. God damn. Dedication,
Try
bro.
Baja Blast ice cream.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, I would. I can imagine that being pretty good.
A Baja Blast float.
That doesn't sound too bad either. You're just naming some bangers right now, dude. And there's no hate here.
Should capitalize on it with
Yeah.
our product.
Yeah, you really should. Or someone else steals his ideas.
Oh, that's not my motorcycle. Fuck.
My head mentioning Baja Blast in front of my Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning. Don't you want a Sergeant Melon instead?
Oh, don't. That's gonna make me upset.
My head mentioning Baja Blast in front of my Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning. Damn, you have those type of soft drinks. We
I
don't
see.
have that.
You want the Grimace shake.
That's what you want.
Hey, don't diss the Grimace shake. That actually that actually tastes nice.
I never had it.
It's fucking great. It's blueberry. It's literally just tastes like a blueberry muffin milkshake.
What
Never
the
tried
fuck?
it either.
I just love the memes around it. It was just funny.
It makes you wake up.
The fuck?
Yeah.
I'm rubber banding again.
It's like, guys, we're gonna try out the Grimace shake. Wow, it's actually pretty good. It just wakes up in like the forest.
What the
or something like that. It's like, oh my god. What
Oh
the
my
fuck was in that
boomerang.
drink?
My drink.
I think someone actually made like a really like short book game about.
Oh
the
my
Grimace shake.
god, I'm just sinking on the floor now. Really?
What coffee cat? You said. when
Oh
snakes
my
in the
god.
food tasted, I get
What the
flashbacks of bangers and
fuck?
mashed toad and the whole bubble and sweet chip buddy bacon bat. Bangers and mash.
Oh my god, I'm just sinking to the floor.
You need me to translate any of that.
Oh hell.
Yeah. What coffee cat saying?
What do you want to know first?
I know bangers and mash.
Yeah, that's sausage and mashed potatoes.
What's
Oh my, oh my, oh my
toad
god.
in the hole?
Holy
Toad in the hole
what?
is, so,
Where
do you
am
know what a
I?
Yorkshire pudding is?
A what?
A Yorkshire pudding.
Oh, Yorkshire pudding.
Yorkshire pudding.
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Well, okay. Over here we call it Yorkshire because we're.
I know.
No. What is that?
It's like a, it's like pastry stuff. It's like a, the best way. How do you explain Yorkshire pudding to someone?
Yorkshire pudding. Wait, here, let me just Google it.
Pudding,
Let me use the
pudding.
goddamn internet.
Oh my
Uh,
god, what the fuck?
Yorkshire
Holy,
pudding
what
is
the
like-
fuck?
It's like a pastry dessert with like, well, like
It's
a
not
like a filling, right?
Well,
No.
I'm just running
it's-
all over the
you-
place, I guess.
Like Sunday dinner, it's like a roast. It's like a it is pastry, but you usually eat it with your roast, like your Sunday roast, with like gravy, maybe some like mashed potatoes, sausages.
Okay. I see. I kind of knew what it was. I didn't know what
Wee.
like you had.
It's perfect for holding gravy.
Yeah.
It also can be served as a starter with onion gravy. The dish is similar to an American popover.
Rumblies.
Steam on them.
Rumblies. I'm crying. No. I swear.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Gross.
god. Oh my fucking god. What?
Rose go.
The fuck?
I think Rose was still having. I think that's why I was saying Rose was having Discord issues because she's not here.
Oh.
Oh,
Not
this
you
is not the
forever stuck
right
in a loop.
place. I'm like, what the fuck?
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you for telling me that. Set, do you still need Forge Ahead books? I doubt you do, but I'm just gonna ask to be sure. Alright.
Oh,
Oh
yeah,
my
we're at
fucking
Bangers
god.
Mash. We're at Toad in the
Why?
Hole, Bubble and Squeak. Chip.
Don't wanna ruin
buddy.
the car. Don't wanna ruin,
Chip buddy.
don't wanna
Oh,
ruin
Bubble
the
and Squeak is something
motorcycle.
different?
Are you
Yes, bubble
fucking-
and Squeak is something different.
What is Bubble and Squeak?
If I remember correctly, it's spaghetti bolognese. I think it's just what we call bubble and squeak. I think that's what I remember correctly. Because the way the way UK used to make it is that they used to make it. It used to make
Bro,
you
what?
bubble and squeak. It used to make you fart because it was so fucking high.
Bubble and Squeak is so funny. It's the dish
Whoa, what the
leftover
fuck?
mashed potatoes and cooked vegetables, typically
Oh,
cabbage,
yeah,
mixed
there you go,
together in a
that's what-
pan fried until crispy. That actually
I
sounds
can't
good.
even drive in this, man.
That sounds pretty
No.
good, actually. Yeah.
No, what I'm thinking of is what we used to call spaghetti
Finally.
bolognese. We used to call it spag ball. That's what we used to call it.
Chip buddy.
Chip buddy. It's essentially just like a like a butty bun, like the what would it be called? Like a bread roll. Cut it in half, put butter on it, and then you put chips inside it, and you just eat it. That's what a chip buddy is.
Bacon bap.
Bacon bap is the same thing, just not with chips. You just put bacon in there with ketchup.
Just bread and bacon?
It's it says bread rolls. It's like a bread roll. Cut it in half, put bacon in there with maybe some butter, some ketchup. You just eat it. Maybe you throw some you cut some sausages in half and put them on there as well.
Put an egg in there.
Yeah. But
Snake doesn't even know his own food.
I do. It's just hard to explain British food to non-British people.
To you Americans.
British.
Yes. To you fucking Yanks.
Chip buddy is a French fry sandwich.
I want bags on mine. Wow. Everyone's got cool bikes.
That's it. Mods drove the tea in the harbor again.
I mean, I don't.
Did
right
you
ahead.
want a cool motorcycle?
Damn.
Get your ass on my bike. Like, want me to be passenger princess? Wow.
Don't be offended by that. You always want to be passenger princess. Shut up. Shut up.
I'm on the bike right now.
Wait, you have the extra seat mod?
That does.
You can make it. Okay.
Good thing I got my helmet. I was talking about like the saddlebags and stuff.
I'm gonna head back home and
throw the tea in the harbor again.
Craft some things.
Yeah, go right ahead. I don't drink tea.
The fuck? Why
I
did
feel
it?
like the thing is like, you guys drink your tea cold?
Wait, you you don't?
Oh, that's why iced tea was
Bruh.
invented.
Yeah. I love iced tea.
Like them iced tea.
Like a little drone just following, but like all the way up there.
No, Sniffer. No, Sniffer.
Yeah, that little drone is like keeping at the distance. Sniffle. It helps.
I'm glad it does. Once I get more Tech Planet box, I'll be able to make a better one.
Fucking dog. Oh my god. Get away from me. Stupid dog. Bro, I've been hitting the dog. The dog is not dying. Oh, there we go. Wow.
Hang on a second.
God, so purple me.
Oh, yay.
Oh,
That's
you know what?
awesome.
Let me.
I'm infected
Let me do
again?
this.
Yeah, it's okay. Inevitable
You're an egg.
because it's so fucking delayed on my end. Can't do anything about that shit, bro.
The airdrop isn't that far from me, actually.
I think I know my purpose. I'm a bike stand.
Your bike stand. It's crazy.
You're a bike stand.
So the motorcycle doesn't fall over.
Got a question. I opened up a office. Like, I'm assuming this is the manager's desk area. I opened his desk and I found a bone in there. I'm like,
Bone.
Probably a fossil bone.
A bone. My bone? Damn. Found my bone. Here we go.
oh god.
It's crazy. Come on. Pressing E. It's not going on.
Whoa.
Road.
Driving in my car. Bananachi is infected again. SMH. Gonna have to.
My
Something
god.
about that.
Gonna have to put her down.
I don't make the rules.
I don't make the rules, man. But she got me done.
To the farm upstate.
Nugget. Oh my god, my dog.
The dog.
The dog. Not the dog.
What that dog doing?
The dog.
The dog.
My game
To the
crashed.
farm upstate. God damn. No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Explains why. Explains why I can't pick up anything.
Yeah.
Oddly enough,
We
the
were
repair kits are
overloading
still
Bat's
counting down for
PC.
me. Oh, never mind.
No.
Oh my PC.
If that isn't a sign, I don't know what is.
What did you do, Seth? What did you do?
Is that a sign of the game telling us not to play anymore?
Take a break.
Take a break.
Game
Go
was
play
like,
something else.
alright, gamers, time to skedaddle. You're staking bad on your
Gamers,
joyride. Oh, gaming.
How could you?
How dare?
How dare? They wouldn't even go past the fun pimps. Oh my god, Seth, Jesus.
What?
What Seth said, but they deleted it.
Ish.
Alright, let's see if it'll load up. There it goes.
Blorp. What the
Blorp.
fuck?
Glorp.
Praise the Glorp cat.
Glorp cat.
Glorp.
Glorp.
Think I might actually come off because my phone at the die, so I need to charge it up.
Okay.
Well, thank you for having me.
Aw, thank
really
you,
good
Swampan. Thank you, Snick.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Happy to play again. Can't wait for the next session.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
I'm waiting.
What you were doing was saved for leaving fully?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a crash. Indeed.
Indeed, it
Didn't
was a crash.
We crashed.
When does this game come out?
Uh,
Oh, next
When
week.
it comes out.
Oh, Doc,
Toxic
the
Commando.
horror mommy game that you were doing the demo before is going to be out soon.
What are you talking about?
Well, the one that I asked you the title of, I forgot again.
You mean Unsealed the Mare? That game's already out.
Yeah. Wait, what? Huh? I thought it's March 10. No?
Oh wait, is it really? Oh shit! I just got a key for that game to play it super early again.
Oh, damn.
No, but me and Battle comes out on March 10th.
Dare you, dog. How dare you make me look forward to it. I was like, I
Comes out
can.
on March 10th.
Yeah, and I'm like,
Me.
huh? It's a release already? What?
Think what comes out on March 10th?
Our favorite game is getting the Gundam collab.
Ooh.
Which one? Which one?
Oh, Apex. Apex is
Oh.
getting the Gundam collab.
Ooh.
They don't have
have
the characters I want.
That's it's a lot better than Fortnite. I'm gonna be honest.
No, you know what? I'm not gonna be brutally honest with you, Doc. I'd rather Fortnite have the Gundam collab.
That would probably get me more energized to play Fortnite again.
Night Shift Simulator.
12 Monster Hunter that before the Monster Hunter Gundam collab one.
That would be so sick. Oh my god, don't say that.
Oh my god.
Apex, a game I once played, and a game that should be never touched again, in my opinion.
Dog. That's a battle royale game. That's why you react like that.
No, it's. I think the game itself really just kind of went downhill. Like genuinely, I think it just went downhill.
I mean, someone that's played
okay.
season 0, yeah.
Because I used to play it a lot before I kind of gave up on the whole battle royale thing.
A lot of hours into it.
Yeah, that's generally how I feel about it. I mean, is it a battle royale? Yeah, I hate battle royales, but genuinely Apex has kind of went downhill over the years.
Me as an old man, I remember when the Prowler used to have a fire selector mod.
I remember when Wraith was the only one with an heirloom.
Mm-hmm. I remember when Elims didn't exist in the game.
Back in
Makes
my
my brain
day.
go bar. bang my brain.
I remember when the Mozambique was made fun of.
Yeah, now
it was
we've
the
got
worst at the
fucking motherland
time.
Makes
dual
my
wield them.
game go brr. I started
And
playing when
now
they
that
added
they
the
made
Filipino.
dual wield
What?
pistols.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that guy.
But the fact that you could dual wield Mozambiques and P2020s now makes them fucking viable in a team fight.
Funny.
Back when Watson wasn't even a character. That was the newest hype, was Watson. Like, oh my god, a new legend.
If you want me to be that guy, Octane was the first.
Oh, technically, yeah, true.
Octane was the first character that got dropped, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Watson was the other one I was only excited for.
Then Watson, then Crypto, I think. Mine serves correctly. I could be wrong. I don't know. We ask our resident, like, Apex fan, Setano.
Are we still wanting to play more 7 days, or is everyone kind of done?
On my end, I'm getting EP.
Oh, go shoot my name.
But I wanna check
think we
the
can-
save before I go because I'm
I think,
on
I
the
think, yeah, I think we should
I'm
do
on a
that
zombie
first for
hunt when
everybody, at
I
least.
yeah.
So just start it up.
Yeah, and then we can. That'll be it. Cause I'm probably gonna take a break from that. I forget who I used to play. Cause I used to. It was around like what 2023, 2024. I got back into Apex because of a friend, and I started playing Mad Maggie because I actually liked how she played, and it was pretty good.
I was always a Gibby and Octane main.
I think the other person I wanted to get and play was Newcastle, because I heard how good he is.
SCP, hello,
It's
hello,
fun.
hi, hello, hello.
I've seen bits and pieces of like what he
How are
can
you?
do, and I
Good
was like, that actually
morning,
looks
good
really cool.
evening. How is he
I was just like
today?
really intense.
Like he puts up
Yeah,
like
I hope
his
you're
shield
doing
as
good
like a
today.
defense thing. So when you're reviving, you can also drag him away a lot easier when you're reviving too.
They took it away from Lifeline to give it to
Really good.
Newcastle.
I really didn't enjoy Lifeline all that much.
She got nerfed into the ground from what I remember.
I used to have a shield when you were rezzing someone.
Mm-hmm.
Where am I? Oh, and I left my bike at
no.
the base, so I'm like,
Oh, because you were on Set's bike.
where am I?
Oh no.
Oh. No.
Set will rescue you.
Oi,
Oh.
me out. Okay.
Oh my.
Yeah, it kicked me out.
Rose!
It kicked me out of.
Yeah,
I got-
my game crashed.
Yeah, and he also got like kicked out from the stream. We see he goes out of inactivity.
Like, north. Guess I'll get walking.
I'm coming back both ways. And nice one said, "It's my princess Lara."
That is all. Man.
Lara.
Shock.
Hello, my princess. How
I'm
are
coming back
you?
both ways. What the fuck? I believe that though.
Both ways.
Both
I think all I was
ways.
doing at base was making like repair kits because we were running low.
Oh
I was
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
make a
yeah.
few mods for the truck. Hey, sex. Bing.
Dog do be stinky. Indeed.
Surprise. Man.
Oh my god, I'm shocked. Just kidding. Waiting for message protection agreement. Okay, I wait.
Russell's
Well, I
holding on. Hurry up.
made. Well, I made about the amount that I wanted, I guess. Now.
Never mind.
Going to
Never mind that.
make-
You need up. Huh? Oof.
I'm out here all alone.
You lost your bike? No! Please don't tell me I also lost my bike. Please, no.
Fucking son of a bitch.
No! Not the bikes! But I just got the beautiful bike today.
Is
Little
that
fancy bike.
Be cool.
Because we were on the bikes before the crash. I hope my bike is still on there, like on the floor.
Polymer.
I'm still connecting. What the fuck? How long?
However
Because we're
long
on the
it
bikes
takes.
before the crash. Nah.
Can't even load in the game.
Wait, I think I have my bicycle, so I'm not completely. But
Yeah, I'll just pedal there.
better than walking.
God
Well,
damn it. Timed out
You
again.
got a
Fuck.
point there. But it's good for your legs.
I was pedaling.
Set
It's good for
one,
your,
ready, girl.
it's good for your legs.
I have weak legs.
Well, whose fault
Set,
is that?
ready, go. Oh,
I don't know.
I know I'm
Genetics?
sorry.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Fucking genetics, you bitch.
Fuck you, genetics.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's
It
one
honestly
even-
sounds like we're yelling at like a medical company that's named that. Fuck you, genetics.
Fuck you, genetics.
Fuck you, eugenics.
Hey, that
Hey,
first
you
time,
get-
Shackle.
You gave me cancer.
An interesting Tumblr post.
Oh yeah. Since I'm here,
Hi,
I'm
princess.
server
Oh my
broken?
god. Hi, princess.
I don't know.
I hope not.
Oh, hi.
Yeah,
Oh,
set,
hi.
take this and just it's unlocked. Just pick it up and try to look for your bike.
Fuck. Again.
There's some
Doesn't
fail to
want
have
me
at hand.
to go in the game. What?
If you cannot find your vehicle, just tell me what kind of vehicle do you have and I'll spawn you a new one. Because you have to OP. So I can do that for you.
Needs
I should
eugenics.
log onto the game to see if I've lost it.
Just try to go on the pathway you came from, if you remember which pathway. Because it might be still on the pathway. Except it has no icon. It was here, no? Yeah, but you have to go. Either on the pathway you came
My
all the way here,
lamp.
or close to the house. Might have like got to respawn back in the house. If not, I'll just spawn you a new vehicle because that's like an issue that happened with the server. So
Who need eugenics anyway?
It's about the Lady of the Lake from the stories of King Arthur and old mythologies and phenomena. Iron can form in swamps and referred to as bog iron, low quality but usable iron.
wasn't the Lady of the Lake like at some point King Arthur's very sick? Not King Arthur, but Merlin just very sick, and he goes to the lake to talk with the lady. In exchange for I don't know, did him on the other island, she lets like a sword. I might be wrong.
You
Maybe
just
I'll
a
the
coconut
fucking
mall.
story.
What? Is that a Mario Kart reference?
I haven't heard anything about the Lady of the Lake. That's new to me.
There's so many outfits in here, dude. Onto level 1s. Why don't we just get rid of those?
Scrap them.
I'll say we can scrap them or sell them for cash.
Good on cash. There's like
We
8
can
of us. We
always
can do.
use more money.
There's like 8 of us. We do quests. We get many.
No, you're absolutely right. And we get money.
We get many.
And we got that fat stack of cash.
Finally, oh
See
my
those gold coins
god.
and things. Bam. In the old mythologies of England and Scotland, they had a goddess.
There's
of
some
the forge,
bitch outside the
typically
house.
depicted as a slender woman. The post believes this is the wrong image and instead envisions a jacked woman who's a blacksmith. Freaking jacked.
Jacked.
Freaking jacked.
Jacked
Finally.
up. So in short, Arthur didn't get a sword from a slender fairy woman, but a buff lady blacksmith who followed the old pantheons. Sword was probably like Guts' sword.
Guts' mother.
The giant claymore looking sword. Here you go. It's light as a feather. Just like creates a crater in the ground when dropped.
Good enough. I have to do more repair kits.
Ow, ow, ow,
I don't know what you're saying.
Hey, Pete, please speak clearly into the microphone.
Hey, Doc.
Yep.
And Kina stuck.
How did you do that?
Magic and drugs.
I was gonna say, how did he not do that?
You can't jump?
No.
Well, I can't pick that up either, so
And just give us
might have to.
Um.
What the fuck just happened to you, dude?
Ow, just pressed. Ow, 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 ow. Oh my. You know what? You know what? It's fine. These are fine.
Have to replace that little gap there, but yeah, it's gonna be as good as it gets.
Not no bike. Yeah, it got lost. Tell me what kind of bike it is. That I'll just do it for you. I'll spawn it.
Oh my
Motorcycle.
god. This needs a bit more coal.
Oh, what the fuck? I got
living
kicked
in
again by
Busan.
EAC. What the fuck? What did I do to you? I just spawned.
I don't know. What did you do?
God damn. I spawned into the world and now I get kicked. Hell no. Bless you.
Blessed be.
Okay.
It was a motorcycle with a bigger gas tank, less fuel use, extra storage, extra seat, and pink dye.
Mine was that, just not the extra seat and not pink. It was green, and I had the headlight.
Okay, how many of you lost it?
Well, I'm checking. I'm just checking. I've got to wait for my thing to load in.
Okay. Motorbike or the motorbike? Motorbike with bigger gas thing. The swirl is just a set pink dye. Die. Stop. Seed. Okay, the seed. Storage. Storage.
Oh my. Milky Pop!
Milky Pop! Oh my god!
Okay.
How are ya? How are ya? Haven't seen you in a while.
It's been so long.
I've still got my bike. My bike's still here.
Okay. Well, said I just got the new one. If you can do me a favor, pick the one I gave you and just like scrap it. Because that's something else fun with the command menu.
Yeah, I didn't hear for you for so long. I was like, I wonder how Milky Pop's doing. So I like sent you a message. Yeah, work's been keeping me busy. Oh my god, I know that feeling. But doing well, doing good. Still going. Still straight by design.
Just hope that you are doing all the well, Milky Pop.
Chicken in on the lovely. Sorry to deep like I did. It's funny, Cola. It's okay, darling.
It's okay.
Oh.
Nicola had bad brain worms.
No.
No.
Along with other stuff, but
I mean, teeth pain is painful, so you know. Teeth pain is painful. And it's very hard to focus with that, so
It's totally okay.
can make a tier 3 drone now.
Okay.
I'm gonna drive my character back to the base and then just log off.
Oh my god, I was about to say, Rose, you sound sleepy too.
I'm not sleepy. I'm just annoyed.
Not sleepy. I'm just super off. That's it.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's an off day today.
It is what it is. It's okay. Okay, I give you everything set from the ping, die, the standard, the seat. Just let me know if you missed anything. Oh yeah, you probably need some gas, right? I'll spend some gas as well. Should be okay, right?
Risk of Rain
Gas is-
2. It's a great game.
Oh, the gas tank expanded. I thought you meant the one with the consuming less gas. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
My bad. Was it the large one or the smaller one? Never mind, I'm less stupid. Is this one? Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I thought I had everything.
Rose's automata hates me.
Oh no, what did my automat do? Oh my god. Stupid automat. It was kicking me in the nuts and things felt huge and I didn't wanna bring all of my dear friends down with me. That's fine, darling. Don't worry. Also, fuck you, automat. How dare you fucking change on my fucking vibe, you fucking piece of shit of a fucking glued over freaking electric wires shit. I'm gonna jet it. I'm gonna rip it off. I'm gonna burn every single fucking chocolate it has ever.
Get exploded, idiot.
Ugh, not the sniffles.
There is another armor up book in there and the thing for your set.
What do we have here?
I give up. It doesn't want to let me in.
No.
Have you tried starting the game as administrator?
I'll try.
Run the game as administrator?
Or you can like close the Steam and reopen it
Can't really do it as administrator when it's from Steam.
Should have an icon on the desktop, no?
Yeah, even so, it's not.
Just try to reconnect a few more times. Sorry, when that shit happens, you have to reconnect it a few times. So
My bag. Oh.
Woke up. Put your finger where you woke up. I don't wanna have sex with you right now, woke up.
Thank you for the hydrate redeem songs. I'm surprised you're still awake. I'm like, bruh. Plus, I'm getting EP. What the fuck?
Go Betty buys.
It's Betty Bye Bye time.
I'm barely hanging on by a thread. Go sleep. Go sleep. You need it. Yeah.
Oh my god. Not you telling people to go to bed, not you used to go to bed themselves.
hey Mao.
Trying to figure out why my textured vending machine isn't working out for DJ. Oof. Troubleshooting. Disgusting. I hate it. That's been my work.
Disgusting.
Still not letting me connect.
Oh, I think the only vending machine mod I have for Wilford is the Pop Cat. So instead of all the basic logos, it's just a Pop Cat in the vending machines.
Just doing the popping sound of Pop Cat.
It doesn't make the sound, unfortunately, but it's just the GIF.
Oh, the GIF.
Mm-hmm.
I have an armored up book for you. Is that the last one you need?
Oh my god.
Feed me.
Well,
Well, I would take that as a yes.
Alright, let me do this mission. Wait, did you already get to level 5? Oh.
Yeah.
What? Hosting the com. Okay. Get off of that counter. I don't really mind if artist posts the artwork.
Yeah, I know. Brain started sorting things. Yeah, the stim was too strong.
Yes, sir. What's up? Hmm? Mm-hmm. What's up? Hmm? What's up? Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
How do they keep hearing me?
This is Ting. Still smelly of like cheese. Duh.
They can't have any. It's mine. I'll kill him. You're gonna try and take my cheese.
Have you told you that my cat fucking ate an entire fucking cheese bag by herself?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I forgot my door to my room open as I was going to the bathroom fucking fucking asleep. And my dad decided to leave one of our cheese fucking bags, like, I don't know why, open in the kitchen for some reason. So she went and started eating as I was in the bathroom. So when I woke up, well, not woke up, but, you know, jetting up from the fucking bathroom, like, well, I heard crunchy noises from the fucking kitchen, right? You know, when you're testing with the bag, right?
Yeah.
I got there and my cat just gorfing down the fucking cheese like it was nothing.
Like,
And mind you, there was nothing left. It was Padoro cheese. Like the type of that's like put in like box size. So, oh my god, Doc, why do you have to raid me? Why?
Because I can.
Why?
Because I can.
But why?
Because I can.
Why? I'm about to fucking pass out as well. Why?
Because I can.
Why?
I just told you. Because I can.
I eat my apple. One apple per day keeps the dog away.
I'm wearing my armor. I can take it.
Fuck. You lied to me.
You lied to me.
You got swindled.
You lied to me.
How dare you? He told me that if he eat one apple away, a dog will be away. Will not come for me. I'm so healthy, dog.
Howdy.
For now.
For now.
For now. But thank you for the raid, Doc. What you gonna do? You gonna go to sleep as well?
Probably, because I have a headache and it's hurting. Oof.
I love how everyone's fucking getting hit by one too.
It's faint, but then the occasional it'll just start to hurt. Like I get that sharp pain.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes
But
when
it hurt.
when it all your temples fucking feel like they're on fire.
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, I can't really tell because my fucking hands are.
Lord God, coffee. Why do you have to hydrate me? But you had to hydrate. But yeah, no, that's perfectly fine, Doc. If you need to rest, that's perfectly fine. Go take your rest. It was a pleasure to.
Why'd you say it? Why did you say it like that?
No, it's not fun.
Wait,
Yeah, you're probably tired of your mind, but the way you said it was like, oh, if you need to go and sleep, I guess that's okay.
I mean,
Why?
whatever.
Yeah, whatever, man. I guess.
Why did they even say that?
No, no. I imagine you didn't say it like that, but
It's a little funny.
yeah, it was a little funny.
Oh, okay.
Doc is just being an asshole.
Whoa, man,
But
that's a huge assumption. Fuck you, but that's a huge assumption. God damn.
but a dog cannot be an asshole. That's too much. You know what?
That's too much ass.
Man, just
I don't even know what the fuck I wanted to say. Anyways,
man, just give up.
I know. I give up.
Honestly, there's points of trying, and then there's points of just, you know what? Never mind.
Never mind.
Yep, never mind. No, but yeah, I'm gonna go lay down. Hopefully you're at this headache. So.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Bye. Take care.
Thanks for the fucking dog.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Excuse me? Who trapped what?
What?
I tried to say you trapped me, and I'm like, huh?
I said thanks for having me.
Oh my fucking.
Go to bed.
Look, I'm trying.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm trying.
I was I'm looking.
It's a saying. You don't have to literally fucking look. Oh my fucking god.
I know you fucking goddamn dude. You go to bed.
Oh my god. I'm gonna bite your fucking hand.
Well,
Drink more
wouldn't be
water,
the only
you.
one.
Uh,
All right, but
let's go eat portal cry. Shh.
have a good night, guys.
Oh.
Good
Good night, dog. Take
Good night.
care.
Good night, guys.
Bye.
Oh.
Ah! How many of us? Why are you crying, Coffee? Why are you crying? Why are you literally starting to cry? And why should I go to sleep? Why should I go to sleep, huh? You refuse to fucking hydrate or eat. Why should I listen to you? You never listen to me. Why should I listen to you?
Rose. Instead, trying to give you something, and you keep running away from her.
Oh, huh? Huh? Yeah, that? Oh. Oh. Thank you, Seth. You're very nice. I love you.
Oh, I could sound more enthused. No, I'm joking.
Hmm?
No,
Is
that is...
Is Nachi falling asleep?
Hey, Bats, there's like tier 6 steel knuckles in here, and you're still using the brass knuckles.
No, mine are 6.
Are they? Oh.
Yeah. Nachi!
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the
Yeah.
steel
Nachi,
knuckles
Nachi, Nachi,
better
Nachi,
than the
Nachi,
brass
Nachi.
knuckles?
Oh, she fell
Nachi!
asleep, didn't she? She fell asleep, didn't she?
I think she's still alive though.
Yeah, she's still alive.
Oh no, Nachi!
I mean, she didn't get proper fucking sleep, so. Nachi! Sweetheart! There's some
What?
boobs in the corner!
Wait, what?
Wake up!
What?
Boobs!
End
What is it?
stream!
What?
End stream!
What? I'm awake. I'm awake. What?
Go to it, darling. Go to
I'm,
it. Literally go to it.
I'm
Nachi,
finally
end
in
stream!
after some time. I
No. Go Yip. You literally
gotta
fell asleep
check.
on stream. No.
Oh, what? I gotta check if everything's saved. Yes, it's here. Okay, I can finally.
Nachi, darling. Go sleep. Literally go sleep.
Or no tabby mommy. Ooh.
No,
tabby mommy.
okay. I wanna go bed.
There you go.
Go bed.
You didn't get any sleep. Well, not proper sleep, so you should go on sleep, darling. We also have like the pick
Was I
later,
loud?
so.
Yeah, we got the pick later. Yes,
Because if you don't
mommy.
sleep, I'm kicking you out of the pick. I don't care. I'm kicking you out of the pick if you don't sleep.
Okay, I will sleep. I will sleep. Okay.
Go sleep.
It was fun.
No.
Thanks for the fun games.
Yep. You sleep well.
I take home Shumimi's.
Show me.
Shumimi time. Shish. And until later. Was fun. Good night.
Bye-bye. Sleep well, darling. Ma.
Night, Nachi.
Good night, Nachi.
Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Go to
Go to
sleep.
sleep. Go to sleep, little baby. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Such a good girl, Nana.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Are you still gonna push through the stream, but
Huh?
Oh, May?
are you still gonna stream more?
Yeah. I'll go for a little more.
Okay, I read you.
Playing some Mecha Break.
Mega
Did I
break.
switch to Mega Break? That's fine.
Okay. Bye.
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 Okay, you guys passed out. As soon as I'm like, owie, oh my god. I was like, as soon as I was snoring. Was it so loud? Was it loud? Really? Oh boy. I'm sorry. Guys. You got a good one out. Oh, just a single snore. Just like this one like that. Oh boy. Fine. Well, we're gonna raid out to bat. Tomorrow is a peak stream with the peak collab with the Rose. It's Rose, Marcy, and Zorro. So it's yes. I still got work to do. Damn, you need sleep too. Okay, I'm gonna go take my nappy and probably 3 or 4 hour nappy. Before my Pookie wakes up, you know. I gotta hang out. I promised like a week of hangout with them. I gotta wake up in about 3 or 4 hours when he wakes up, and then I'ma go and play with my Pookie. Hell yeah. Yeah. Again, it was fun. Thank you to those that followed. Oh my god. I achieved my follower goal today. I'm happy. Finally, I'm at 200 followers officially. Yay! And also, I am now at 8,000 followers on TikTok. So thank you everyone that follows on TikTok and keeps on supporting my content there. And I'm big happy. Again, okay, for the next stream, please remind me to do the 2 remaining punishment spins from Snowball's $100 donation. I still have two 2 spins to do from that. And yeah, hopefully oh shit, I forgot as well to put to find a better sticky note. But yeah. Tomorrow again we stream, okay? Good night, Nicola. Thank you again for the fun game and stuff. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope yeah, everything goes well for you. Me loves you, tabi mommy wife. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay. Where? How do I rate again? Okay, there we go. Raid. We're rating. Oh my god, I'm sorry. We are rating the bat because he says he's still gonna raid. Still gonna game. I mean, still gonna game. So we're gonna raid bat instead to continue. If you still wanna watch them go play, he said he's gonna play some. He's gonna play some. Yes. He's gonna play some Mecha Breaking. So yeah, we're gonna raid out to bat. Don't forget to support my friends. We love them. Okay. To everyone that has been on the stream since the start, I really appreciate it. And again, sorry to those that came from TikTok. I'm sorry, I had to end TikTok stream. Be good for Tabby, mommy. Yes, mommy. I will be. I will be good. Mwah. Yes, I will be good. Okay. I will be sleeping after this. Astral get is not placed. You have more days for that. I hope you enjoy your weekends. Okay, your weekend though. So yeah. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget to hydrate, stay safe, stay comfy. Don't forget to eat and get some good rest. Okay. I'll see you till the next stream. Bye bye.